In our world, those gifted with monster-slaying abilities are famously known as raiders. They hunt demons and secure treasures, all while protecting humanity. Despite the danger, everyone calls them legendary heroes. Everyone adores them, though some feel a pinch of envy because hunting for loot sounds like a total blast. People who miss out on this career can't help but feel a bit jealous of the pros. Our journey begins at a local diner where things are peaceful, until someone suddenly starts shouting. That loud voice belongs to our main man, Jay-hyun. He is absolutely fuming after finding out his next gig is being a meat shield. His friend in glasses, Jung-hwan, tells him to chill out. After all, Jay-hyun was the one begging for some quick cash. This is literally the only job on the board. Even if our hero drags his feet, he is out of options. Jay-hyun explains that the four-eyed guy is Jung-hwan, a manager at the local raider agency. Jung-hwan sets up freelance raiders with work, since they aren't officially signed to any big guilds. When his buddy finally called, Jay-hyun thought he had scored the ultimate high-paying contract. Instead, he is just playing cannon fodder on the front lines of a dungeon packed with scary skeletons. It is basically being told, you are a human shield ready to be abandoned if things go south. Our poor hero just sighs. It is super annoying when even lower-ranked raiders are landing much better-paying gigs than him. Jung-hwan mentions Jay-hyun's martial arts class. Even though it is top tier, nobody is actually hiring martial artists these days. Jay-hyun gets even more heated, wondering if everyone is looking down on him just for being a physical fighter. The manager sighs and agrees. Magic users basically run the whole market and snatch every single request first. Honestly, martial arts raiders take way too long to finish missions and end up covered in bruises. Employers look at those stats carefully. That is just the cold, hard truth of the industry. While mages chill in the back, martial artists are front and center, making them a total magnet for injuries. This gives magic users a huge advantage. Our hero notes that a decade ago, brawlers like him were actually high in demand. But times have changed. Now he totally regrets not picking the mage path when he had the golden opportunity. Everything traces back 11 years to when our protagonist was just a third-year student in high school. He crushed the Awakening exam and got invited to a super elite academy for training future heroes. Back then, his aptitude for magic was a staggering 97%. That is basically a perfect score. Even the smartest prodigies like Lady Sienna only hit 92%. His potential was truly off the charts. Meanwhile, his physical fighter score was a measly 34%. Still, he made the silly choice to become a martial raider. He did not pick it for honor or anything. He simply thought being a mage was totally uncool. Back in the day, mages had a terrible reputation as weak supports who couldn't handle a single slime without a bodyguard. But the tables have turned. Brawlers are fading away, while everyone is desperate to hire a powerful mage. If he had just picked magic 11 years ago, he'd probably be living the high life right about now. Sadly, raiders hit a growth ceiling at age 20. There is zero chance for him to switch classes now. I guess there is no point crying over spilled milk since the past is set in stone. Jung-hwan reminds him that jobs are scarce these days, so he really shouldn't be acting so picky. He claims he almost gave this gig to someone else, but saved it for Jay-hyun because they are pals. Hearing that our hero feels a wave of irony. Every aspiring mage once envied the natural talent he threw away. Now his past mistakes have turned him into a totally forgettable D-rank martial arts raider. Since his wallet is empty, he has no choice but to take the job. His buddy brightens up, instantly telling our hero that he is definitely making the smart move here. As he gets up to leave, Jung-hwan tells him to meet at 8 a.m. sharp at the address on his phone. Confused, Jay-hyun wonders why the manager is coming along instead of staying busy at the office. Jung-hwan just waves it off, saying he has some errands there anyway. Fast forward to the next morning at the dungeon. Our hero stands alone, checking his watch and feeling nervous because his friend is nowhere to be seen. He sighs, thinking that a big-shot manager like Jung-hwan should be handling elite-tier raiders instead of him. After all, he is just a D-rank brawler, while Jung-hwan is a high-level A-rank mage. Jay-hyun wonders why a pro like Jun-woo wastes his talent at a small agency instead of joining a top-tier guild. Seriously, if he had those skills, he would have skipped town for a better gig ages ago. Suddenly, a dark memory surfaces, a voice calling him a total loser. It feels like a piece of Jun-woo's past. We are still in the dark about that, but a familiar voice snaps Jay-hyun back to the present. It is his armored buddy Muho. This guy is beaming with pride about his life as a frontline martial raider. He grumbles that kids today just do not appreciate the raw coolness of physical combat versus flashy magic. He mocks the mages as lazy fire slingers, but Jay-hyun is not buying into the hype one bit. Being a brawler is not glamorous. It is a struggle just to put food on the table lately. Muho keeps it positive, telling them to give it their all regardless of their assigned class. He suggests celebrating with drinks later. though Jay-hyun quickly warns him that his wallet is completely empty. Muho reminds him it is definitely his turn to pay. Jay-hyun can only offer a sheepish, embarrassed grin. Seeing his friend's pitiful expression, the soft-hearted Muho sighs and offers to cover the bill one more time. Jay-hyun laughs and apologizes, though secretly he thinks Muho is a bit of a pushover for free meals. Suddenly, a staff member arrives ordering everyone to gather at the dungeon entrance immediately. The raid kicks off in exactly 30 minutes. A wave of nerves hits the group, including our hero. Nobody likes being barked at by a bossy newcomer. Muho heads off to prep his squad, while Jay-hyun stays behind anxiously refreshing his phone screen. While we wait, remember, there are 2 golden rules for staying alive inside a monster-infested dungeon. First, stay alert when you stumble upon hidden treasure chests. Once that gold starts glowing, greed usually starts rotting a raider's brain. They lose their cool, the dungeon strikes, and boom, it is a total wipeout. Survival is a miracle at that point. Before we get to Rule 2, Muho interrupts again, telling Jay-hyun to put the phone away. It is go time. He even teases our hero about staring at a girlfriend's photo for good luck. Jay-hyun just brushes it off with a polite laugh and a quick wave. In reality, he was just looking at a picture of his beloved mom, not a secret girlfriend. After a quick mental prayer to his mother, he enters. Mages stay back while the brawlers take the front. Ugly, mindless ghouls suddenly appear with grotesque faces. Some stuck-up wizards start screaming orders, telling the frontliners to shield them with their very lives. This is exactly why Jay-hyun hates this job, getting bossed around by arrogant jerks who look down on him. Still, he has to play along to get paid. The mages chant fireballs fly, and soon the zombies are nothing more than a pile of extra crispy snacks. Jay-hyun wonders if these guys are from the Meteor Guild, since they used to be just humble rookies. Probably not, but he is just glad the extra firepower means he might actually survive the day. During a quick breather, Muho chugs down some water like his life depends on it. He points out that only the big boss stands between them and a successful raid. The veteran jokes about his aching bones before asking if our hero found any sweet loot drops yet. He is pumped since A-rank dungeons are gold mines. Jay-hyun decides to pull up his stats. Suddenly his vision blurs and his head starts thumping like a drum as the system glitches out. An error message flashes: the IER system is crashing and the connection is being severed. A second alert follows: reboot failed for reasons unknown. This is not good. Our hero is completely blindsided. He has never seen the system freak out like this before. Then a mysterious voice echoes in his mind, whispering for him to follow the light. Glitching screens warn of an intruder in the system and a failed, safe mode, recovery. Something is very wrong. Jay-hyun is frozen in confusion. Muho notices his pale face and asks if he is feeling okay. The boy mutters about the voice and the light, and suddenly the world starts to shift. Tiny glowing orbs begin dancing right before his eyes. Is this his lucky guiding star? Apparently, he's the only one seeing the show, leaving the old man wondering why he's spaced out. Staring intensely at the glow, he gulps down his nerves and chooses to follow the mysterious trail. He promises the old man a quick return before chasing the light deeper into the unknown. Arriving in an eerie new area, a chilling notification pings the Aesir system has officially gone dark. His status window is a total ghost town. No matter how much he clicks, the system won't budge. Warning: partial damage detected. The interface is now desperately attempting a reboot in emergency safety mode. Our guy's totally stumped. Ever since his awakening at age 10, this system has been rock solid. 17 years without a single glitch. He can't help but wonder if that weird voice caused this mess. Constant error pop-ups keep flooding his vision, but he pushes through determined to chase that shimmering light. Is the Aesir system evolving? It was named after the legendary Norse gods themselves, after all. Born from the legacy of Odin and Thor, this system became mankind's ultimate shield against total annihilation. It all started in the disastrous year of 2011, when a titanic tree sprouted from the Pacific. Reaching for the stars in only 9 days, the terrifying Yggdrasil cast a dark shadow across our world. Once that mythical world tree fully matured, on day 9, absolute chaos was unleashed upon the earth. A nightmare wave of monsters surged forth, wiping out half the population while survivors fought for every breath. Amidst famine and death, legendary heroes rose with godlike powers to offer a tiny spark of hope. Eventually, people synchronized with their Aesir systems, taking up the mantle of raiders to fight the monsters. Since then, this system has been our strongest sword, but Jay-hyun is seriously worried about these glitches. A broken system usually spells disaster. Suddenly, he hits a wall and discovers a mysterious glowing green door. After the initial shock wears off, a huge grin breaks out. This has to be a legendary treasure gate. These hidden jackpot rooms are incredibly rare, even for the most seasoned raiders in top-tier dungeons. They're stuffed with exotic loot and materials worth millions in cold hard cash. Talk about hitting the lottery. His heart pounds. Snagging some A-rank gear would turn his boring life into a total luxury cruise. Saying a quick prayer for luck, he steps inside and finds himself in a truly otherworldly space. It feels like a divine lobby where a blindingly bright relic sits atop a majestic golden pedestal. He'd heard the whispers of such places, but he never dreamed he'd actually be the one finding it. Shaking with pure excitement, he reaches out his hand to claim his glorious new prize. The moment he touches it, a flood of pings erupts. First up, the damaged system is fully restored. Next, a new equipment alert flashes, followed by a prompt to check out the juicy item details. Beaming with pure joy, Jay-hyun is starting to think the universe finally took his side. In his palms lies a legendary mythical ranked artifact, the legendary Lost Eye of Odin. This is the very eye the All-Father sacrificed at Mimir's well to gain ultimate cosmic wisdom. Equipping this allows him to master ancient runes and even use reverse magic to deconstruct anything. It's the only mythical item in existence, and once claimed, it belongs to him forever. The radiance is nearly blinding. Shielding his eyes, he checks the panel to see its incredible active skill. Behold, absolute calculation. This insane X-rank skill can analyze and completely shatter the very structure of magic. This powerhouse ability drains his mana based on how powerful the magic he's currently dismantling is. Since he's mastered rune magic, he can now unleash full power without ever saying a single word. Plus, he can copy enemy skills onto blank cards. This eye is a total cheat code. With these insane buffs, Jay-hyun's future as a top-tier raider is looking incredibly bright. But get this, our guy wants to sell it. That payout would mean hundreds of millions in cash. He's just stoked he won't have to play the role of a human meat shield ever again. Still, curiosity is pulling at him. He's never actually used a mythical ranked item before, has he? Just one little test drive couldn't hurt. Right. The temptation is simply too much to ignore. But the system gives a quick warning. Once equipped, it is permanent. He is totally stuck with it forever. He knows he cannot use it well. Being over 20, he is sadly past his prime for this gear. So he decides to skip it. After that lucky find, he heads back to reunite with his party. Soon the old man tells the guild not to worry. He is sure his friend will be back shortly. Right on time, Jay-hyun appears. He apologizes for being late and promises to be more punctual next time. As they get ready, the old man gives Jay-hyun a friendly pat. Hey, cheer up, kid. Jay-hyun smiles and says he is fine. He even offers to buy everyone drinks after they finish today. The old man is confused. He scratches his head, wondering what got into Jay-hyun so suddenly. Meanwhile, Jay-hyun is just happy they do not suspect a thing. Talk about a total relief. In a lawless dungeon, bragging about loot is risky. It could honestly lead to a death sentence. Even friends might steal it. So he is doing his best to stay low and avoid any drama. Suddenly, the ceiling cracks. Before anyone can react, the whole thing comes crashing down with a bang. Jay-hyun dives away but hits the ground hard. He probably even bruised his backside in the fall. Purple mist fills the room. Suddenly, everyone is coughing, and things are looking really scary and bad. Jay-hyun acts fast, covering his face. He needs to run before he breathes in that toxic fog. He yells to his friends, telling them to run for their lives because that fog is totally lethal. As he moves, something stops him cold. A sword suddenly stabs his friend right out of nowhere. His friend gasps for him to run. Jay-hyun is shocked for a second, then bolts away fast. While sprinting, he thinks about the blast and the gas. Something about this feels very suspicious. It hits him. This was not an accident. This was a very carefully planned attempt at murder. Safe for now, he catches his breath. He is sweating and has no idea why this is happening. Suddenly, our hero feels a presence. Someone is standing right behind him in the shadows. A fire arrow zooms past, it misses him, but hits the ground ahead, causing a giant explosion. That guy in the hoodie looks familiar. Wait, it is Jungwoo. Jay-hyun recognizes him immediately. Jungwoo charges up an attack. I promised we would meet today, he says with a cold smirk. Jay-hyun asks if he did it. Was he the one who released the poison and attacked them? Jungwoo grins and admits everything. Jay-hyun is stunned, but forces himself to stay totally calm. He wants answers before he acts. So he asks Jungwoo, why would you do something like this? Jungwoo shrugs. He says clients hired him. Apparently, many people really hate the Meteor Guild. They were always arrogant. Jay-hyun grits his teeth, knowing about those shady dungeon assassination jobs. Killers use the tight dungeon spaces to trap and murder people. It is a perfect place for hits. Seems the Meteor Guild was involved in bad deals too. That is why they ended up targeted. Jay-hyun feels his shoulder stinging. That arrow just barely grazed him, but it really hurts. Can he win? Jungwoo is an A-rank genius, one of the best magicians in the entire country. Meanwhile, our hero is just a regular low-rank player. The odds are definitely not looking great. He is not the main target, but he is a witness. They might kill him to keep him quiet. Like a true hero, he wants payback for his friends, especially for his buddy Mongho. But he is not being reckless. He tells Young-woo he will not say a single word about this. The guy ignores him and throws fire chains. Jay-hyun quickly sidesteps to stay alive and safe. The fire grazes his face. If he had been a second slower, he would be toast. The crazy mage keeps throwing fire. Jay-hyun just keeps running desperate to find a way out. He does not get it. Why me? I am just a weak D-rank player. This makes no sense. He is getting bruised up, and the attacker will not quit. This guy is being totally relentless. Suddenly that voice returns. It calls him useless and asks why he was even born so rude. It seems the man in his head who keeps insulting him is none other than his father. Seeing his pops in his mind really flips a switch for Jay-hyun. He politely asks if dear old dad is behind this hit. Four Eyes pauses, then starts giggling like he just heard a great joke. The giggles turn into full-blown crazy laughter as he says yes. Jay-hyun goes quiet, his thoughts instantly drifting back to his sweet mom. He remembers that awful day he cried over her lifeless body. So sad. He asks the guy if dad killed mom 5 years ago during winter. Mr. Glasses nods, admitting even he finds this family drama a bit much. Young-hwan shoots another arrow, teasing our hero for being so slow. He preps a bunch of fire arrows to blast poor Jay-hyun away. Before launching them, he waves a cheery final goodbye. Too bad. Jay-hyun stays silent, then boom, he activates the Eye of Odin. Young-hwan's smug grin disappears faster than free donuts at a meeting. He watches as Jay-hyun's inner magic levels start to skyrocket. The power just keeps climbing, leaving the glasses guy shaking in his boots. Realizing things just got real, Young-hwan decides it is time for a takedown. He fires a flame arrow, but Jay-hyun just stands his ground. As the arrow gets close, it just poofs into thin air. Magic. Young-hwan's jaw practically hits the floor in pure disbelief. Looks like the eye is officially online, according to the helpful system alert. A cheeky smirk grows on Jay-hyun's face as he feels the power. The system pops up again, mentioning he has a blank card ready. Meanwhile, Young-hwan is totally losing it because his magic just failed. Our hero uses that blank card to snatch the blitz chain skill. He makes it clear that this bad guy is about to have a day. Next thing you know, Jay-hyun is firing arrows back. Talk about a twist. This move took years to learn, and now a D-ranker is doing it. Even though he is trembling, Young-hwan claims he will not go down easily. The boy launches a firestorm, politely telling Young-hwan that playtime is over. Four Eyes fires back with his own barrage. It is a literal fireworks show. Their powers collide, but Jay-hyun is clearly winning this round. Jay-hyun keeps the pressure on sending the cocky guy running for his life. Young-hwan tries a massive attack, but Jay-hyun uses absolute calculation. He deletes the incoming blast and sends his own arrow right back. Young-hwan hides behind a shield, but Jay-hyun is not stopping yet. One more calculation later, and the shield is toast. No more protection. The arrow hits him dead on since he is too slow to dodge. Jay-hyun walks over as Young-hwan starts begging like a soap opera star. The guy is literally crying, but Jay-hyun is not feeling very merciful. He fires one last arrow and finishes off the cocky guy for good. After the scrap, Jay-hyun is totally gassed and collapses on the floor. Suddenly, a system window offers him a new download and a way home. Jay-hyun says sure thing and activates the system known as Nornir. He suddenly wakes up in bed, looking like he has seen a spooky ghost. Memories of his mother and the battle flash by. Back to the past. Seeing his mother again, he rushes in for a massive hug, holding her like he'll never let go. He's praying this isn't just a dream, and luckily it's the real deal. He's actually hugging his mom. A bit later, while alone in his room, a sharp sting in his chest snaps him back to reality. The system confirms it's November 15th, 2020. He really did jump back in time. His body is already 20% healed. Catching his breath, he still wonders if this is all a fantasy. Looking around at his old room, he realizes he's finally home. Suddenly, a cheerful system window pings into view. He's given a quest called A Break is the Mother of Success. His mission, just rest and recover. A blank card is his reward for a good nap. He takes a deep breath to settle his racing thoughts. He thinks back to his final battle and how he somehow regressed 11 years into the past. 11 years ago, he's back in middle school. He quickly checks the calendar to make sure it's real. He hasn't even applied to Mills Academy yet. Plus, he finds a little note he wrote to his younger self. The note tells him to choose martial arts, but he grabs a pen and scribbles that out immediately. He won't waste this second chance on physical combat. This time, the path of a mage is the way. Next, we see him at dinner with his mom doing his absolute best not to cry into his soup. Mom looks worried because he's acting a bit silly. That super long hug earlier definitely caught her off guard. She kindly asks what's bothering him. With a brave smile, he tells her it was just a bad dream. Those memories of his mother aren't just dreams, though. Finally, he finds the courage to speak from the heart. He mentions there's something on his mind and she's all ears ready to listen with a warm smile. She figures he might be scared of Mills Academy, knowing how dangerous the life of a raider can be. She's totally fine with him choosing a normal school. She just wants her boy to be happy and safe. But surprise, instead of quitting, our hero tells her he's switching gears to join the magic department instead. Mom gives a little laugh at the sudden pivot. She's startled, but she's totally on board with the change. She remembers how set he was on martial arts, but she trusts her son's instincts completely. She knows he must have a great reason. Giving him a sweet pat on the cheek, she cheers him on. She tells him to follow his heart, whether it's swords or spells, and not to stress the small stuff. Don't worry about the bills, she says. She promises to support his new dream with everything she's got. Her kindness brings him to tears again, but in this emotional moment, memories of his father start to surface. He thinks back to his dad, Min Young, an A-rank raider who certainly left quite an impression. Now he's fired up to get stronger and settle the score. Time for Jay-hyun to start some serious training. He hits the floor for push-ups and cashes in his first reward card. He's already looking a bit buff. Honestly, as long as I'm busy writing these recaps, my dreams of a six-pack are staying in the fridge. Jay-hyun isn't quite sure how this Nornir system works yet, but hey, he's not complaining. As long as it works, he's happy. With his future knowledge, he's ready to hoard all the best dungeon loot. Being a dungeon guide will come in handy even if his current skill list is a bit short. He still has absolute calculation and blitz chain. He kicks back in his chair feeling pretty good. He pulls up the system to check his stats, knowing his level has reset to the very beginning. His numbers are low, but surprisingly, he kept his old passive skills and even gained 2 brand new ones. These new powers are one who is observed by the gods and the legendary Supreme God Eye. Both are already at max level, plus he's still rocking absolute calculation and his signature blitz chain. Feeling curious, he takes a closer look at the one who is observed by the gods ability. This skill grants divine blessings for fast leveling and keeps his other passives from disappearing. What a win. That's how he kept his skills. Plus it gives him an extra stat point every single time he grows. With every level up, he gets stronger than anyone. No wonder all those Aesir gods are watching him closely. Next up is the Supreme God Eye. Let me tell you, this skill is absolutely top tier and rare. It lets him see through any trick, and don't forget Blitz Chain, which shocks enemies with paralyzing electric links. Summoning more chains means his mana starts draining away even faster. I totally thought they were fire chains at first, and I bet you did too. He checks his stats, and man, they are looking pretty pathetic for now. But he is laser focused on beefing up that super important magic stat. Endurance is huge too. You can't win a marathon by burning out early. After some thought, he uses his precious blank card for a healing skill. Since he's got offense covered, healers are the real MVPs in 2020. These healers are treated like absolute royalty everywhere they go, earning massive respect. As a healing mage, he'll finally get his due. There is one catch. Finding a healer to copy is like looking for a needle in a haystack. He was desperate and wasted a card before, but he's learned his lesson. He won't blow it again since he's not sure how many cards remain. His phone suddenly buzzes and he's shocked to see Kim Yoo-jung calling. She is his lifelong best friend who shares his big Mills Academy dreams. In his past life, he lost her, but he's determined to change fate now. He smirks at her text, "This girl really never changes, does she?" Apparently, she wants him to meet the legendary Saintess Yu Song-ah. This news is amazing since the Saintess is famous for her sacrifice magic. He grabs his hoodie and tells his mom he will be back soon. Stepping outside, he checks his phone and tells her he is on his way. Meanwhile, a fancy Rolls-Royce is zooming through the heavy city traffic. Inside, Lady Sang-ah is quietly prepping for her incredibly busy daily schedule. Her manager is worried because she's been pushing herself way too hard lately. She promises she is fine, though sacrifice always costs a bit of vitality. Her manager just wishes someone else had healing powers that compared to hers. He is terrified that exhaustion is finally going to take a toll on her. Our duo finally arrives, and she is practically dragging him through the crowd. He teases her, asking if he's just her personal human GPS for today. She gets all huffy, telling him to stop making such silly accusations. Then she goes quiet. Yep, she totally needed that human GPS after all. He laughs, wondering how someone so smart can get lost so easily. Jokes aside, our hero is actually very grateful to his friend right now. If he copies Sang-ah's sacrifice skill, it will be a total game changer. It would basically make him the most important connection in all of Korea. They take their seats amazed by how many fans showed up for her. She's the leader of Lotus and a top-tier healer known around the world. Even now, she always puts the safety of others before her own life. She hits the stage, the crowd cheers, and he waits to copy her. He knows the secret: in 2 months, the Saintess will get very sick. If he can copy her now, he'll be the only one who can save her. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-jung is fangirling so hard it's actually a little annoying. On stage, the Saintess talks about the chaos caused by the Yggdrasil tree. Monsters are attacking everywhere, but she tells everyone to stay hopeful and brave. She encourages every one of them to step up and become legendary raiders. The fans are absolutely ecstatic. Jay-hyun totally acknowledges her powerful words, though he knows fighting monsters on the front lines is a terrifying task that most people want to avoid. He's the perfect example of this since he originally wanted to sell the Eye of Odin just to stay home and avoid raiding for cash. As they walk out together, Yoo-jung won't stop gushing about the Saintess, while our hero keeps teasing her, which really gets under her skin. He eventually reveals that he already called her mom to pick her up, because her sense of direction is just the terrible. She suggests he should catch a ride with them, but he politely brushes it off. He has some very important things to handle on his own first. Just before heading out, he casually mentions switching his focus to magic, and politely hints he'll need her expert guidance soon. He vanishes without an explanation, leaving her totally puzzled. After a quick search, our hero finally spots her luxury ride nearby. A cheeky grin spreads across his face as he strolls over to the vehicle. The manager blocks his path, shouting that no fans are allowed, but the boy calmly insists he has an appointment with director Yoo Song-eun. The manager sighs deeply, clearly fed up with another eager fanboy, looking completely annoyed. He smugly tells the boy to beat it and reminds him to respect the director's personal space. He claims even the director would be annoyed by him. However, the boy insists he isn't here for an autograph, to prove his point. He reveals he knows about Lady Shongun's secret illness and boldly claims he's the only one who can actually cure her. As you might expect, the director is stunned and furious. He grabs our main character by the collar, demanding to know how he discovered that secret. But our hero stays cool, politely reminding him not to cause a scene in front of all these curious bystanders. Just then, the lady rolls down her window and asks if he's serious. With total confidence, he promises he can heal her for good. While she's a bit wary about letting a stranger get too close, she decides to take a chance, figuring his lies will be exposed soon anyway. Still, his calm attitude feels a bit suspicious. She tells her manager to clear some time and find a quiet spot so they can talk things over in private. Once they're settled, she gets straight to business, asking exactly how he found out about her secret condition. The boy offers a polite apology but firmly states that his sources are strictly top secret. He makes it clear no secrets revealed or no healing. The lady chuckles at his guts and asks how he plans to cure her. Jay-hyun is surprisingly honest, telling her his plan is to simply copy her unique sacrifice skill. Naturally, the lady is stunned, and her manager starts losing his cool. He yells at our hero, asking if he even knows what a unique skill is and demands to know how he'll copy it. Now let's take a quick moment to explain how these unique skills actually work. These are legendary S-rank abilities, found only through family bloodlines or extremely rare individual awakenings. While most skills are learned through standard formulas, unique skills are locked tight, making them impossible to replicate. This keeps the power strictly within specific families. The boy tells them to relax, pointing out he wouldn't be here if he didn't already know all that technical stuff. The lady tells her grumpy manager to chill, saying it won't hurt to hear what the boy has to say. She asks if he can really deliver on his promise, and the boy gives her a confident nod. It turns out her sacrifice skill has a nasty penalty that requires an even higher ranked ability just to heal her own body. Ironically, she can't use her own power because it requires a divine sacrifice, which leaves her completely unable to treat herself. Finally, she gives him the go-ahead. As she begins to glow with mana, Jay-hyun excitedly activates his copying ability. A system notification pops up asking if he'd like to store the new sacrifice skill onto his blank card. With a confident grin, the boy says yes. Once the copy is complete, he immediately fires up the new skill. He summons the glowing power right into his palm, leaving both of them absolutely speechless. Our hero pauses for negotiations before the big heal. But first, let's check out the stats for this amazing skill. First off, it sends out a massive wave of healing that fixes up allies and clears away any nasty debuffs. Plus, when he faces undead monsters, it turns into a powerful attack called the Judgment of Light. Best of all, because he used a blank card to copy it, there are absolutely zero penalties to worry about. The lady politely asks what he wants from her guild in return for this miracle. But deep down, she's sure handling a middle schooler will be easy for the leader of the famous Lotus Guild. The boy gets right to the point, asking for her sponsorship. She chuckles, wondering if he just wants help growing as a raider. Without a second thought, he confirms her guess. He explains that becoming the strongest is his big dream, and he needs her elite connections to make it happen. Impressed by his moxie, she agrees to sponsor him, but of course there's one small condition. Our hero is impressed. Even though she's the one who needs help, she's still a very sharp negotiator. The lady clarifies that her illness is a private struggle, separate from the guild. Our main character needs the entire guild's backing, which isn't just her decision. He asks her to state her terms so he can decide on a potential partnership. While he predicts a scheme, she shocks him by asking him to join the Lotus Guild. He asks if she's serious, so she lists her reasons for the recruitment offer. First, he discovered top-secret information about her that almost no one else knew. This proves his elite scouting skills, plus he perfectly mimicked her unique sacrifice ability. She's curious if anyone else can copy skills like that, making our boy feel awkward. He can't admit he's a time traveler with a broken cheat system helping him out. She leans in quite close, which is a bit much to share her third reason. Despite being a mere middle schooler, our guy didn't flinch when facing a guild leader. She loves that bold attitude. In his past life, the guild fell when she died. Joining seems like a great way to level, but the legal paperwork is a hurdle. Since he's a minor, she mentions the magic phrase, priority negotiation rights. Our hero knows the deal. It's a guild privilege designed to help young trainees grow. It gives the guild first dibs on a contract once the trainee turns 18. Jun never expected this perk after being rejected by every crummy guild before. She really likes him. Our boy stands up ready to fix her health right away. It's a win-win, but he wants to finish the treatment before signing anything. As he prepares to work, the manager looks nervous about this whole healing process. Even after seeing those powers, the manager is still playing it super safe. He's worried about some shady curse, especially since the world's best doctors all failed. Suddenly, she feels incredible. The manager is absolutely floored by this instant miracle. He immediately bows his head, offering a sincere apology for ever doubting our hero. Our boy just waves it off, but the manager keeps apologizing like a broken record. He feels terrible for being rude earlier. Jay-hyun tells her she's good to go. She stands up and floods the room with her radiant magic. Talk about a comeback. With tears in her eyes, she thanks him for performing a literal medical miracle. She worries about him facing mana penalties, but his copied skills don't have those. Our guy tells her she can just pay him back later, and she gladly agrees. She hands over her card, promising to make the guild deal as sweet as possible. The next day, the manager takes him to a low-ranked dungeon for a favor. Since the Lotus Guild owns the place, it's the perfect spot for some skill grinding. He's determined to be the top dog at Mills Academy with the guild's support. They even lend him some pro gear, though the manager warns about going in solo. Our guy just wants to grind to be safe. The manager gives him a stone. It's a warp stone that teleports him outside if things get too spicy in there. It's a small gift for saving the lady, and our boy happily heads inside. Stepping in, he's confident that a simple rank E dungeon won't be any trouble. The manager reminds him to warp out if danger strikes, and he gives a nod. Suddenly, mysterious hands emerge from the shadows and cover his mouth. The system alerts him he's in the Helheim Field of the Dead. Back to the office. We find the lady lost in thought, wondering if she made the right call. She knows that clearing even a basic rank E dungeon alone is nearly impossible. Skill aside, a solo run is extremely dangerous. Still, she can sense he is no ordinary rookie. He definitely had a plan choosing this gate, so she smiles and enjoys the show. Suddenly, there is a polite knock, and after the director gives the okay, a staff member steps inside. The director asks for the requested files, and the lady delivers them, revealing our hero's official background. While scanning the documents, the director is stunned to see he actually aspires to be a martial artist. It feels totally bizarre, given his incredible magic stats. A quiet, heavy tension fills the entire office. Even the lady who brought the folder is baffled by how one person can be this naturally gifted. She promises the director the data is spot on unless the machines are acting up again. Taking a peek ourselves, we see our guy has a magic aptitude of 97%. Right away, the director pings his manager, Appa telling him to report in the moment our hero finishes the dungeon. She really wants to see those skills in person. Meanwhile, our main man is tumbling into a mysterious new zone. Welcome to the Field of the Dead. He lands with a painful thud right on his backside. Looking around the spooky graveyard, he struggles to his feet while coughing up some heavy dust. Out of nowhere, a skeleton appears. Without missing a beat, it levels its bow and fires right at him. A bit slow on the draw, our hero gets a nasty scratch on his face as more monsters close in. He worries about paralysis poison, which is super annoying, but quickly heals up using his special sacrifice skill. Suddenly, zombies crawl out and dark spirits swarm the air, raining down attacks from every direction. But this time, Jay-hyun catches an arrow midair and snaps it with a grin, tired of these pesky games. Back in the city, Kim Yoo-jun is admiring the autograph she just got from the director. She is also pretty grumpy that our hero ditched her, knowing she has a terrible sense of direction. Honestly, his random behavior is starting to drive her a little bit crazy. He used to be a total loner, but now he is tagging along and then vanishing out of nowhere. He was always so reliable before, but today he just left her hanging in the lobby all alone. Plus, he is picking magic classes now. She cannot understand why he is ditching his lifelong martial arts dream. She knows he is usually a very careful person who does not do things without a clever reason. Fed up, she starts blowing up his phone with texts about how rude it was to leave her behind. Back in the dungeon, Jay-hyun turns pale as a sheet when a bunch of ghosts pop up. These spirits are surprisingly organized. To fight back, he pulls out a special staff made by a master blacksmith. This gear comes from the Lotus Guild. Fun fact, this dungeon Helheim is actually the land of the deceased. It is ruled by Hel, daughter of Loki, and is one of the 9 realms from those old Norse legends. Aside from the human world, we have Niflheim, a place filled with nothing but freezing fog and ice. Then there is the fiery Muspelheim, the land of giants Jotunheim, and the beautiful home of the elves Alfheim. We also have the dark elves in Svartalfheim and the home of the Vanir gods Vanaheim. Right next to the dark Niflheim sits Helheim. It is a nightmare for beginners, but our hero is ready to rumble. Time to test his power. He decides to unleash Goddess Nora's unique sacrifice skill. When used on the undead, it turns into a massive explosion called the Judgment of Light. A monster lunges at him, but our guy just whacks it with his wand, sending it flying backward. He follows up with a fire blast, turning the wraith to dust and scoring 70 experience points. He keeps the streak going, chaining his fire spells like a pro to clear the stage. With every monster defeated, his smile grows wider as that sweet experience keeps rolling in. Next, he jumps toward an archer and delivers a heavy bonk straight to its skull. Boom. Oops, his wand snaps in 2, though he still wins. He looks pretty shocked at his broken weapon. He realizes he was swinging that wand like a club instead of a staff. Talk about a rookie mistake. Getting serious now, he sparks his sacrifice skill. Holy light rains down, turning the monsters into crispy toast. As the undead turn to ash, he collects a mountain of experience and decides it is time for a break. While the smoke clears, he heals his wounds and feels lucky to be alive. Leveling up is hard work. Divine Judgment was his lucky break this time, but luck is a fickle friend. He is ready to bail, but gets lost immediately. Time for the trusty warp stone. Suddenly, a chilling mana vibe creeps up behind him. He spins around, but finds nothing. He senses a presence closing in fast. Suddenly, cold hands are crushing his throat. Desperate, he stabs his broken wand into his thigh. He grits his teeth to stay silent. One peep could bring trouble. Unseen, a hideous beast is looming right behind him. Ding the system chimes in. Meet Nightshade, the terrifying boss of this dungeon. Talk about a power gap. The system is basically screaming for him to run away. He reaches for his teleport stone, but the beast strikes before he can grab it. The stone skitters away as he slams into the wall, coughing up blood. His health points are hitting rock bottom. The system begs him to heal, but the monster is already standing over him. It lunges again, but then bam, the beast suddenly turns into a frozen statue. He blinks in shock, totally baffled. Then a soft woman's voice echoes through the dark. A divine goddess appears, telling the beast to back off. He is her special guest. This mysterious half-elf, half-demon reveals that he is destined to be the adversary. Our hero is totally lost. Who is this beautiful, scary lady anyway? She is disappointed. She thought the adversary would breeze through this. Guess she was wrong. To her, he looks like a normal kid. Why would Loki pick him to fight gods? He is fading fast now, losing way too much blood to stay awake. But he refuses to kick the bucket. This second chance is way too precious. She sees his burning spirit, yet reminds him he is still way too weak. She lifts him by the throat, whispering that his time is almost up. Get strong fast, she warns her. I will be the one to end you myself. She decides to give him one shot. His mission grows strong enough to slay Nightshade, succeed, and get a prize. Fail, and well, do not fail. Pacing is everything. A quest window pops up. Hell Trials. Goal: defeat Nightshade within 2 months. Surprise. This mysterious lady is Goddess Hel, the daughter of Loki himself. Victory means a divine gift. Failure. That comes with a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Eerie hands pull him into the abyss as the world fades to black. Suddenly, he sees that blonde goddess from his regression again, whispering in a strange tongue. He snaps awake in the real world. To his surprise, every injury is completely gone. He checks his status window, and yep, that crazy quest is still there. That means it was not a dream. He really did meet the one and only Hel. The ruler of Helheim is after him, and he still does not get this adversary business. This new Norse system feels strangely familiar, but he still has a mountain of questions. Why did he regress? What does being the adversary mean? He is not sure yet. One thing is clear, he needs levels. If he does not grow, the goddess will kill him. He cannot help but chuckle. At least his new life is not going to be boring. But there is a hitch. He is a mage who does not know how to cast spells. His phone buzzes. The director is calling. He promises to sign the contract tomorrow morning. Morning arrives, and our hero walks into the prestigious Lotus Flower Guild. The manager treats him like a king. Now he sees why he is getting VIP treatment. A 97% mage aptitude is no joke. Finally, they reach the director's office. The director is stunning and full of confidence. They share a warm, friendly greeting. She lays out the guild's sweet contract perks. Our hero's eyes light up. This deal is totally awesome. Seriously, who'd say no? He gets a living allowance plus an infinite stash of B-rank loot. Talk about freebies. Even better, if things break, his raid bonuses guarantee some serious cash. He is basically hitting the jackpot. These elite terms are usually saved for the top-tier A-grade pros. Before signing, he mentions a special condition. The director smiles kindly, telling him to go right ahead. He admits he is a total magic newbie, having switched from martial arts just 1 month ago. So his big request, he wants personal tutoring from the director herself. The manager is stunned, who has the guts to ask the legendary director for private lessons. He pauses, making sure she is on board before officially joining the Lotus Guild family. She laughs, charmed by his boldness, and agrees. She teases that she is really rooting for him. She is eager to see his spark and asks if he is ready to show off a little. Our hero was born ready. He knew this was why they wanted him in the first place. What is the test, he asks, ready to prove his worth right now. She snaps her fingers, summoning a glowing mana cube. Her simple instructions just survive the pressure. The boy stares, completely baffled by this glowing mana cube. She reminds him that joining her elite Lotus Guild requires at least this much magical talent. This mana cube is the ultimate test used by high-rank mages to measure raw power. It is no joke. Only 7% of awakened users can actually handle this intense magical weight. He asks if she is trying to spook him. She laughs, promising the deal stays even if he fails. With a deep breath, our hero decides to just go for it and steps up. The director signals her manager, who looks worried. Even veteran raiders find this test incredibly tough. But she has got a hunch. This kid is definitely more than meets the eye. The cube hums to life. The boy freezes for a second, feeling the massive energy swirling around. Come on in, she cheers. Finally, he finds his courage and dives right into the glow. Inside, the manager bites her nails. To her, he just looks like a nervous young student. The lady just smiles. Her gut tells her this kid is about to do something legendary. Suddenly, he feels like he is swimming through a sparkling, endless ocean of pure magic. Surprisingly, he is totally fine. No motion sickness here. He can actually breathe. He remembers the goal, find the hidden exit door to get back to the real world. He pushes through the swirling mana currents, focused on finding that one way out. He then senses something strange. A tiny crystal pulses with insane power, feeling like it holds the soul of the entire ocean. Outside, the manager is pacing. She nervously asks how long these tests usually take. The director notes that the world record for a fast exit is just 40 minutes. The manager gulps. It is either a world record or game over for our young hero. The director just grins, betting on his success. Suddenly, the crystal inside starts to crack. The manager checks his phone in shock. It has only been 10 minutes. This is insane. While they watch in awe, our hero looks at the glowing stone and smirks confidently. If I break this, what he thinks, I bet I can get out early. He swims forward, grabs the core, and shatters it with one swift, powerful punch. System alerts pop up. He just scored a rare passive skill, Crystal of Mana Operation. The cube explodes, leaving everyone speechless. Usually even S-rank players need 1 full hour. But he smashed it in 26 minutes, totally destroying the old record held by Camilla. He just beat a world-class genius. The manager rushes over, shaking his hand with pure joy. The lady director smiles, but she is dying to know, how did he break the unbreakable? Our young hero explains he found the core inside the cube and just smashed it. The lady is totally floored, since that crystal holds every drop of his magic power. Finding it is one thing, but breaking it is unheard of for any normal person. To shatter it like that means his mana pool is actually larger than the cube. Overjoyed, she immediately promises to help him become the greatest mage in the whole world. Cut back to Lady Kim Yu-jang, who is pouting because June is running late. Mom confirms he is ghosting her calls when suddenly a fancy Rolls Royce pulls up. They both drop their jaws, seeing him hop out of a luxury ride like a boss. How did he afford that Jay-hyun spots the ladies and gives a friendly wave? Mom is worried he is into something shady, while Lady Kim looks ready to explode. Once they are inside, she demands the tea on why he swapped to magic class. He casually shrugs and says martial arts just was not giving him that spark anymore. The paperwork is already done, but she is not letting him off the hook easily. He flips the script, asking what she is doing here and if her folks are working. She is staying over since her parents are busy at the monster processing plant tonight. Since she is flying solo, she is hanging with him as their families are tight. Moving right along, the boy asks her to start teaching him some basic magic theory. She plays hardball and asks what is in it for her. He reluctantly asks her price. She does not have a specific request ready just yet. After thinking for a minute, she settles on one future wish. He agrees, but he is adding a little condition. Use it or lose it. The wish expires in 1 year, leaving her feeling salty. He is secretly betting his lunch money that she will totally forget about it soon. He teases her about the wish, but she just tells him to zip his lip. She is clutching that pillow so tight, I thought it was going to pop, honestly. Did anyone else see that, or is it just me? Let me know below. They keep bickering until Mom calls for dinner, but they are both totally tuned out. They are stuck in a playful pillow fight. Honestly, she might want to marry him. Meanwhile, in the woods, a mysterious man in black is slicing through monsters with ease. Meet the main character's dad, Min Young-woo, who is getting props for clearing the dungeon. A recruiter begs him to join their guild, but Dad is a lone wolf forever. The armored guy is practically begging, promising all the perks of the Scarlet Guild. Dad just scoffs at the offer before summoning some creepy chains out of nowhere. He drops some wisdom about human greed, and then poof, he vanishes into thin air. The guild guy is left confused after that spooky run-in with the world's deadliest dad. He looks younger than his own son anyway. Back to the director and Jay-hyun. For his first magic lesson, she decides to jump straight into a sparring challenge. He is hesitant but knows there is no escape. He sighs and takes a stance. Relying on his old martial arts instincts, he throws a punch and waits for her. She just stands there grinning as his strike sends a massive shockwave through the air. Once the dust clears, our hero realizes his punch was caught with just one hand. She handles it like nothing, leaving him absolutely shook while she grins like a pro. He backs off fast. He totally underestimated her just because she is a healer. He is now positive she has S-rank raider power as she critiques his form. She points out his habits, reminding him that mages should never charge in blindly. When asked for the secret, he explains that magic is all about long-range destruction. She explains how magic softens up enemies from afar, while martial arts deals the finishing blow up close. With a wink, she tells him to brace himself, as a real lesson in mage combat is starting. She promises to patch him up if things get messy, and though he's nervous, our hero is ready. The lady fires a dazzling laser beam from her finger, but the boy quickly rolls to safety. It's his turn. He sparks his blitz chain and sends a volley of lightning arrows her way. A massive explosion hits the mark, yet the lady stands there without a single scratch on her. She is impressed by his A-rank skill, but reminds him magic only works if you actually hit. She counters with an arrow aimed right at his face, and he panics, taking the hit head-on. Even though he's looking beat up, he refuses to fall, totally winning her over with his grit. Time to get serious. She raises the stakes by unleashing a storm of blue lightning bolts. He activates his absolute calculator, making the magic vanish instantly and leaving her completely stunned. She can't believe he dismantled her spell and neutralized it in such a short time. Thoroughly amazed, she wonders what other surprises this mysterious student is hiding from her. Our hero just gives a cheeky smile, and suddenly the ground beneath her begins to crackle. She takes the blast directly, but manages to deflect the intense energy with a casual hand flick. Her hand is trembling. She's baffled by how he managed to cast such a powerful attack so fast. He follows up with more arrows, but she quickly summons a magical shield to stay safe. Why isn't he chanting? Usually mages need a deliberate spoken process to cast their spells. Pros can shorten their incantations, but his attacks are remarkably powerful, even without a single word. It's unbelievable. However, after that flurry of magic, our hero is officially running on empty mana. With zero energy left, he just sighs and tells her she's a monster for being so indestructible. She approaches with a smirk, admitting he's a pretty interesting kid with a lot of potential. Still, she reminds him he's a rookie, catching him off guard and knocking him down instantly. He's left wondering what happened, while she laughs it off as a lesson in pure experience. Thinking about his skills, she praises his melee game and that seamless way he casts magic. His talent for breaking down spells is unmatched. He could create a truly legendary fighting style. She decides to take him under her wing officially, declaring herself his new mentor. Lucky guy. It seems he's the first one to ever receive this exclusive VIP teaching treatment. Later, our hero looks a bit gloomy until his friend snaps him out of his deep thoughts. He clicks his tongue, annoyed that she's been busy inhaling ice cream since she showed up. That was his tuition fee. He asks if she's full, but she says she could eat forever. She tells him to keep studying while dropping magic lore, making his system windows glow bright. His magic efficiency rises by 5%, though these constant notifications are getting a bit annoying. Every new lesson triggers a ping. It feels like the system is constantly nagging him to grow. Even Lady Kim is stunned. He's learned more in 2 days than most do in 2 months. He just shrugs it off. pointing out that she's the real genius who memorizes forms instantly. This makes her even grumpier. She demands he call her teacher to satisfy her wounded pride. Seeing him learn so fast makes her worry he'll soon outshine her years of magical experience. With a heavy sigh, he finally calls her teacher, reminding her he's just naturally gifted. He is grinding hard, determined to master every spell as quickly as he possibly can. Anything to avoid goddess hell. Still, his interest in martial arts really caught her off guard. She starts huffing at him, wondering why he'd ever quit magic when he's so talented. While Yoo-jung and Jay-hyun study, Jay-hyun sees a sudden vision from his past life. Yoo-jung brings him back to Earth, asking if he's training for the upcoming practical exam. He confirms that a completely different instructor is helping him polish his skills. He scratches his head over that weird vision, wondering if it was real or just his imagination playing tricks. But wait, he only has 2 months to defeat the Nightshade. No time for distractions, he needs to focus. Our hero shifts gears to his big project, hoping the special pill he is crafting works out. If successful, it could help raiders everywhere and finally let him break through his own power ceiling. Meanwhile, over at the Lotus Guild manager, Park Sunjae is busy keeping the raiders in tip-top shape. He is a tough but fair teacher, jumping in to fix any sloppy footwork or mistakes during training. He catches the guildmaster Sion looking on and brags that the new recruits are actually doing great. Oops, Sion is totally spacing out. When she realizes he is talking, she offers a polite little apology. The manager teases her about having Jay-hyun on her mind, and she honestly admits he is right. He points out that many legendary raiders tried learning her secret technique and failed miserably. But Sion reminds him that Jay-hyun is different. They both saw his incredible freakish talent firsthand. The kid moves like a seasoned veteran. There's not a single wasted motion when he fights. The guildmaster is absolutely certain that Jay-hyun is destined to be the next big S-rank magician. As of right now, she stands alone as the only S-rank magician in the entire country. She is a healer, though. If a powerhouse like Jay-hyun arrives, it will totally rock the magic world. Later on, our main character is back in the lab working hard on a mana enhancement pill. These pills are basically a permanent level up for your mana, making them every magician's dream item. Clang another batch fails, and our boy throws his spoon down in a fit of relatable alchemist rage. That is 3 sets of pricey ingredients down the drain. His bank account is starting to feel the pain. Since it is only November 2020, this legendary recipe will not actually be invented for 5 more years. Luckily, our hero remembers the recipe from his past life, originally shared by a world-class master alchemist. That alchemist wanted his invention to help every raider on the planet reach their full potential. It looks like just guessing the recipe is not working. Our boy needs a brand new game plan. He decides to track down Li Jiang, the genius who actually invents the pill in the future timeline. Even if they cannot make the pill yet, making friends with a future legend is always a win. Since Yang is a first-year student at Mills Academy, it is time for a little school field trip. While he is out, Yoo-jung stops by and finds a kitchen that looks like a demonic disaster zone. She is totally panicked. Looking at the messy house, she wonders if she should call the police immediately. Armed with a trusty frying pan, she bravely scouts the terrifying wasteland of his living room. Back in the day when the monsters first appeared, a few legendary heroes rose to the top quickly. One of those legends was a man named Li Jian, famously known as the Hero Quickblade. After the first awakened disappeared, Quickblade stepped up as Korea's very first S-rank raider. And the kid our hero is looking for, Li Jiang, happens to be that legend's youngest son. At the station, the attendant asks for his destination. He politely requests a portal to the city of Daegu. Daegu is a dangerous ghost town now crawling with monsters that will jump you the second you arrive. Our boy makes it to the outskirts and starts the long trek toward the Mills Academy gates. He wonders where the kid is hiding. Li Jiang was in the combat department despite lacking any fighting talent. Since the poor kid hates fighting, he probably stays far away from the school's training gyms. Jay-hyun checks the classrooms instead and follows a loud, rowdy crowd to see what is going on. He pushes through just in time to get hit by Li Jiang, who was just sent flying. Our hero kindly helps the kid up, and poor Jiang immediately starts apologizing for the collision. Jay-hyun stays quiet, but his eyes are locked onto the bully who just threw the punch. The bully barks at him, asking if he has business with the stuttering loser on the floor. The jerk puts a hand on our boy's shoulder, mockingly asking if he is the stutterer's big brother. With a cold, stone-faced expression, our hero gets ready to teach this bully a very polite lesson. Honestly, they don't look alike at all, but Jay-hyun just ignores the silly comment. The bully claims they're busy and tells him to wait outside if he wants to stay safe. Before the guy can finish his threat, our hero casually slaps his hand away. Jay-hyun politely suggests the nurse's office, but poor Jiang just looks totally lost. Getting annoyed, the bully grabs Jay-hyun's collar and starts acting like a real tough guy. The angry bully growls, asking if he's got a death wish or just bad hearing. Jay-hyun just sighs, wondering why everyone keeps grabbing his shirt lately. It's becoming a habit. He recalls his lessons on visualizing the magic, calculating the formula, and letting the spell fly. Thinking back to his training, he pictures a bright beam of light shooting out like an arrow. Suddenly, a cool, mysterious glow starts swirling all around his hand. Ding, the system announces that his holy arrow skill is officially ready for action. With a simple point, he blasts the bully backward, literally knocking the spit right out of him. Jang watches in total shock. Did this guy just cast a spell without saying a single word? Everyone is whispering, how did a simple arrow snap the arm of a talented future warrior? The crowd starts wondering if the bully is just a weakling, which really hurts his feelings. If he doesn't do something fast, his tough guy reputation is going to be completely ruined. Determined to get even, he ignores his broken arm and summons a glowing magic sword. Jae-sang yells out a warning, but the angry bully is already swinging his blade. As the sword swings toward his face, Jae-hyun stays as cool as a cucumber. He remembers his training on wrapping mana around his body to make attacks bounce right off. He pops his mana barrier, and the huge sword bounces away like it hit a rubber ball. A look of pure terror hits the bully's face as he realizes he's totally outmatched. Before he can react, Jae-hyun grabs his face and asks if he's done with the tricks. Without waiting for an answer, Jae-hyun blasts him with another arrow right in the nose. Boom. The bully hits the pavement with a very satisfying thud. Jae-sang just stands there in awe, wondering who this mysterious powerhouse could be. Jae-hyun walks right past the frightened kid and heads toward the bully lying in the smoke. He kneels down surprised by his own strength and pulls out a shiny healing potion. He hates wasting a good potion on this guy, but he politely pours it over him anyway. Wow. The bully's face heals up instantly. Even Jae-hyun is impressed by how well it works. Turning back to the shaky Jang, he cheerfully suggests they finally head to the nurse's office. On their way there, Jae-hyun stops in a quiet spot where nobody can overhear them. Jang stares at him nervously, suspecting the stranger knows exactly who he really is. Finally, he gathers his courage and asks if his father was the one who sent him. Jae-hyun says no way, but it's pretty clear that Jang isn't buying that story at all. So why did he come looking for him? Well, our boy actually has a small favor to ask. When Jae-hyun asks for a special pill, Yang acts shocked and claims he has no idea how. Jae-hyun knows he's an alchemy pro. He asks if Jang was the one selling these online. The young boy's eyes go wide with shock. How could anyone possibly know his secret? He wonders how his secret got out since the black market is supposed to be totally anonymous. Jae-hyun knows the system is designed to keep everyone's identity a complete mystery. Prices, sellers, and buyers are all hidden by the system to keep things safe and sound. Luckily, the black market works perfectly with Jae-hyun's special owner system. This unique advantage made tracking down this specific potion a total breeze for him. He asks one more time, and when Jang denies it, Jae-hyun just laughs. He's a terrible liar. Jae-hyun totally gets the secret life, but hey, he's on a super tight schedule. Jang starts sweating, wondering if listing his potions on the black market was a total mistake. He just wanted to make a little extra cash, not end up in this big mess. If his dad finds out he's toast, he literally bows and begs Jae-hyun for mercy. Please keep it a secret. Luckily, Jae-hyun isn't there for blackmail, he's just looking for help. He just needs a top-tier alchemist to cook up a legendary game-changing elixir. After a brief identity crisis, Jang finally asks, "Who on earth are you anyway?" Jae-hyun plays it cool, calling him senior, and mentioning his upcoming academy days. Let's chat. Still a bit twitchy, Jang asks for the details on this mystery pill. He wants the Holy Grail, a mana enhancement pill that permanently buffs a raider's energy. Jang nearly falls over. Permanent mana boosts. Jae-hyun just smiles and says, "Believe it." Suddenly, the kid's genius brain starts humming. What crazy ingredients would a pill like that need? Jae-hyun watches in awe as the kid's aura shifts from nervous wreck to master alchemist. The stuttering vanishes as Jang starts naming all the secret ingredients like a total pro. This kid is a legit diamond. In the rough, Jae-hyun knows he has to recruit him. Jang gets cold feet, suggesting a more famous alchemist for such a high-level project. But Jae-hyun is all in on Jang, promising to provide every single rare material needed. Sure, others are okay, but Lee Jang has that special spark that makes him incomparable. He asks for the favor one last time, and the kid finally agrees to the job. Jang warns him success isn't guaranteed, but Jae-hyun is totally chill with the risk. Confused, Jang asks, "Are you sure you're the one who's going to lose money here?" Jae-hyun explains, "It's just a smart investment. Sometimes you win and sometimes you learn." As Jae-hyun offers his hand, the poor kid actually starts tearing up with joy. It's the first time anyone has truly believed in him, and Jae-hyun's glad they bonded. The next morning, Yang is still reeling from the whirlwind of the night before. Being the cowardly sibling compared to his talented family, he's never felt this trusted. Without his mom and ignored by his dad, he's been flying solo for way too long. Hearing it's okay to fail felt like a miracle to someone who's always lived in fear. That simple bit of faith hits him right in the feels, and he just lets the tears flow. Meanwhile, Jay-hyun is on the clock to beat Nightshade and survive Hell's trial. The prize is a mysterious gift, but failure means game over for his actual life. Time is ticking. He's got less than 11 days left to pull off the impossible. Later, Jay-hyun hits the gym to spar with Xion, dodging her lightning like a pro. He charges in, popping a shield just in time to block her magical blasts. He fires back with a holy arrow, but Xi'an's defense is already locked and loaded. Wait, she spots a crack in her shield. Jay-hyun is getting scary, strong and fast. As the smoke clears, they share a dramatic high noon standoff moment in the gym. Jay-hyun powers up his blitz chain, looking like a literal human lightning bolt. Xi'an looks ready for round 2, but the manager steps in to play referee. Workout's over. The manager is horrified to see the tough metal floor is completely trashed. That arc metal is supposed to be indestructible, but these two just turned it into scrap. Honestly, if he hadn't stopped them, the whole training center would have been a rubble pile. While catching their breath, Xi'an admits his growth rate is absolutely off the charts. His spell list is growing and his raw strength is getting borderline ridiculous. She asks if he's hitting the books, and he jokes that he's got a great friend teaching him. Beaming with joy, Xiana admits he totally nailed the theory part she was sweating over. She's impressed by his brainy buddy, though. Jay-hyun knows Yu-jung is actually just a total weirdo. Before heading out, Xiona brings up his big plan to conquer another dungeon. He's pumped to test his new gains, and she figures an E rank will be child's play. She cheers him on, completely unaware. He's actually diving into a dangerous C rank instead. This is the turf of Hela and Nightshade. Can he really solo a C rank boss? No time for cold feet. He's prepped, loaded, and ready to lock in for battle. Later, Jay-hyun catches up with Yu-jung to collect that hard-earned, custom-made pill. One swallow later, his mana shoots up by 15 points. Talk about a massive power-up. Turns out high-level alchemy is way more intense than just mixing a few potions. A master's touch makes all the difference when you're crafting legendary gear like this. Any other alchemist would have fumbled the bag and missed that mana boost entirely. Grinning ear to ear, our hero reminds Yu-jung that he's basically a literal genius. Yu-jung just smiles back, thanking him for putting so much faith in his crazy skills. With that, Jay-hyun heads off feeling 100% ready to smack down Nightshade tomorrow. Meanwhile, Hela tells her dragon Garmer that a very special visitor is finally on the way. With the clock ticking down, our main character returns to the gate to start the final countdown. He gears up in the Valkyrie set, unlocking the super cool mana, plundering passive skill. He steps inside and the system teleports him straight to Helheim's spooky land of the dead. One dizzying fall later, he sticks the landing right in the heart of the underworld. Defeating Nightshade is the only way back to Hela. Suddenly, a mysterious voice calls him adversary. Arrows start flying, but our boy just pops a magic shield like it's no big deal. As he turns around, a whole squad of monsters starts crawling out of the dirt. He remembers Seona's lesson about the legendary high-octane life of a battle mage. It's a hybrid style of swords and spells that most people find impossible to master. Blasting monsters with holy arrows, Jay-hyun decides to prove the doubters wrong once and for all. Sure, it's not the strongest magic or the heaviest melee, but he's making it look easy. He slams a monster into the ground, showing off that sweet, sweet hybrid power. It might be an awkward class for others, but for our boy, it's a total game changer. Outside manager Seon-jae is keeping watch when he senses a sneaky presence nearby. Someone's crashing the party, and they definitely aren't on the official guest list today. He draws his blade as a flashy red car skids to a halt right in front. It's Yeonju, an old college friend who's clearly gone through a bit of a glow-up. He puts away the steel and asks what brings her guild to this neck of the woods. She plays it cool, claiming she's just handling some guild business in the neighborhood. Seon-jae isn't buying the coincidence act for even a single second, though. After all, she hasn't called him once since their college graduation days. He keeps it polite, but he knows she didn't come all this way just for coffee. When she asks if he's the dungeon boss now, he tells her to mind her business. She keeps poking, wondering if the big shot manager got demoted to babysitting a gate. Then she drops the bomb rumors say the legendary guildmaster Sion Ah is actually super sick. Seon-jae's face goes stone cold as he shuts down that nasty gossip immediately. He demands to know exactly where she's getting all this top secret info. She brags about her guild's many spies, making Seon-jae wonder just how deep the leaks go. He thanks her for the tip while secretly planning to hunt down every single rat. Getting a bit restless, he asks if she's finished so he can start tidying up. She smiles and asks if he happens to know a young man named Jay-hyun. Manager Sun-jae flinches, while Yeonju notes the boy's been popping by the Manhwa guild quite often. He's been seeing Guildmaster Young-an lately, and she's just dying to know why. A bit puzzled, Sunjae politely suggests that's probably not something for an outsider to worry about. Yeonju sighs with a chuckle, heading off, while admitting she didn't expect any real secrets anyway. She knows he's a stickler for rules, but hey, she has to look like she's working. She drives off into the sunset while our hero is busy stacking up monster trophies nearby. Suddenly, the boss monster Nightshade arrives. Our boy just waves, saying it's been a hot minute. Nightshade glows a spooky red and lunges, forcing our guy to pull off a sweet mid-air jump. He readies his holy arrows and peppers the monster's eyes and mouth while hanging in the air. That stuns the big guy for a second, but it looks like the boss is surprisingly sturdy. It uncovers its glowing red eyes and starts spamming energy blasts right at our favorite hero. He does some quick mental math and dances right through the danger without breaking a sweat. Getting up close and personal, he dodges yet another wave of chaos like it's just daily exercise. He playfully asks the boss if it's getting frustrated because its big moves keep missing. Jay-hyun whips out his lightning chains, but Nightshade manages to swat the first strike away. Not so fast, our boy loops the chain around and snags the monster right around the middle. The beast starts thrashing wildly, making him realize he'll need a bit more oomph to win. He rains down holy arrows directly into its eyes, which definitely looks like it stings a lot. The monster's face takes a hit, but it's a stubborn one and keeps right on fighting. It finally snaps the chains just as the game system pops up with a friendly little warning. Nightshade is now berserk, boosting its strength and speed by 1.5 times. Bad news for Jay-hyun, and it gets worse. He's just been tagged with the stigma of death. If he doesn't clear this mark in 10 minutes, it's an automatic game over for our boy. To fix it, he has to win. He wonders what sudden death even feels like anyway. It's a first for him. Thankfully, his absolute calculation skill kicks in to help him out. He suspects Hela is behind this mischief and calls out to her for some honest answers. He asks why she's meddling, but the system just starts a very rude 10-minute countdown timer. 30 seconds are already gone. With the clock ticking, he charges straight at the angry boss. Surprise, the monster actually starts running away, so Jay-hyun sends a holy arrow after it. The arrow lands perfectly, leaving a nice little hole in the monster's face before it escapes. 8 minutes and 32 seconds left. Nightshade actually starts grinning like it has a plan. It's trying to stall for time. Jay-hyun decides it's time for a big wide area attack. Just as he's charging up, the monster catches his eye and totally ruins his focus. The system says he failed the check, giving him a nasty fear debuff that saps his strength. While he's stunned, Nightshade lands a heavy hit, which thankfully knocks the fear right out of him. He's coughing up a bit of blood, but our boy is tough and stays on his feet. The clock is ticking down fast, with only 7 minutes and 11 seconds left on the timer. He waits for another gaze attack, but since it hasn't happened, he wonders if there's a cooldown. Maybe it can't spam that move, he's not entirely sure, and the uncertainty is a bit worrying. If he tries his Big Light's Judgment move and gets interrupted, he'll be totally out of mana. He could be left helpless. He needs a new plan, remembering that the monster's eye is already hurt. Its vision has to be blurry now, time to activate his wind boost and make a move. He plans to use a blast of wind to blind the beast and finish the job for good. The dust finally settles, and there he is, our hero's holding glowing light magic, just as he'd planned. He gives the monster a cheeky grin for thinking he'd just charge in. "You're way too gullible," he jokes, triggering his flash bomb. Boom. A massive explosion of brilliance fills the room, sending sparkling lightning chains straight for Nightshade's throat. Through all the sparks and smoke, our guy breathes a sigh of relief. He finally nailed that pesky villain. The beast screeches in agony as it sizzles away. But wait, suddenly those creepy undead monsters from before are sneaking up behind him. He taps his sacrifice skill, and the system pulls a total pro move, transforming it into a legendary attack called Light's Judgment. With only 3 minutes and 46 seconds left on the clock, things are getting spicy. Our boy starts raining down pure light from above like a disco party. The timer races down until only 10 seconds remain. We're counting down now, 6, 5. He watches Nightshade's body crumble into dust and gives himself a little good job pat on the shoulder. 3 seconds left. The system announces the boss is toast and he's officially the one who conquered the first trial. Hell, watching the whole show from the sidelines, nods and admits there might be a reason Jay-hyun was picked after all. She reaches out a hand and politely invites our boy to pay a visit to her fancy temple. With the boss gone, that nasty death mark vanishes. He scoops up a bunch of experience points and a shiny Nightshade's core. He also scores some cool shadow armor and jumps up 3 whole levels, plus that first trial conqueror title looks great on him. After a quick stat check, the system lets him know Hell is waiting for him at the temple. Talk about a VIP invite. A moment later, he's whisked away and stands right in front of a massive, slightly intimidating temple entrance. Suddenly, a giant beast lunges out of the shadows. Talk about a warm welcome, right? Our boy jumps back in a panic, but Hel tells her pet Garmer to play nice. Jay-hyun follows the big guy inside. Hel admits with a smile that she didn't actually expect him to pull off a victory today. She gives him a cheerful congrats for passing, calling him the special kid destined to be the great adversary. Totally confused, our hero asks why on earth she gave him the Norn system and put him through such a crazy workout. Hel just offers a mysterious grin, saying he needs to grow. Naturally, Jay-hyun asks, wait, why me specifically? She simply explains that it's because he was born with that epic destiny from the very start. No pressure, right? Apparently, he's fated to be the ultimate rival to the Aesir and the one who finally takes down the big guy Odin. She mentions that this is exactly what Loki and the rest of the gang are counting on him to do. When Jay-hyun says he's totally lost, Hel politely tells him not to worry. They didn't expect him to get it anyway. Jay-hyun starts getting a bit huffy at these vague answers, but she's not finished yet. She gently places a finger on his lips, teasing that he probably feels a bit picked on being controlled by the gods. Leaning in close, almost like she's going for a kiss, she reminds him this is bigger than just the gods who hate the Aesir. While she's chatting, she casually shoves him into a portal, mentioning that the entire world is basically ending. Odin wants to rule everything with an iron fist, and the only way to stop him is with the legendary adversary's power. As our boy tumbles through the portal, he shouts back that he still has a million questions to ask. Hel just waves goodbye, telling him to get strong because she's really looking forward to their next little chat. Once he's gone, Hel turns to a hidden observer and asks how long they plan on creeping around without an invitation. A few moments later, Jay-hyun faceplants back in the real world, feeling pretty annoyed that he didn't get any straight answers. While he's sulking, a notification pops up. He's received Hel's blessing, a passive skill that makes him immune to all status effects. Back at the temple, the old spy asks for forgiveness, saying he just couldn't miss the meeting. He asks Hel what she thinks of the boy. She just shrugs it off, saying it's way too early to tell if he's the real deal or not. After all, the legendary adversary has only just taken his very first baby step on this long journey. She admits his growth was actually pretty impressive. He won despite her handicap and made it all the way to her. She calls it a fortunate miscalculation, which makes the old man breathe a sigh of relief that our boy is doing okay. Finally, Hel asks the old man what he really wants, calling him by his true name, the legendary Mimir. Mimir tries to play the no-clue card, but the goddess isn't falling for his act. He asks her to chill out, finally admitting he can't pull the wool over her eyes. He confirms that left eye is definitely what Odin traded at the Well of Wisdom. She's positive that Mimir and Loki are keeping a major secret from her. Mimir begs for patience, saying it's too early. She agrees, but she's definitely restless. When asked for her plan, she notes their opponent is still way too green. Prophecy says he's got many trials ahead and really needs a solid guide. 7 days before Mills Academy starts, Jay-hyun goes shopping with a lady friend. She notices he's looking a bit off and asks what's up. Our boy says nothing. She leads him onward, but he's still chewing on those big unanswered questions. Luckily, he managed to score the Hel's Blessing, passive, and an extraordinary rank skill. He's got other extraordinary ranks too, like one watched by the gods for fast growth. Then there's the absolute eye of God, which sees right through any fake illusions. Jay-hyun had never heard of extraordinary rank. Turns out it means something truly special. These skills are unique because they exist totally outside the normal Aesir system. He figures the anti-Aesir gods gave him this power to eventually take down Odin. Feeling overwhelmed, he's snapped back when he sees her pay 300 million won. 300 million for a basic mana blade. Jay-hyun starts to get really worried. Earlier, a lady named Park Hana told our boy she's from the Manhwa guild. Apparently, Sang-hoon wanted to give him a gift for his Mills Academy admission. He expected a few small items, but this shopping spree is totally next level. After loading him with bags, she suggests they go pick out some armor next. Jay-hyun stops her though. He's already got some gear he can use. He shows off his shadow armor from Nightshade, which grants him a stealth skill. It's B rank with stealth, so he's sure they won't find anything better today. Seeing the stealth, Hana asks if he also needs a stealth granting artifact. That's an item every raider wants, even if it's super hard to find here. But Jay-hyun passes. Finding those usually requires a lot of luck in dungeons. Plus, stealth users are rare. Hana agrees, mentioning her brother is one of them. She walks off after saying that, leaving Jay-hyun wondering what she meant. She quickly clears it up. Manager Park Sunjae is actually her brother. Jay-hyun is shocked he can't believe it since the two act nothing alike. Suddenly his eyes glow. The system says an unknown entity is resonating with him. Feeling dizzy, he spots a light trail just like at the treasure gate. He runs after the light, telling a worried Hana he'll be right back. As he follows it, his absolute eye pierces through the illusions to find truth. The system announces a new sub-skill for the absolute eye has open detection. Detection is extraordinary, rank, and lets him check hidden items or cancel enemy stealth. Jay-hyun watches in surprise as the system automatically fires up his detection. Elsewhere, a sparring match ends with a guy named On Ho-yeon winning easily. People talk about how amazing Ho-yeon is compared to his average opponent. That incredible talent is why everyone calls him a future S-rank raider. When Ho-yeon finishes, his father gives him a polite nod for the win. But his dad warns him not to celebrate a victory that was so obvious. With a completely blank look, Ho-yeon simply replies that he already knows. Dad suggests freshening up before their next event, so off to the shower he goes. While scrubbing up, Ho-yeon sulks about his zero-choice life, where he's basically just a puppet. This isn't the hero life he dreamed of. Somehow everything got weirdly off track. In the shop, the Norn system shows our boy a growth-type item named Mistiltein. This mistletoe branch is the legendary weapon that ended the life of Odin's son, Balder. It levels up with the user and is packed with a ridiculous amount of magic. Once equipped, it lets the user unlock a passive skill called Mana Perception. This grade A skill boosts your mana sensing abilities to the absolute highest level. Jay-hyun is hyped, but he low-key suspects the Norn system might be trolling him. Following the light, he passes Ho-yeon while his dad picks out piles of gear for him. Ho-yeon asks if all this is necessary, but his father insists it is all very useful. He says Ho-yeon will be an S-rank star, so there is no need to be cheap. Ho-yeon worries about his mom's hospital bills, but his dad quickly shuts that down. Dad says he will handle the stress while Ho-yeon's only job is to train hard. Ho-yeon caves like usual, though he is internally wondering what he is even doing there. As he follows, his dad shoppers whisper about why a combat genius is hanging out there. Ho-yeon ignores them completely while some people try to snap photos like he is famous. Is this the raider dream? He feels more like a prize monkey stuck in a zoo. When his powers first woke up, his mom smiled and gave him a sweet head pat. In that poor house, he dreamed of being a raider, to be their ray of hope. Sadly, that hope dimmed once his father decided to exploit his talents for profit. Now he is just a meat robot, a tool that does whatever his dad commands. He doubts he can last 3 years at Mills Academy when he feels this pathetic. Suddenly, the speakers announce that a dungeon break just happened right nearby. Monsters are here. Everyone is told to stay calm and follow staff to the exits. Fun fact dungeon. Breaks happen when timers run out and monsters flood the human world. Employees scramble to lead the crowd away while trying to keep everyone from panicking. As his dad heads for safety, he snaps at Ho-yeon for just standing there. Dad reminds him he is a genius who is destined to rule the Korean raider scene. Getting hurt now would totally mess up his big debut at the Mills Academy event. He warns Ho-yeon that playing hero is pointless, but the boy does not budge. The boy agrees the pros should handle it, but he cannot stop his racing thoughts. He worries about the regular people who do not have the power to protect themselves. This is it. He bolts the other way while his dad screams for him to return. This is his big chance to prove he has got the heart of a real raider. He needs to see if he is still the brave son his mother was proud of. He skids to a stop when a group of nasty goblins appears looking for trouble. He freezes up. Sweat pours down as his body refuses to follow his brain's commands. His eyes are shaking. As monsters charge, he realizes he cannot even twitch a finger. He screams at his body to move, while a goblin swings a sword at him. He has dreamed of this forever. These are just weaklings, so why is he so scared? Before the blade hits, Jay-hyun drops in and stomps that monster into the dirt. Ho-yeon falls back in shock as this mysterious stranger asks, "Are you Ho-yeon?" Rewind, our boy had just spent 50,000 won of his own cash on an item. Hana asks why he ran to the unappraised section, but he stays cool and quiet. Right as they are chatting, a loudspeaker announcement blares about a sudden dungeon break right near the department store. Before Hana can even blink, our hero shatters a window and dives straight out. Talk about a dramatic exit. Soaring through the air, he spots a nasty pack of goblins waiting directly below him. He sticks the landing and immediately rains down holy arrows, turning those monsters into sparkling dust in an instant. While everyone else watches in total confusion, Jay-hyun notices way more enemies than expected. Keeping everyone safe might be tricky. No worries, though. He shreds through goblin ranks with his lightning chains and a non-stop holy arrow barrage. Parkouring across the city, he spots poor Ho-yeon cornered. He leaps in just before a goblin can land a cheap shot. Looking totally cool, Jay-hyun simply asks the boy if he is indeed the legendary Ho-yeon. Our hero didn't expect to bump into the famous unfortunate genius here. A rattled Ho-yeon asks who his mysterious savior is. Our boy skips the intro and says he will be needing some help. Suddenly, Ho-yeon spots a monster creeping up and shouts. Jay-hyun doesn't even flinch, coolly letting the boy know he has already got it covered. Without even turning, he whips out his lightning chains and slices that zombie in half like a warm knife through butter. Hoyeon is absolutely stunned, but Jay-hyun stays focused. They cannot let these monsters reach the residential neighborhood. He asks the boy if he plans on sitting there all day. That is all the motivation Hoyeon needs to grab a weapon. It is weird, but those simple words make all the suffocating fear vanish in an instant. Total magic, right? This is what being a raider is about, saving lives. They push forward and encounter even more goblin troublemakers. Jay-hyun turns to the boy and asks if he knows how to use the classic taunt skill. It is the perfect aggro puller. He needs the boy to grab the monster's attention and keep them all focused on him. Can you handle it? He asks. Hoyeon nods, summons his sword, and decides there is no more room for hesitation. Time to shine. He activates his active skill-taunting roar and slams his blade into the pavement with total confidence. A massive energy wave erupts, forcing every monster within a 50-meter radius to stare him down. That roar really did the trick. Jay-hyun realizes this kid is using a high-tier version of the skill instead of a basic taunt. He is shocked the boy can spam such a powerful move. In his past life, Hoyeon only ever reached B-rank status. Was it his shaky nerves or something else that held him back before the history books never really explained it? Despite his early fame, Hoyeon crashed hard, earning him the sad nickname of the Unfortunate Genius. Luckily, Jay-hyun knows that even a soft heart can be forged into legendary steel. Cracking his lightning chains, he realizes Hoyeon is a total ace that will be perfect for his future plans. Let's wrap this up quick, he suggests. Hoyeon eagerly agrees, and they start a perfectly synchronized goblin-slaying dance. Pretty soon, the street is covered in goblin leftovers. That is when a professional raider finally arrives on the scene. The man stands there wondering what on earth just happened. Our duo just plays it cool. The man Park Kyung-hun introduces himself and asks if they actually cleared this mess. Hoyeon glances at Jay-hyun before nodding. Kyung-hun suddenly realizes he is looking at the famous genius and Hoyeon. He has heard the genius rumors, but the kid is barely old enough to even be in high school. The other boy looks just as young. He cannot believe two teenagers wiped out an entire goblin horde by themselves. Totally baffled, Kyung-hun admits he has no clue how to report this craziness to his bosses. Perfect timing. Jay-hyun steps up, ready to strike a little deal about the situation. He suggests the agency take the credit. After all, who would believe a couple of kids did all the heavy lifting? Kyung-hun worries about the rules, but our boy points out it is only a crime if there are witnesses. Since they are a government group, Kyung-hun cannot just wing it, but he is listening to the plan. He agrees to keep things low-key since the boys clearly are not looking for any annoying attention right now. He promises the boys will still receive all the sweet monster hunting loot and rewards. Jay-hyun tells him to give the jackpot to Hoyeon. He just wants his own involvement kept a complete secret. Between his sponsorship and the upcoming enrollment, he has plenty of cash and does not need the extra spotlight yet. Besides, having a future legend like "And Hoyeon owe him a favor" is worth way more than gold. After a short stunned silence, Kyung-hun simply asks them if that is their final offer. As Jay-hyun turns to go, Hoyeon stops him, confused about why he is getting all the credit. Our hero pauses, explaining he has reasons. Honestly, he is just trying to stay off his father's radar. With the Mills Academy enrollment near, he recalls how his past low combat stats made him ignore it. This time he is locked in. His father still has no clue he has actually switched to mastering magic. No telling what chaos might erupt if his dad finds out. For now, staying low-key is the plan. Revenge is a dish best served quietly. He needs to level up far from that man's prying eyes. He will strike when the time is perfect. Meanwhile, poor Hoyeon is left wondering what his next move is. He knows he did not do this alone. Taking all the glory feels totally wrong to him. But that reward money, it could finally help treat his sick mother, even if only a little. He always dreamed of being an honorable raider who could hold his head high with pride. But if his pride costs his mother's life, he is not sure he could ever live with himself. Jay-hyun watches closely, realizing Hoyeon's hesitation isn't just about ego, something deeper is at play. He decides to give him a nudge. Jay-hyun tells him to reconsider, since his help was truly invaluable. He points out that lives were saved thanks to him. Hearing that, Hoyeon finally starts to agree. After all, what is a dream worth if he loses his mother while hesitating? That hits home. He promises to repay the favor one day. As Jay-hyun starts to leave, Hoyeon asks for his name. Jay-hyun catches the formal tone and tells him to relax. No need for formalities since they are the same age. Since they are both headed to Mills Academy, he figures they will be seeing plenty of each other soon. Enrollment day arrives. Jay-hyun and Yoo-jung blend right into the massive crowd at Mills Academy. Nearby students gossip about a guy named Hoon. They call him a genius warrior from another world. Then everyone spots a stunning girl standing right behind him. Her name is Seo Ina. Our guy sees her turning heads. No surprise there, she was always a superstar in the Raider world. If he can get Ina on his team, he will have a major advantage moving forward. But she is a tough nut to crack. For now, he will just play it cool and not rush things. Plus, he has other allies. Suddenly, Yoo-jung snaps him out of it, calling him a creep for staring. She does not care how pretty Ina is. Jay-hyun just sighs, wondering what kind of nonsense she is talking about. Just then, a man takes the stage, giving a warm welcome to the brand new Mills Academy cadets. He is Chairman Goo-jin. Jay-hyun immediately recognizes that face from his dark days in the past life. What a jerk, he thinks. He has not forgotten what this guy did to poor Yoo-jung back then. He tells her to stay sharp and stay focused. Anything can happen once you are inside Mills Academy. She is confused by the sudden serious talk, but she confidently promises she is going to crush it. In his past life, Yoo-jung was a total prodigy, ranking in the top 3 among all magicians. This time, Jay-hyun vows she won't meet a tragic end. Meanwhile, the chairman officially starts the ceremony. With a smirk, he announces a special game, seniors versus freshmen in a high-stakes name-tag hunt. Let the hunt begin. Suddenly, glowing magic circles erupt under the students' feet, catching everyone off guard. Yoo-jung panics and tries to bolt, but Jay-hyun grabs her hand. Getting separated now would be a disaster. Back at the office, Manager Park realizes it is entrance day, while Sia-noon wonders if it is already time. She wanted to wish him luck, but she knows he will not be checking his phone anytime soon. She asks if the hunt still lasts 3 days. The manager confirms it is all happening inside the demi-plane. Sia-noon pouts, realizing she will not be able to chat with her favorite student for 3 whole days. But Sunjae is one step ahead. He already sent a good luck text on her behalf. She excitedly asks if he replied, but by then, Jay-hyun is already being warped into the demi-plane. He checks on a dizzy Yoo-jung to see if she is okay. Then he spots Seo Ina standing nearby. With her striking hazel eyes, she is a literal genius with a massive magic aptitude of 92. In the past, she became a legendary S-rank raider, following in the footsteps of the great Sia-noon herself. Over at the Manhwa Guild Manager, Sanji shares some good news with Sion. Jay-hyun says there is no need for worry. Meanwhile, in the Mills Academy control room, the staff is gathering to watch the legendary freshman hunt unfold on the monitors. One instructor named Kim Seok-gi smiles as he notices this year's batch of cadets is packed with some incredible talent. An Ho-yeon is already a global superstar. Seok-gi also highlights Seo Ina, Kim Yong, and Lee Soo-hyuk for their impressive aptitude scores. However, he mentions that the files for the students who recently switched their career paths are still being updated. The chairman dismissively tells Seok-gi to forget about them, as the school is far too tough for any flighty career swappers. He believes whimsical people won't survive. While Mills cadets are gifted a few stars, always shine much brighter than the rest. To the chairman, those with average talent are simply meant to be stepping stones for the true geniuses of the world. In his eyes, giving extra chances to mediocre cadets is just a waste of precious time and resources. Occasionally, an awakened facing a hopeless defeat might experience a miracle known as a reawakening, gaining a second chance at life. Chairman John is determined to forge one single A-rank raider, even if it means sacrificing 100 C-rank cadets. From his perspective, those who fail simply lacked what it takes to prove their worth in this harsh world. His true goal is polishing these rare gems for a mysterious benefactor, and he simply cannot afford any more delays. The intense freshman hunt takes place inside a magical demiplane, a special world built entirely through powerful sorcery. In this artificial space, they can bend the laws of physics, controlling time, and even ignoring the usual boundaries of space. About 5% of students fail every year, as this trial is designed to show them exactly where their limits lie. Suddenly, Chairman John's face flashes onto a massive screen within the demiplane to go over the rules for the hunt. While inside this realm, everyone is restricted to using skills that are ranked C or lower. The goal is to collect name tags. A senior grabbing a freshman's tag earns 10,000 points. But if a freshman pulls off an upset and takes a senior's tag, they bag a massive 100,000 points. These points are like gold, since they can be spent at any facility within the Mills Academy campus. Our hero Jay-hyun realizes his powerful A-rank lightning chain skill is off limits because of the C-rank restriction rule. But he notices a clever loophole. The chairman never actually said anything about restricted unique skills. The chairman adds that for everyone's safety, all skills will be weakened to just 1/10 of their original power. That way, nobody has to worry about getting seriously injured during the competition. Jay-hyun finds these rules quite funny, though, since the chairman didn't mention any limits on a person's base stats. It is clear the chairman is just trying to weed out the weak while finding the truly gifted students. Jay-hyun turns to Yoo-jung and suggests they move out immediately to find a safe shelter for their 3-day stay. This magical realm is full of features like power-draining traps, a healing pond, and even the mysterious nightmare forest. There are spots to find food and places to hide, but securing a shelter is the top priority for surviving. As they trek along, Yoo-jung wonders if they should invite Seo-ina to join them since she is a talented fellow mage. Having an extra teammate would be a huge help, and Jay-hyun is surprised by how logical Yoo-jung is being today. Teaming up with Ina is definitely the smart move, but Jay-hyun worries she might be a wild card he cannot control. He only knows her from news reports, but he remembers a dark rumor about a very unfortunate incident from her past. Apparently, Ina once lost her temper so badly that she put many lives in serious danger. Jay-hyun tells Yoo-jung it is a risky choice as they have no way of knowing if Ina might eventually betray them. Plus, it is pretty obvious that she is on her guard and does not really trust the two of them yet. However, Yoo-jung points out that to her, Ina seems exactly like Jay-hyun used to be when they were kids. Before Jay-hyun can object, Yoo-jung cheerily walks up to Ina and asks if she would like to join their magic squad. Ina stays silent for a moment, so Yoo-jung kindly points out how unfair this event is for outnumbered freshmen. Strength in numbers is the way to go. Ina seems to consider it, but suggests they revisit the decision a bit later. Suddenly, Yoo-jung realizes they have walked right into an ambush set by a group of sneaky seniors. The seniors are thrilled to find prey. One named Shinju-sung laughs, thinking this year's points will be easy pickings. Another senior, Kwon So-hee, is a bit confused because she only detected 2 people, but there are clearly 3 juniors. With a smirk, the seniors get into their battle stances, ready to snatch those precious freshman name tags. Staring at Jay-hyun, she's totally baffled because his presence has just vanished into thin air. Yoo-jung realizes these upperclassmen are real-deal warriors and suggests they make a quick getaway. But our main character isn't budging. He knows if they don't strike now, they will never escape. Thanks to his memories, he knows Kwon Soil can track anyone within 300 kilometers. It is her search skill. If they do not stop her, she will call in other seniors. Meanwhile, Jun-sang is already dreaming of the massive feast he will buy with those points. Soil tells him to get his head in the game because Jay-hyun is anything but ordinary. Jun-sang just laughs it off, bragging that a mere freshman is no match for their experience. "Just watch me finish this in an instant," he shouts, charging forward with total confidence. Jay-hyun stays perfectly still, effortlessly leaning back as the sword whistles past his nose. Jun-sang is floored that a rookie dodged him while Soil calls him a dummy for ignoring her. Our hero just smiles, thinking how long it has been since someone actually tried to hit him. Jun-sang tries to cope, telling himself it was luck. No way a talented rookie is this unknown. He lunges again, screaming about magic freshmen, but Jay-hyun just dances around him like it is nothing. Getting super annoyed, the senior unleashes several strikes, but he cannot even graze the boy's clothes. Sweat starts pouring down his face as he wonders why this kid is so impossible to hit. Suddenly, Jay-hyun catches the blade mid-swing and politely compliments his form. Talk about a power move. He snaps the sword, wondering how someone with such a weak build even survived this long. As the shattered steel hits the floor, Ina can hardly believe what she is seeing. Our boy gives a friendly warning hand over the name tag, or things get messy in 3 seconds. Watching his weapon crumble has Jun-sang shaking like a leaf. How can a freshman have such power? When he does not move, Jay-hyun sighs, noting that he gave him a fair chance to surrender. Boom! A lightning-fast punch sends Jun-sang flying right back toward his partner, Soil. Right on cue, the system chimes in to announce that Shin Jun-sang is officially out. Back at headquarters, the instructor's jaws drop as Min Jae-hyun racks up 100,000 points. Instructor Jong-yu is stunned. Who is this mysterious Jae-hyun outshining all the top-tier stars? She asks Park Ha-jun if there is a system glitch, but he confirms everything is working perfectly. They even check with Kim Ji-an just to be sure there is not a single technical hiccup. Everything is green. Meanwhile, Chairman Gi watches the screen with a very curious little smirk. Back in the arena, a panicked Soil demands answers, but Jay-hyun is already prepping Yoo-jung. One more senior to go, he chirps, telling her to accept the party invite he is sending. As Yoo-jung gears up, she wonders if her friend was always this incredibly overpowered. Soil curses her partner's clumsiness. Now she is facing a 3-on-1 fight and the odds look terrible. She decides her only hope is to take one of them out quickly and make a break. Daggers in hand, she lunges at Yoo-jung, but Jay-hyun has already predicted every single move. He sees right through her plan to cause a distraction and slip away through the chaos. It is a solid strategy, but it will not work here. Yoo-jung immediately activates her binding skill. She traps the senior, forcing her to toss daggers before hiding behind a shimmering magic barrier. Watching from the sidelines, Jay-hyun thinks Yoo-jung might still need a tiny bit of backup. But before he can step in, Ina calls forth the legendary Holy Light of Alfheim. A brilliant, radiant blade appears called the Falcon of Alfheim. Even our hero is impressed. Ina rains down holy swords, completely overwhelming Soil in a spectacular and flashy finish. As she hits the dirt, Soil realizes the truth. She was not facing one monster, but three. The system rings out again, confirming that Kwon Soil has been officially eliminated from the hunt. For their amazing teamwork, Yoo-jung and Ina both walk away with 50,000 points each. Victory. After dusting the senior, Ina politely asks if she interrupted anything important. A thrilled Yoo-jung chirps that she actually saved the day. With the dust settled, Ina wonders if that previous partnership offer is still on the table. Jay-hyun realizes his intel on Ko-ina needs a serious update. She is definitely reserved, cautious, and surprisingly sharp. Ding the system officially forms their party, appointing our boy Jay-hyun as the strategic party leader. Deep in the eerie nightmare forest, fresh footprints lead straight toward a nearby survival shelter. The eagle-eyed students spot the trail and realize someone is definitely hiding out inside that shelter. The seniors are on a warpath hunting for the legendary freshmen who managed to knock out Kwon-soo and Shin Jun-young. They decide to set up a stakeout nearby. After all, this freshman hunt game goes on for 3 whole days. They know those kids can't hide forever. As the seniors move in for the kill, they search for any sign of movement. Suddenly, Yoo-jung pops up. Before anyone can react, senior Kim Seung-hoon gets sniped by a flash of light and eliminated. The remaining seniors spot Yoo-jung making a break for it and immediately give chase like a pack of wolves. But Yoo-jung is actually wearing a cheeky grin. She counts 5 pursuers and realizes the plan is working perfectly. She stops and laughs, telling them they look just like hungry puppies chasing after a juicy bone. She asks if they aren't embarrassed to be ganging up on her. The furious seniors roar for her to stop right there. Yoo-jung keeps on sprinting, privately giggling at just how predictable and simple-minded these upperclassmen really are. Earlier, Jay-hyun had warned them that while shelters are safe, they can't just camp out there like cowards. They need points and snacks. Jay-hyun's master plan is simple. It is time for the freshmen to hunt the seniors. Back in the present, Yoo-jung leads them right into a patch of strange glowing mushrooms, which are actually dangerous Class 1 organisms that can absolutely tank your combat abilities. She is thrilled the bait worked, though her stamina bar is starting to flash a very stressful shade of red. She triggers a wind boost to blast herself to safety, leaving the rest of the show in Jay-hyun's capable hands. The seniors rush in only for a system alert to scream that they have entered a paralyzing spore habitat. Turns out Jay-hyun had already consulted a pro to prep for these nasty mushrooms before the hunt even started. He learned that ash tree sap is the perfect antidote, and luckily it is common in this nightmare forest. The catch: it is a cure, not a vaccine. You have to be paralyzed first before the sap can help you. The seniors freeze in their tracks as they realize they have walked right into a giant fungal trap. As they watch Yoo-jung vanish, the system helpfully reminds them they are currently in the paralyzing spore zone. One senior panics and tells their leader, Ji-hyuk, that this is way too risky, suggesting they retreat immediately. But Ji-hyuk is seeing red. He snaps at his team, refusing to quit when their prize is right in front of them. His teammates aren't so sure. One wrong move here and their entire reputation goes up in fungal smoke. They plead to stop the chase, but Ji-hyuk is obsessed with avenging their fallen comrade, Kim Seung-hoon. He tells them to man up, but the cautious one in the group isn't backing down from the logic. He argues that it doesn't matter if she is just a freshman if they all end up stuck there like statues. These spores have a 50-meter range. Ji-hyuk scoffs, convinced that the girl will get paralyzed right along with them. He leaves one guy on guard duty outside the zone and orders the rest to charge in and grab her. He is convinced these little freshman tricks will never be enough to stop a powerhouse like him. He knows it is a trap, and she is just the bait, but his ego tells him he can handle anything. In his mind, these kids are seriously underestimating exactly who they are dealing with today. He cannot wrap his head around the idea of mere freshmen actually trying to outsmart a seasoned upperclassman. They finally corner Yoo-jung, and Ji-hyuk sneers about how much trouble she has caused for a mere brat. He asks where she thinks she's going, but she just grins and tells them their time is officially up. Yoo-jung nonchalantly asks which one of them was swearing at her and tells that person to raise their hand. As the men dash at her with weapons drawn, Ji-hyuk just chuckles at her misplaced arrogance. Right as they reach her, she taps a mushroom with her weapon, causing a massive explosion of spores. The system chimes in, a mushroom has burst, and everyone within 50 meters is officially paralyzed for 2 hours. Flashback time. Yoo-jung playfully grumbles to Jay-hyun about their supposed quest for legendary treasures. All she sees are boring old trees, but Jay-hyun insists they are exactly where they need to be. As he gathers some ash tree sap, Yoo-jung notes how this event totally favors the brawny warrior types. Ina nods along, mentioning that the rank restriction is a massive headache for magicians who love their flashy spells. Since warriors are already naturally buff, these limits don't bother them. Yoo-jung sighs, feeling a bit jealous of Ina. At least Ina has a unique skill, while Yoo-jung's best attacks are locked away, leaving her with simple buffs. Looking a bit lost, she asks for advice, and Jay-hyun suggests getting creative with their basic magic library. He leans in and asks if she is familiar with the handy little spell called Change. With a proud grin, she reminds him that she was the one who taught him magic theory in the first place. Ina explains that Change swaps places with a teammate and wonders what kind of sneaky plan he has cooked up. Finishing with the sap, Jay-hyun promises the girls that they are about to have some serious fun. Back in the present, Jay-hyun gives Ina the signal to get ready, and she is totally on board. Over on the battlefield, Jin-hook panics and calls Yoo-jung a madwoman for actually popping one of those spores. But Yoo-jung just winks and triggers her change skill tagging in a very special substitute. She vanishes with a wave, and suddenly Jay-hyun appears in her place, delivering a massive kick to Jin-hook's face. Declaring it is officially his turn, our hero breaks the senior's nose and sends him crashing into the dirt. Jin-hook hits the ground hard, completely paralyzed and spitting out every curse word he knows. Still frozen, he sneers at Jay-hyun, calling him a fool for stepping right into the middle of the spores. He brags that he expected this, which is why he left a teammate waiting just outside the area. He promises a world of pain once the gas clears, but before he can finish his victory speech, Jay-hyun calmly interrupts to let him know that his little friend is definitely not coming to help. Jin-hook thinks he is bluffing until a sudden painful scream echoes from where they left Seung-uk. The system chimes in to announce that Seung-uk is out pinned down by Ina's shimmering holy sword. Just like that, the team scores 100,000 points, leaving a bewildered Jin-hook flat on his back. Jay-hyun repeats his warning, but a furious Jin-hook shouts that they are both still stuck in paralysis. He vows to personally destroy Jay-hyun once the 2-hour timer on the debuff finally runs out. Suddenly, our boy takes a casual step forward, making Jin-hook's jaw drop in pure, unadulterated shock. The senior screams that it is impossible for him to move, and Jay-hyun jokingly agrees with him. He tells the guy to complain to the gods instead, thanks to his special Hell's Blessing ability. That divine buff completely blocks any status ailments, and now Jin-hook is really starting to sweat bullets. He begs Jay-hyun to stay back while the rest of his team watches their leader get totally wrecked. The system rings out again as Jin-hook is eliminated, handing even more points to our golden trio. After banking another 100,000 points, Jay-hyun turns his mischievous smile toward the remaining 3 opponents. Despite their desperate pleading, he clears the field, securing another 300,000 points for the team. Instructor Yu is absolutely speechless as the freshman rankings update showing Jay-hyun sitting comfortably at number 1. And Ho-yeon takes the second spot, while several other talented students fill out the rest of the top 10. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung chugs the nasty ash tree sap and nearly loses her lunch, but she feels much better. As they walk, Ina marvels at how much Jay-hyun seems to know about the inner workings of magic. She admits she has never seen anyone use a basic utility skill like change in such a genius way. Yoo-jung laughs and mentions that Jay-hyun has actually only been a magician for about 3 months. That is why she had to tutor him. Ina is stunned, realizing Jay-hyun was actually training as a warrior. Yoo-jung confirms it, recalling how he was 100% dedicated to physical combat until just very recently. She still wonders how he knew about the secret properties of the tree sap in the first place. Most importantly, she wonders how he stayed mobile, but then they spot him walking toward them totally fine. Jay-hyun asks how they are holding up, and a cheerful Yoo-jung brags about her legendary one-spell victory. Checking in, she asks if Ina is okay. Ina gives a cheerful nod. Eventually, Yoo-jung admits that Jay-hyun's latest strategy wasn't half bad for once. She teases that he's usually a total goofball, but he's actually acting cool today. Jay-hyun playfully squishes her cheeks, demanding to know who she's calling a dummy. He laughs, asking if she's one to talk, while Ina giggles at their adorable bickering. Ina wonders why she called him stupid. Honestly, she thinks he's becoming quite a heartthrob. Caught in her feelings, Ina quickly shakes it off. Now isn't the time for crushes. A single tear falls as she reminds herself to stay extremely careful. Back at the shelter, Jay-hyun gets busy brewing a mysterious glowing concoction. Ina peeks over and learns he is crafting a health recovery potion. He explains a mentor taught him the recipe, knowing it would come in handy someday. He laughs, remembering a friend's horror after he wasted ingredients for 100 failed attempts. Yoo-jung pokes fun, asking how a loner like him even has friends to teach him. He fires back, asking if she even has other friends. Ouch, that one really stung. Yoo-jung pouts at the low blow, but Ina chimes in calling Jay-hyun amazing. She swears he acts way beyond his years, like he's lived an extra decade already. Jay-hyun stays quiet, amazed by her sharp intuition. How did she know his secret? Yoo-jung breaks the tension, shouting that it's dinner time. They need strength for tomorrow. She brags about her cooking skills, but Jay-hyun immediately tells her to step away. Offended, she asks if he'd rather eat plain fruit than trust her. The disrespect. He issues a challenge. Tell me what color were those cookies you made in middle school? She recalls they were purple. Ina kindly asks if they were flavored with blueberries. Jay-hyun drops the truth bomb. No blueberries. The girl just can't cook at all. He remembers the teacher rushing in after he collapsed from just one bite of her treat. Since neither can cook, Ina shyly offers to take over the chef duties tonight. Jay-hyun is shocked. Can this girl actually make something edible for them? She smiles, explaining she cooked daily while growing up with her beloved grandmother. As she ties back her hair, Jay-hyun realizes Ina's family life is a total mystery, living with her grandma. He wonders if there's a deeper story behind her missing parents. Soon, a delicious aroma fills the air as Ina serves up a total masterpiece. One bite and Yoo-jung is in heaven. She hugs Ina, declaring her a goddess. Jay-hyun can't stop eating. He's stunned they're having a 5-star meal in a dungeon. Their praise warms Ina's heart. It's been ages since she felt this kind of happiness. At Miles Academy, the staff are buzzing. The top-tier prodigy Ho-yeon is only in 4th place. Even wilder. The 1st and 2nd places belong to magicians. This defies all logic. Instructor Yu thinks it's a glitch. Magicians simply shouldn't be scoring this high. Meanwhile, Chairman Han is absolutely loving the chaos, his eyes twinkling with pure excitement. Usually, only warriors dominate. This new reality is turning the entire academy upside down. 3 rookie magicians wrecking seniors and leading the pack. This is totally unprecedented. The chairman demands a replay, mesmerized as Jay-hyun delivers a brutal flying kick. He's impressed. How does a freshman have such perfect tactical instincts in battle? He's crushing veteran warriors. Calling him just a magician is a massive understatement now. Instructor Hajun rushes in with the background file the chairman requested on Jay-hyun. He's confused. The file says his aptitude is 97% and he's a warrior. The chairman grins like a maniac, eager to personally test the boy's incredible talent. The chairman locks on to Ho-yeon with a devious plan, and Seoki is all too eager to set the stage. Deep in the demiplane, Jae-hun's squad is on a total rampage, racking up points like crazy. Yoo-jung's jaw drops. They've actually hit 1,100,000 points. Jae-hun's confident they're in first, but Yoo-jung wonders if leaving their cozy hideout is actually a good idea. Jae-hyun shrugs. The seniors are so terrified they won't even come close to them anymore. Ina chimed in, agreeing that if they want more points, they've got to stay on the move. Yoo-jung wonders what the all-time freshman record is, and Ina reveals it's a staggering 1,140,000. Suddenly, our hero's senses tingle. Something big is approaching. He signals the girls to stay sharp. A visitor is heading their way fast. A figure blurs past, emitting a massive energy signature that completely defies the level restrictions. System alert. The demiplane connection is flickering, and the player's power limit has been shattered. Jae-hyun greets the newcomer with a smirk. It's Ho-yeon now, completely unleashed and looking for a fight. Ho-yeon stays silent, his eyes fixed on the dirt like he's in some kind of trance. Is he deaf? Ina warns Jae-hyun to stay back. This guy clearly isn't in his right mind. He's a puppet on a string. Jae-hyun realizes this has the chairman's dirty fingerprints all over it. This eerie scene triggers a dark memory from his past life, the infamous Mills Festival incident. A day meant for celebration turned into a nightmare, stained forever by the blood of the innocent. The culprit, Gujian's terrifying unique ability, indoctrination. Facing arrest, the villainous Gujian staged a catastrophe to distract the world while he slipped away. Countless young lives were snuffed out that day, while the monster vanished into thin air. In the past, this tragedy cost Yoo-jung her life. Now Jae-hyun must snap Ho-yeon back to reality. Ding the Norn system issues an emergency sub-quest, Save the Mind-Controlled Cadet. Mission objective, shatter the mental shackles and rescue his brainwashed friend. Rank C, difficulty a 2-hour limit, and the prize 1 rare blank card. Jae-hyun's eyes widen. A subquest is one thing, but a blank card reward is legendary. A card that copies skills. Jackpot Yoo-jung offers to jump in, but our boy's got this. He tells the girls to clear out and keep hunting for points while he handles the heavy lifting. Yoo-jung hesitates, reminding him that he's facing off against a literal combat prodigy. She doubts he can win solo, but he just gives her that signature "watch me" grin. Ina decides to trust him and heads out, leaving a stunned Yoo-jung wondering what's gotten into her. Fine. A frustrated Yoo Jung huffs and decides to go farm those points after all. Just don't go getting yourself hurt, okay? She shouts as she retreats, dragging Ina away. Yoo Jung yells for him to kick Hoyun's butt and catch up soon. Alone at last, our hero whispers to himself, "This won't take more than a minute." Earlier that day, Hoyun was tallying up his score 600,000 points and counting. 2 days down, 1 to go. He just needs to stay in the game a little longer. Sitting in fourth, he's amazed that first place is still so far ahead, despite all his hard work. Jay-hyun leading the rankings as a restricted mage is truly legendary, and he's carrying his team too. But Hoyun isn't giving up yet. There's still time to turn the tides and claim the top. Suddenly, Chairman Gu-jian pops up on his screen with a very personal favor to ask. The chairman activates indoctrination, whispering sweet lies into Hoyun's mind with a sinister smile. Hoyun's eyes glaze over as the system screams a red alert mental infiltration detected. As the darkness swallows his consciousness, he loses track of who and where he even is. System notification. Mental state corrupted. Hoyun is no longer in control of his actions. His new mission, eliminate Jay-hyun. Now he's unleashing his devastating rank A skill martial ascendance. Ho-yan lunges forward again, trying to land a hit, but our boy gracefully sidesteps the danger. Jay-hyun notices his friend is way stronger than before, but he keeps dancing around every strike. He looks like a totally different person. As Ho-yan bashes his shield, Jay-hyun leaps safely away. He knows he will be in trouble if this becomes a contest of raw physical strength. To get some breathing room, our boy uses a gust of wind to propel himself backward. That wind boost is so powerful that Ho-yan has to hide behind his shield just to stand. This gives Jay-hyun the perfect opening. He circles around and prepares a little lightning magic surprise. But Ho-yan is lightning fast. He spins around and retreats before the spell can even land. That reaction speed is insane. Ho-yan moved purely on instinct before Jay-hyun could even blink. Jay-hyun realizes this guy's a natural-born fighter. This won't be as easy as he thought. Fixing that brainwashing would be a breeze with absolute calculation, but Chairman Jan is watching closely. Even without seeing him, Jay-hyun bets the chairman has a creepy grin while watching the show. This time, Jay-hyun just smiles. Why end such an entertaining match so quickly and carelessly? He decides to give them a performance, but this show is going to be a very expensive one. As Jay-hyun begins his display instructor, Yu starts wondering if she needs her eyes checked. It is wild to see a magician fighting on the front lines, just like a seasoned warrior. But now he is dominating the genius warrior and Ho-yan. He even whips out a lightning chain. Instructor Yu is having a hard time believing any of this is actually happening right now. She wonders how this is possible in her mind. A magician should never beat a warrior. Meanwhile, Chairman Jae-in is loving the drama, looking very pleased as Jae-hyun lands a solid hit. Back in the training zone, Ho-yan is slumped over his sword, catching his breath. Jae-hyun tells him he didn't plan on going this far, but promises he will recover quickly. Eventually, Jae-hyun glances up at the observers, knowing they are hanging on every move. Then he triggers a flash bomb. The bright light blinds the cameras and cuts the video feed. In the control room, Instructor Seoki panics and demands to know what happened to their screens. The chairman knows something is wrong. He grabs the remote desperately, trying to fix the feed. Instructor Jin mentions, "It looks like Jae-hyun used a clever spell to block their view." Jin recognizes the flash bomb and wonders if this is how our boy wants to play things. He immediately tells Seoki to bring Jae-hyun to his office as soon as the event ends. Worried, Seoki asks if they are rushing things, but the chairman is feeling very tense. The chairman puts a hand on Seoki's shoulder. Why would a winning cadet suddenly block the cameras? Stuttering, Seoki guesses that maybe Jae-hyun just knows how to increase his market value. In the training zone, Ho-yan stays down as the blinding light from the flash bomb fades. Finally, our boy walks up to Ho-yan and gently places a hand on his head. Using absolute calculation, Jae-hyun lifts the mind control. Suddenly, Ho-yan's eyes clear, and he remembers. With a friendly smile, our boy asks if he is finally feeling more like himself. Ho-yan tries to stand but collapses from the sharp pain running through his tired body. Jae-hyun apologizes for the rough treatment, but Ho-yan doesn't even remember attacking him. When he asks why he did it, Jae-hyun explains he was under a mind control spell. Confused, Ho-yan asks what he means. Mind control. During a simple training exercise. But then he remembers a blurry face and a mysterious voice that he just can't place. It still makes no sense. Spells like that are usually rank a way beyond their level. They were strictly told they could only use skills that were rank C or below. Jae-hyun suggests maybe the zone glitched, or perhaps someone decided to meddle with the test. Ho-yan stays quiet, thinking there is no way a regular cadet could cast such powerful magic. Even if the Demolane system glitched, he wonders who actually interfered. He asks Jae-hyun if anyone comes to mind. or why they would pull such a stunt, but Jay-hyun just shakes his head, keeping it casual. Still, he mentions that if someone pulled this off, they are definitely not someone to mess with. Jay-hyun keeps his lips sealed. For now, knowing Mill's Academy will teach his friend some tough lessons soon. Eventually, Hwan will see what kind of person Gwa really is without any help from him. Ding the Nornir system announces Jay-hyun cleared the subquest for saving that mind-controlled cadet. He snags a blank card as a reward. Meanwhile, poor Hwan tries to stand but feels like a total wreck. Seeing Jay-hyun without a single scratch makes him wonder if he really needs to hit the gym more. Once he is upright, Hwan humbly apologizes for the mess, feeling a bit embarrassed about the whole ordeal. Jay-hyun tells him not to get all mushy and weird. Since he can walk, Jay-hyun is heading out. He wishes everyone luck for the home stretch, but Hwan calls out to stop him before he leaves. He hands over his name tag. A confused Jay-hyun reminds him that losing it means instant elimination. Hwan does not mind one bit. He is already sitting on a pretty decent pile of points anyway. It might not match Jay-hyun's massive haul, but since he lost, the tag belongs to the winner. He tosses the tag over, admitting defeat this time, but promises a very different outcome next time. He vows to win it back at the Mills Festival. As he fades, the system confirms his elimination. Jay-hyun's team gains 10,000 points. Our hero stands there for a second just looking at the tag. To the system, it is just 10,000 points, but to him, it represents something way more valuable. Hwan possesses the raw combat talent he used to crave, and now that talent has finally acknowledged him. He has seen a lot since his regression, but this win hits different. It feels like a real achievement. With a grin, he realizes this is just the start. He is finally making some actual progress. He is ditching his old weak self and stepping into the light. Finally, the big event comes to a close. After 72 hours of chaos, the system begins tallying up everyone's hard-earned points. Jay-hyun smashes the record with a staggering 1,530,000 points. Back in the real world, our main character thinks the point total is actually pretty decent for the work. Yoo-jung immediately calls him out for being so chill about breaking an all-time record. She looks to Ina for support, but Ina is just busy complaining that they could have scored higher. They were only 1 hour away from hitting a cool 1,600,000 points. Yoo-jung realizes her friends are totally nuts. She reminds them they can live like royalty now. Jay-hyun agrees, figuring that if they multiply the points by 10, it is basically like real cash. They basically just banked 15,300,000 won, or about $12,000. Yoo-jung's jaw hits the floor, and even Ina is stunned by that massive pile of money. He is in first with the runners-up at 1,480,000 plus bonuses. Mentioning bonuses makes Yoo-jung tackle him, and he has to shake her off while explaining the totals. The bonus is roughly 1 million points. Hearing that, Yoo-jung's eyes turn into literal dollar signs. She starts spinning Ina around in a victory dance. They are officially rich Academy students now. Ina is reeling from the fact they cleared over 24 million won in just 3 short days. Jay-hyun tries to stop the dancing before it gets embarrassing. Other students are already judging them. The girls keep singing until instructor Seoki walks in looking serious as he introduces himself. He singles out the top 3 winners, saying they need to have a private chat elsewhere. Jay-hyun asks if this is about their insane hunt score. When the instructor nods, he follows along. The girls stay put, wondering where he is going, but Jay-hyun is already 2 steps ahead. He tells them they are heading to the chairman's office, and Seoki confirms they have been summoned. Once inside, our hero makes himself comfortable and asks where the big boss is hiding. He points out the person who summoned them is missing, which really grinds Seoki's gears. Jay-hyun forces himself to stay calm. The ladies tag along, baffled by Jay-hyun's weird vibe, until Seoki politely tells everyone to grab a seat. Once they're settled, the chairman strolls in with an apology for being late. The girls hop up and Yoo-jung gives a super energetic intro. Ina follows the vibe, but Jay-hyun just chills there. The chairman beams, saying he already knows these stars, making Yoo-jung totally glow. Jay-hyun casually mentions the chairman's late, saying he nearly took a nap while waiting. The ladies gasp, even Seoki sweats, wondering if this kid has a death wish or just lost his marbles. Crickets chirp in the office for a second until the chairman chuckles, admitting he's got no excuse. He adds that he just needed some extra time to prepare for such special guests, but Jay-hyun fires back that they're the ones who really have no excuse. He points out they were summoned right after a 3-day dungeon crawl without even a shower. Talk about being unprepared. The chairman's face twitches, but he ends up letting out a big friendly laugh. Jay-hyun spots the act. He figures the old man is just really curious about this new powerhouse party. Finally, the chairman announces he's brought some seriously juicy news for the group. He praises them as the cream of the crop for dominating this year's freshman hunt, especially our main man Jay-hyun. Being number one, Jay-hyun humbly credits his teammates, saying he couldn't have pulled it off without his awesome party. That humble pie makes the chairman blink. Does this kid really not want to brag about his insane skills? He nods along, but admits he's been keeping a very close eye on Jae-hyun's every move. He mentions they didn't just break the record of 1.14 million points, they absolutely pulverized it. He claps at the unbelievable results, and the ladies beam with polite thanks for the high praise. But Jay-hyun cuts to the chase, asking where this is going. Yoo-jung's anxiety levels over 9,000. After a beat, the chairman reveals that Milas Academy wants to shower them with some legendary perks. First up, a free luxury suite right in the Academy's dorms. Talk about living the high life. Second, VIP priority for all Academy facilities, skipping those pesky long reservation lines. Third, if they ever trip up on a test, they get a golden ticket for a retake. No stress. After laying it all out, the chairman flashes a smile and asks for their thoughts. He explains that accepting these goodies means signing a fancy partnership contract with the Academy. But Jae-hyun shuts it down before the man can even finish. He admits the perks sound sweet, but they're all things they could earn in a month anyway, especially since Milas loves rewarding actual talent. He doesn't see why they should take gifts that come with hidden annoying costs. He snatches the offer right out of the chairman's hand and starts scanning the fine print like a pro. He finds the catch. Once they become official raiders, they have to fork over 30% of their gold. This lasts for 5 whole years. The chairman's smile vanishes as Jae-hyun reveals this isn't a reward at all. Jae-hyun drops the truth bomb. This contract is actually designed to keep them under his thumb. He asks if he's wrong, and the chairman stays quiet before sighing that he can't argue with that. He says if that's how Jae-hyun feels, he won't force a signature. He leaves the final choice to the 3 of them. The girls share a look, trying to gauge if they're all on the same page. After a pause, Yoo-jung politely bows out, and Ina quickly follows suit. No thanks. The chairman hides his face like he's thinking, but the veins on his hands are popping with pure saltiness. He sighs that it's a pity, claiming this was the best deal he could possibly offer. However, the chairman insists on giving them one more chance to reconsider their future. He locks eyes with Jae-hyun, activating his indoctrination skill to force a yes out of him. Suddenly, the system pings. Something's trying to wiggle into Jae-hyun's brain, but he's already 10 steps ahead. The system confirms he's totally immune to the debuff, thanks to his passive skill, Hell's Blessing. Nice. Meanwhile, our hero grips his blank card, baiting the chairman into using his power just to steal it. The chairman sits there confused why his skill failed. Jae-hyun just grins and says it's time to head out. Jae-hyun stands up, suggesting the ladies head out since 4 days in that demiplane left everyone totally exhausted. Once Jae-hyun exits the office, Yoo-jung politely wishes the men a truly wonderful day. A bewildered Ina announces their departure, as the students finally make their exit. Jian dismisses Siki. Alone, he marvels at how a lowly freshman resisted his unique skill. How very intriguing. Outside, Jae-hyun checks if the girls are actually okay with turning down Chairman Jian's big offer. Yoo-jung admits she was tempted, but ultimately decided Jae-hyun's judgment was totally spot on as usual. It was clear Jian planned to sweet-talk these youngsters just to take full advantage of their blooming talents. Ina agrees, noting the contract felt off. She's certain that saying no was definitely the right move. Besides, she'd rather earn her stripes through hard work than rely on fancy unearned privileges from day one. Jae-hyun listens closely. She's actually quite sensible, a far cry from the icy image he once knew. That was her vibe before his regression. Suddenly, Yoo-jung asks if they noticed anything weird about the chairman. Chairman Jean's face looked honestly sickening the moment they turned down his suspicious deal. Hina concurs, pointing out that neither the chairman nor Seaki mentioned a single word about the actual crisis. Listening to them, Jae-hyun realizes Ina has some seriously sharp instincts for a freshman. She eventually asks if Jae-hyun knows something about Jian. He playfully asks why she'd even think that. Ina notes, he's usually calm, but he turned surprisingly aggressive the second they met the chairman. Yoo-jung chimes in, pestering Jae-hyun to spill the tea if he's hiding secrets about the big boss. He claims he's not entirely sure himself, making it difficult to give them any solid answers just yet. Still, he warns them, don't trust anyone at this academy, from the chairman down to the instructors. Suddenly, Ina confronts him. Can they not trust him either? Jae-hyun freezes as Yoo-jung creeps up behind. With a mischievous glint, she tells Ina that Jae-hyun is definitely untrustworthy. Just look at that face. She recounts that one time he left her stranded in the street instead of walking her safely home. Jae-hyun wonders why she's digging up ancient history. An annoyed Yoo-jung immediately grabs a fistful of hair. Calling him a jerk, she vents about her past struggles. Finally, our hero manages to pry her off. He suggests they head in for some rest, now that night has fallen. As they prepare to part, Ina seems hesitant to say goodbye quietly, asking if this is where they all go their separate ways. After an awkward silence, Yoo-jung hugs them both, joking that things feel way too much like a K-drama. She demands some love, too. Jay-hyun just drags her off, pointing the way toward the girls' dorm. He tells her to sleep it off. She eventually relents, while Ina follows, sweetly reminding Jay-hyun to rest. Our guy heads to the boys' dorm. At the door, he realizes just how long it's been since then. He remembers the musty mold and the rotting floors, all lovely results of the school's severe lack of funding. The floor creaks beneath him as he finds his bed. To him, this dorm is for those without talent. He plans to move out immediately after tomorrow's class. Experiencing this dump once in a lifetime was plenty. Next morning, Jay-hyun hits the pavement for a run, stopping only once he's worked up a good sweat. He heads back to the dorms, ready to gear up for his very first official class session. Soon the freshman magic cadets assemble as their instructor Kim Jin steps up to introduce herself to everyone. As she speaks, Jae-hyun's brow furrows. He doesn't recognize this instructor from his past life at all. Even with his memories as a former warrior, he has absolutely zero recollection of who she might be. Maybe she's someone who quit early, even though scoring a teaching gig at Mills is incredibly difficult. The lifers at Mills were usually greedy folks like Siki, happy to beg for Chairman Jeon's leftover crumbs. Kim Jian notes that most students probably find it odd that their first lesson isn't in a standard classroom. Instead, they're in this massive facility. As the heavy doors swing open, she finally explains the real reason. They're here to test mana sensitivity. The cadets gasp at the sight of a massive glowing mana cube. Everyone is collectively praying that they don't actually have to step foot inside that intimidating thing. The students start whining that this is way too intense for their very first day of magic school. Jae-hyun thinks this mana cube feels familiar, though its power level seems a bit underwhelming today. Instructor Jan gathers the group to introduce their current training ground, known simply as the Mana Room. This facility is modeled after the standard mana cubes found in professional guilds for aspiring young cadets. Breaking out is supposedly impossible, she explains, which is exactly why this controlled environment was built. Funny enough, our boy has already smashed one before. This massive room is split into several sections. Level 1 feels like normal air, but the energy density ramps up the deeper they go. Freshmen usually cap out at level 3, while elite graduating seniors might manage to reach level 7. Today's goal is finding everyone's limit, so Jean tells the class to line up behind her. If the pressure gets too intense, they just need to signal the assistants to be escorted out. They step inside the first chamber, but level 1 is a total breeze for every single student. They progress to level 2, where a few students already start huffing and puffing from the weight. Staff members help the struggling students out, leaving the remaining group to follow Jian into level 3. Upon entering the chamber, almost half the class immediately signals they have hit their limit. However, our main trio, Jae-hyun, Yoo-jung, and Ina, don't seem bothered by the pressure at all. As Jian leads them toward the 4th level, a fresh wave of hands goes up in the air. After another group departs, level 5 proves too much for even more students who politely leave. Level 6 claims more victims to exhaustion, and Yoo-jung whispers to ask if Jae-hyun is struggling. He casually says he is fine, while Ina carefully observes him, shocked by his perfectly calm composure. Determined to keep up, Ina pushes her limits, while Jian notices only 4 cadets are still standing. It is our main 3+, a guy named Lee Soo-hyuk, all top performers from the hunt. Chairman Jae specifically ordered her to monitor Jae-hyun and provide a detailed report on his progress. She is not one for blindly following orders, though, and quickly announces they are moving to level 7. The students who dropped out are totally stunned, wondering who these absolute monsters in their class are. Reaching the graduate-only level, 7 leaves, everyone speechless, as the remaining 4 step through the doors. Jian suggests level 8, asking if the group can handle it, but silence is the only response. Though Yoo-jung is clearly feeling the heat, the spectators watch in pure awe as they advance. A massive surge of energy hits them, but Jae-hyun remains as cool as a cucumber. From level 8 onward, the energy becomes unstable and wild, mirroring the chaotic atmosphere of a dungeon. Even geniuses hit a wall here, and both Soo-hyuk and Yoo-jung finally signal to leave. Ina starts sweating bullets, but since nobody backs down, Jian leads the final 2 into level 9. Level 9 is brutal. Ina nearly loses her lunch and stumbles, giving Jae-hyun quite a fright. Jian wants to step in, but she remembers the chairman's strict order to never offer help. She must wait for them to ask, regardless of how intense the situation becomes for the cadets. The chairman believes that for a gifted cadet, true danger is simply a golden opportunity in disguise. Stripping away that chance would be a shame, so Jae-hyun simply checks if Ina is okay. She nods despite her shaking limbs. Her vision is blurring, but her competitive spirit won't let her quit. Her whole life she has been told one simple truth: only the strongest are worthy of survival. Despite her talent, she fears she will always be forced to bow before those with martial power. Since the weak have no future, she is desperate to finally prove her worth to everyone watching. Her body finally gives out, and as Jay-hyun catches her, she whispers that she's lost again. As she is carried away, Jay-hyun ponders her words before stepping boldly into level 10. Jean checks on him, knowing full well that even she would struggle against this level of pressure. Finally, our hero flashes a polite smile and admits that things are getting just a little difficult. He decides it is time to wrap things up, and Jeon happily agrees to lead him out. Jeon is skeptical about his struggle since he looks fine, but outside, she leads a standing ovation for Jay-hyun, announcing he reached the level of a B-rank raider. While the others are told to level up, Soo-hyuk shoots Jay-hyun a nasty look. Ina is looking pretty down on herself, so our hero checks if she's okay. She says she's fine and apologizes for the scare, but Jay-hyun's just glad she's safe. Yoo-jung asks if he's doing okay after looking so calm earlier, and he nods. Then he tells her to ditch the towel before people mistake her for a construction worker. That totally riles Yoo-jung up. Now, she regrets even worrying about the guy. While she fumes, he asks if she's in pain, but she says the doctors cleared her. She starts bragging, but Jay-hyun notices something off about Ina. It's not just competitive spirit. It looks like a total obsession. At least she didn't get seriously hurt this time. A personality like that will be hard to manage later, though he's not trying to control her. Just like the others, he senses Ina's future is shifting and Yoo-jung's is changing right along with it. He sneaks a glance her way and she teases, "What am I really that pretty?" Jay-hyun just asks if she's feeling alright since she's talking such absolute nonsense. As Ina holds back a vengeful Yoo-jung, our hero ponders the ripple effects of his actions. With things changing so fast, he knows he has to stay one step ahead of everyone. Suddenly, Yoo-jung breaks free and tosses the towel right around Jay-hyun's neck. With a smirk, he flips the towel over her head and completely ruins her hairstyle. Yoo-jung starts swearing up a storm, and you can practically see the hellfire rising. Fuming, she asks if he knows how long that hair took. Does she have a death wish? Jay-hyun offers a half-hearted apology, then adds that her hair didn't look much different anyway. That really does it. She asks if he's calling her ugly, and he realizes he's doomed. He bolts for it immediately, with a furious Yoo-jung right behind him while Ina giggles. Ina thinks they're adorable, while Soo-hyuk wonders how that punk ever reached level 10. His buddy Minsu drops by to say hello and asks what's got him looking so serious. Soo-hyuk tells Minsu to spill everything he knows about the guy getting his hair yanked. Minsu jokes about being treated like a slave, but explains that Jay-hyun is top tier. He was the first mage to take first place, though Soo-hyuk already knew that. What he really wants to know is where this guy came from, but Minsu just shrugs. No matter how he looks at it, something about this guy just doesn't feel right to him. He's convinced he's hiding something, but Minsu's just not used to this intense new Soo-hyuk. They've been friends forever, and he reminds Soo-hyuk that the guy has already proven himself. There's no secret to find because, let's be real, it's impossible to cheat on these entrance exams. But Soo-hyuk insists no one beats him unless they're playing dirty. He just can't accept it. Minsu is speechless, knowing Soo-hyuk wouldn't even stand a chance against Ina or Yoo-jung. He keeps his mouth shut, but silently warns his friend not to lose his grip on reality. He wouldn't win even in his next life, but Soo-hyuk isn't listening to a word. Later on, Jay-hyun jumps on a call with his favorite teacher to discuss the hunt, saying he agrees since hearing the gossip straight from him is way more entertaining for her. He proudly announces he took first place and she couldn't be more thrilled. She notices his dorm looks pretty fancy. He must have cashed in some serious points for that. She congratulates him on a perfect start at an academy where most people barely even survive. She's so proud, and our hero admits he's just relieved he didn't end up in second. That earns a giggle, and she asks if any other cadets caught his eye during the hunt. Jay-hyun is surprised as she's scouting. She says they're thinking about it and will reward him. Jay-hyun says sharing names is easy. Imagine that, getting a nice little bonus for just a simple task. He wonders if she's being too kind, but she insists he's worth every penny. He suggests Ina, Yoo-jung, and Han first, then pauses before the last name. Seona encourages him, so he reveals a talented upperclassman worth watching, recruiting a senior student. Seona is ready to roll out the red carpet. She recalls Lee Ji-sang, the youngest son of the legendary S-rank Lee Jin. Everyone knows Ji-sung isn't exactly the gifted star of his famous family. Snatching him up might spark a messy feud with the powerful Zephyr Guild. Is he worth the drama? Jay-hyun promises he'll be the world's top alchemist. Their chat ends just as manager Seung-ji announces guest Baek Ji-eon's arrival. Seona welcomes her in, and Ms. Ji-eon enters with Yeonju following close behind. Seona notes their perfect timing, which Ji-eon calls a merchant's greatest asset. She offers a friendly hand, noting how long it's been since they met. Seon-ah skips the small talk, politely suggesting they sit down as business associates. Once settled, Jay-hyun asks what the prestigious Manhwa Guild needs from her today. She's charmed by the blunt approach even if making friends seems unlikely now. Jay-hyun eventually mentions the rising star that Manhwa has been training so well. She asks for a price on Jay-hyun, but Seon-ah doesn't sell her members. She firmly suggests that the merchant look for her products somewhere else. Jay-hyun wonders if the boy agrees, but Seon-ah says integrity isn't for sale. Jay-hyun admits she expected a refusal, but had to ask regardless. Honestly, she only stopped by to show a little professional courtesy today. Seon-ah laughs it off, finding her guest's version of courtesy quite annoying. Jay-hyun decides to head out, sensing the chilly atmosphere in the late hour. Seon-ah happily sees her out, while Jay-hyun jokes about her keen merchant's eye. Back at Mills Academy, cadets wait anxiously for their endurance test scores. Ho-yeon scores 101 points, while Jay-hyun follows with 99. Our hero sighs, knowing it's hard to beat a natural-born combat genius. Still, second place is great. He's playing the long game toward his goal. He looks over at the girls and sees their faces full of confusion. Yoo-jung demands to know how a mage could possibly rank that high physically. He casually explains that he actually began his journey as a warrior trainee. That simple answer doesn't sit well with a shocked Yoo-jung at all. He tells her to hit the gym since health matters more than magic. She makes a face promising to knock him down a peg very soon. Ina quickly steps in to stop the two from starting a hallway brawl. Nearby instructor Seok-gi watches, realizing Jay-hyun is exactly as dangerous as rumored. No mage should have muscles like that. He wonders what the boy's secret is. Suddenly, the school bell rings, signaling the start of their next challenging lesson. Seok-gi announces that the next trial is the high-stakes AR evasion test. Jay-hyun remembers this pre-regression test designed to push every cadet to their limit. They head to the AR room, a facility packed with cutting-edge training tech. The system creates virtual foes to push each student to their absolute limits. Jay-hyun watches closely, sensing that the instructor is not planning to go easy on the class today. The goal is simple: clear out the drone-projected monsters while studying how they actually fight. This time, however, it is all about endurance, so the focus is strictly on testing their dodging skills. Of course, extra points are up for grabs. If you actually win, Seok-gi then hands out some earphone-like devices. Jay-hyun asks what they are, and Seok-gi explains these receivers track and record every bit of the simulation. Seok-gi gives Jay-hyun a nod for being sharp, then mentions the gear is actually for augmented reality. By stimulating the brain and using a projector, it creates a super realistic illusion of a monster. Drone cameras beam 3D images right into the room, making it feel like monsters are standing right there. It is all for safety, ensuring nobody gets seriously hurt while training against these digital beasts. But Seok-gi leaves out one tiny detail: you will still feel about a fifth of the actual pain. It is not to be mean, it is just to teach them caution, so they actually survive in real dungeons. There are 100 levels total, but Seok-gi says they will only be graded up to level 10 today. Teams of 4 are being formed now, and they will be called up one by one to start. Team 3 is set. It is a balanced mix of 2 warriors and 2 mages, including our boy Jay-hyun. While Jay-hyun admires the team balance, Soo-hyuk walks up and asks if he is really the famous Min Jae-hyun. Jay-hyun nods, and Soo-hyuk mentions he heard all about him taking first place in the freshman hunt. But something does not add up to him. How does a mage take top marks he suspects a secret? He asks for the secret, but Jay-hyun just pauses before asking if maybe there is no trick at all. Soo-hyuk is not buying it. He warns that he will force the truth out of him if he has to. Jay-hyun just smirks. Why did he not just say he wanted to throw hands from the very beginning? Soo-hyuk grins right back, glad that they are finally on the same page. Their female teammates are already sweating, wondering why these two are bickering before the match even starts. The shorter girl tries to play peacemaker, but Seok-gi cuts them off by calling their team up next. Once they are on the field, a 5-second countdown begins. Their first opponent, a classic skeleton warrior. The skeleton appears, and Soo-hyuk immediately prepares to fall back and create some strategic breathing room. But before he can move, Jay-hyun bolts forward like a rocket, leaving his teammates completely stunned. The girls shout a warning while a shocked Soo-hyuk wonders what kind of crazy plan this mage has. What can a mage even do on the front lines? Jay-hyun hears the whispers, but he is already moving. People never learn, do they? Jay-hyun decides it is time to just show them what he is truly capable of. Mana surges in his palm as he shatters the skeleton's head in one shot. Everyone is absolutely speechless. Even Seok-gi's jaw drops, and the entire crowd watches the scene in total disbelief. More skeletons spawn in, but Jay-hyun just delivers a brutal knee strike to the nearest bag of bones. As he sticks the landing, he activates his unique skill mana weapon. It is a skill no normal mage can use, letting him turn magical energy into raw physical destruction. Most mages would find it useless, but Jay-hyun, yeah, he is definitely built different. Soo-hyuk watches in horror, officially labeling Jay-hyun a total psycho. The girls are still in pure shock. Level 1 cleared. The system announces they have earned a nice pile of bonus points for the quick win. Jay-hyun's contribution, 100%. Now level 2 kicks off, and it is time to face a massive ogre. Jay-hyun looks intrigued, casually telling the beast it has been quite a while since their last meeting. After some heavy hitting and shattered pavement, the system finally confirms level 10 is completely cleared. They have officially broken the all-time speed record, but Soo-hyuk still cannot believe what he just witnessed. Jay-hyun, on the other hand, just thinks he did okay. Lately, his body has been feeling surprisingly light. It is all thanks to those combat techniques Miss Seong drilled into him. Soo-hyuk stomps over, demanding to know what kind of dirty trick he just pulled off. Jay-hyun insists it is exactly what it looks like, but Soo-hyuk is not satisfied with that answer. He ditched the defense line and solo-wiped everything. It is just too insane to be real. He insists it is totally impossible unless someone is using a cheat code. Jay-hyun just smiles, saying he has no secrets and absolutely nothing to hide. As Soo-hyuk glares, our hero politely asks him not to make him say it again. He steps in close, offering a friendly sparring match to prove his actual strength. The sudden move shocks Soo-hyuk, who lets a little insult slip out in surprise. Before things get spicy, instructor Seolki steps in to ask if there is trouble. The tension snaps as Soo-hyuk grumbles about the teachers ruining all the fun. Jay-hyun starts to walk away, while Soo-hyuk yells that this is not a victory. Our boy just laughs it off, noting he definitely did not lose either. Soo-hyuk halts him, demanding a real showdown at the Mills Academy Festival. But Jay-hyun politely declines because his schedule is already full that day. Later on, Hwan thinks back to how Jay-hyun turned down that big fight. They have their own duel planned, so Jay-hyun can reclaim his name tag soon. Motivated, he heads off to train while the instructors gather for their daily rounds. One assistant asks if anyone has seen the crazy test scores from this year. His colleague confirms the results, noting this year's cadets are exceptionally talented. They marvel at a magician named Jay-hyun breaking records that should be impossible. Seolki realizes the boy is special because his combat movements were incredibly refined. He was pulling off frontline fighter moves despite being a simple magician. They visit the chairman's office, where Chairman Jin greets them with warm praise. He suggests they dive into the fascinating results of the recent endurance test. Seolki reports that 3 specific cadets managed to earn a perfect score. While Hoyun-yeon and Hun were great, Jae-hyun's performance was on another level. The chairman thanks Seolki for the update and praises his very hard work. Watching the replay, Chairman Jin cannot help but let a curious grin spread. He asks Seolki to keep a very close eye on Jae-hyun's progress and grades. If the boy acts strangely, Seolki must report it immediately to the chairman. The chairman dismisses them, telling everyone to get ready for the next event. Back at the gym, Jae-hyun crushes level 27 of the evasion test. That level is his current peak, usually requiring a full 6-person party. He is basically a one-man army. Next up is the dungeon training. Jae-hyun starts prepping, remembering the tragic accident that happened during this event. Many students died back then, and his original team was caught in chaos. He was the sole survivor, forced to hear people say he should die. He stayed at the academy only to honor those who truly believed in him. Shopping for gear. Our hero wonders if this new life will be different. He used to be weak and expendable, unable to save anyone he loved. But he refuses to live with regrets again. Everything is changing this time. The day before the dungeon trip, students finish up their classes and activities. Afterward, Yoo-jung and Ina ask Jae-hyun for some pro tips on the dungeon. Ina admits she is losing sleep, but Jae-hyun reassures her everyone feels nervous. He jokes that he is used to monsters since one is standing there. Yoo-jung jokingly pummels him while Ina laughs at their adorable and silly friendship. Jae-hyun hands out potions, promising they will all survive using his new skills. Finally, the day of the big dungeon training exercise has arrived. Our friend Jun warms up early in the morning under the dawn sky. Loosening up is vital before hitting a dungeon regardless of a mage's mana capacity. Casting top-tier spells without a proper warm-up is a recipe for mana rebound. If that magical energy snaps back, it can really do a number on you. Any mage who relies heavily on high-level spells is practically inviting a rebound. Main character Jay-hyun knows that Lightning Chain and Sacrifice are serious high-level skills. He is wondering just how intense things will get during today's dungeon practice. To be honest, he is worried about whether everyone will make it out alive. Plus, he can channel mana to buff his body or spells in an instant. He remembers the system promising to rewind time to the period he wanted most. While he is lost in thought, the Nornir system triggers a brand new main quest. It looks like he successfully returned to the time he missed so dearly. Now he faces several junctions where his choices could change the future forever. Every decision could save a life or lose one. It is all up to him. Rewards and risks are mysteries shifting depending on which path he chooses to take. He has exactly 12 minutes to decide, and the penalty for failure is unknown. Jay-hyun figures the Nornir system is just trying to help him level up. Still, he is not quite sure what they mean by choosing his own route. Soon the freshmen gather at the Mulis Academy underground training dungeon for practice. Instructor Yeon announces that they will be drawing lots to form teams of 4. As students start whispering, Jay-hyun can tell they think the drawing is unfair. Real monsters live in this dungeon, so a lucky draw means an easy victory. But if luck is not on your side, you are stuck with the struggle squad. Yeon quiets them down, explaining that these scores count toward their official grade. She promises only low-level monsters will appear, so they should all try their best. While she speaks, Jun suspects this whole thing is a trap set by Chairman Jay. Most of the monsters here are weaklings, just like the instructor said they were. But if history repeats itself, a boss like the Kobold Lord is definitely lurking. Even if it is an easy fight, he is not about to follow Jay's plan. Any opening Yeon leaves in this dungeon might be his chance to end him. Moments later, Yeon calls the cadets forward to pick their lots one by one. Jay-hyun and Ina end up together, and he is relieved to see her. He is happy to have a skilled partner he can actually talk to comfortably. While planning their strategy, he is stunned by the sight of his other teammates. A girl named Kim Jina and a guy named Park Sung-woo introduce themselves. Sung-woo asks about Team 3, while Jae-hyun recalls their tragic past lives. These two were the brave souls who died, protecting him while he escaped. Suddenly, he understands exactly what the Nornir system meant by choosing his route. Seeing these two warriors again, he realizes this is the path he was meant for. He politely shakes hands, introducing himself and the shy Ina to the new pair. Sung-woo finds Ina's shyness charming and is sure they will all get along. Gina agrees completely, and Jae-hyun smiles, seeing they are just as kind-hearted. Their cheerful vibe is great. Once the intros are done, he suggests making a plan. They happily vote him leader, but he warns them to stay sharp no matter what. If the front line falters, everyone has finished. A pro tip from our first-place winner. Sung-woo realizes this strategy is the real deal. He's memorized all 6 phases, and Ina confirms she's ready too. Moments later, Instructor Jan steps forward to tell the cadets their preparation time is officially over. It is time for the dungeon practicum to begin, so she calls for the team leaders to assemble. Jay-hyun steps out and spots Hwan leading Team 4, the same squad our friend Yoo Jung joined. He is relieved to see Hwan in charge, knowing he will keep Yoo Jung safe from any harm. Jin tells the leaders to head into their assigned dungeons and wishes everyone the best of luck. Before long, Hwan is leading his group straight into the dark depths of their designated dungeon. One teammate notes the damp, musty air, realizing that real-life dungeons are way smellier than the stories suggest. Since they are underground, Yoo Jung wonders if they will be bumping into some kobolds very soon. Her teammate agrees, mentioning that these subterranean spots are usually packed with precious ores and monsters. Yoo Jung dreamily imagines finding diamonds, but she suddenly freezes as a strange feeling washes over her. Hwan instantly senses danger and shouts for everyone to get into their battle positions immediately. Yoo Jung jumps into action, though the others look nervous, seeing a whole swarm of kobolds surrounding them. To make matters worse, these monsters are even carrying heavy-duty digging gear to use as weapons. Hwan warns that, while individually weak, these pests become a major headache when they attack in a crowd. He charges ahead to wrap this up fast, while Yoo Jung triggers a holy explosion and her flash bomb skill. A massive blast blinds the monsters, giving Hwan the perfect opening to start slicing through the chaos. As the boys fight, Yoo Jung unleashes her wind of Helheim move, paired with a powerful air blast. She sends high-pressure gusts slamming into the kobolds, knocking the little monsters right off their feet. Once the dust settles, Hwan checks on everyone, and the girls politely confirm they are doing just fine. They turn to check on Seo, only to find him gasping for air, so they rush to his side. Yoo Jung is puzzled, since she has never heard of common kobolds using any kind of toxic poison. Looking up, Yoo Jung realizes he isn't poisoned. He's just being crushed by an incredible wave of raw mana. A massive Cobalt Lord looms over them, leaving the students frozen. Hwan wonders why a boss is here. Over in Team 3's dungeon, Gina tells Jay-hyun she knew he was talented, but this is next level. She playfully asks just how many monsters he has already taken down on their little stroll today. Jay-hyun just brushes it off politely, acting like taking down monsters is as easy as breathing. Gina is confident that at this rate they will clear the whole place without a single scratch on them. Jae-hyun notices Ina looking distant, so he kindly takes her hand and asks if she is feeling uneasy. She admits she is confirming the rumors that she rarely speaks more than 3 words to anyone at once. As they venture deeper, the team discovers a cavern practically overflowing with sparkling, valuable ores. Our hero realizes this is not how he remembers the past, so this must be part of Jay-hyun's doing. Jay-hyun realizes his very presence has caused a ripple effect, forcing Jay-hyun to change the training layout. Sensing an enemy, Jay-hyun tells his team to use Plan C, focus on defense, before launching a counterstrike. He warns everyone to stay sharp as this creature is far more dangerous than anything they have faced yet. Sung-woo starts panicking since they were promised only low-level monsters would be roaming around these tunnels. Suddenly the wall explodes inward, and the cadets gasp as a terrifying Cobalt Lord bursts onto the scene. Why is a boss monster here? Ina almost retreats in fear, but then she remembers Jay-hyun's crucial advice. He warned that if the frontline warriors lose their nerve, the entire party is as good as gone. She quickly casts magic armor on her friends, while Sung-woo tries not to tremble at the monster's size. Jay-hyun uses his taunt skill, and when the beast slams into Sung-woo's shield, the boy calls out. Our hero rushes in, gathering mana in his palms before blasting the Cobalt Lord with a massive burst. Ina is absolutely stunned by the raw, overwhelming power radiating from Jay-hyun's sudden and explosive attack. She prays that an attack that powerful was enough to finally put the massive beast down for good. However, the monster stands back up like it was nothing, which actually makes Jay-hyun let out a chuckle. Watching those nasty wounds knit back together, our hero admits he didn't see these weird glitches coming. As its skin seals up, that creepy Cobalt Lord gives them a smug little grin. Honestly, Jay-hyun starts second-guessing himself. Dealing with a boss that just won't stay damaged is a total headache. Out of nowhere, the Norn system pings with a major update. The beast is being fueled by something called Odin's Raven. So the system assigns him a brand new special quest called the Raven Hunter. To clear it, he has to take down all of Odin's pesky birds that are currently causing trouble. It is a 5-part S-rank mission, with big rewards like a blank card and a class upgrade, but failing means death. Back at the entrance, Instructor Jin reviews the footage. She is baffled by how a magician can move with such incredible skill. Even as an A-rank caster herself, seeing Jay-hyun's combat instincts is just mind-blowing. In her head, Team 3 is already the clear winner of this entire practical exam. But then a door flies open. Seo stumbles out looking rough, and Yoo-jung shouts that there is a major problem. A bit frazzled, Jian asks for details and learns that a massive Cobalt Lord has crashed the party. She is totally shocked since there is no way a high-level monster like that could have slipped inside. Now Jian is left wondering what kind of chaos is actually unfolding inside those tunnels. Meanwhile, medical staff rush over to help poor Seo. He's got a case of mana exhaustion, so they need him to breathe. A worried Yoo-jung asks if the third team made it out yet, but the instructor confirms they haven't. Ho-yan isn't sweating it. He knows Jay-hyun and Ina are way too talented to be trapped by one boss. After a moment of doubt, Jian finally rings up Chairman Ja, who sounds quite surprised to hear her voice. Despite the sneaky little smirk he's hiding, she breaks the news about the B-rank threat roaming the halls. She officially asks for a rescue squad, while the chairman acts shocked that something like this could even happen. He tells her to stay put and stay calm. He promises a support team is coming, but Jian still feels uneasy. Once the call ends, a heavy feeling of dread settles in her stomach, though she can't quite explain why. Back in the heat of battle, the squad is exhausted. The system confirms it again. The boss is tied to Odin's Raven. Specifically, 2 mythical birds named Hugin and Moonin, which mean thought and memory. Legend says Odin used them to spy on the realms and hoard secrets to keep his throne secure. Jay-hyun calls the monster a lackey and lets those hidden ravens know he sees right through their presence. This thing is radiating B-rank power, and it heals faster than they can hit it. This is no joke. Even with his new strength, our boy knows he's in trouble. Part of him thinks running away is the only logical move. That was his old style anyway. Before he regressed, he always put his own skin above everything else. Sadly, his past life was just one long string of painful regrets. This is his shot at redemption. He doesn't care if fate is testing him. This time he's keeping his friends safe. Without missing a beat, Jay-hyun tells everyone to bolt for the exit while he keeps the boss busy. Sung-woo starts arguing, but he barely gets a word out before 2 kobolds try to take a bite out of his back. Luckily, Jay-hyun's fast reflexes and some holy arrows send those monsters packing instantly. He politely tells Sung-woo to pipe down and get moving while he still can. The boss swings his club, trying to turn Jay-hyun into a pancake. Our boy explains he can't protect everyone and fight. Just as the hammer is about to drop, Ina screams out his name, terrified he's about to be crushed. But instead of a crunch, a shimmering shield pops up and takes the full force of the blow like a champ. Jay-hyun looks over, totally stunned. Ina is the one holding the line, and she's ready to help him out. Seeing that fire in her eyes, he knows there's no talking her out of it. His actions are really changing the future. He tells Ina to stick close, while the others head for the entrance to alert Instructor Jian about the situation. Sungwoo tries to protest, but Jay-hyun begs him to go. Gina agrees and promises they will be back soon. Once the dust settles, it's just our dynamic duo standing alone against the monster horde. Jay-hyun takes the lead to cover her back. She summons a glowing holy blade and starts slicing through the smaller creeps. Taking that as his cue, Jay-hyun charges straight for the Cobalt Lord to finish this fight. But as he gets close, the monster's body starts melting away, making our hero stop dead in his tracks. Our hero remembers that even the strongest body has its mana limits. A shadow puppet master is force-feeding that beast way too much mana. It's definitely Odin's Raven time to gear up with Mistletoe and expose that bird. Mistletoe expands his sight, unlocking the awesome mana perception skill instantly. Now he can easily track every flicker of energy from mana users nearby. With his new skill, he spots a glowing trail linking the beast to the shadows. Gotcha. As the monster lunges, Jay-hyun unleashes his lightning chains to end things. Up in Asgard, one of the divine ravens reports back to the Allfather himself. Hugin reveals the stolen Mistletoe has finally been located. Talk about a major discovery. Queen Frigg asks for its location, and Hugin points straight toward Earth in Midgard. The prophesied enemy has it. Frigg is not happy, calling Mimir a total old fool. Thor chimes in, promising they're keeping tabs on everyone thanks to that recent treaty. Freya calls Thor out for being lazy, reminding him of their tragic loss of Balder, lest we forget it was Mistletoe that actually took him down. Odin ponders this, then orders Hugin to see if their rival has made contact. Back to Earth, the raven flies. Meanwhile, a mysterious chairman fiddles with his strange ring. His assistant walks in, and the chairman asks for a quick progress report. The coast is clear. No one suspects a thing, which makes the boss very happy. He laughs, confident that his borrowed power will lead to Jay-hyun's total defeat. It's all for the Aesir. Back in the dungeon, our hero aims for the chest. But wait, the beast grabs the chains like they're nothing and swings its massive weapon. He barely dodges. A quick backflip saves our hero from a very literal haircut. He turns to Ina asking for backup so he can focus on his next move. She agrees, but she looks rough. Jay-hyun realizes she's suffering from a mana rebound. If Ina keeps this up, she might not make it. Why is she risking everything? In this new life, Jay-hyun promised himself to never trust a single soul again. But his heart is softening. Time to face the music and end this fight now. One shot is all he gets. He rains down lightning chains on the monster again. Ina steps up, shielding him with her mana as he charges straight for the kill. Ina's struggling now, biting her lip and shaking as she pushes her magic to the limit. The beast focuses on our hero, triggering a memory of an old friend from before. His pal used to say dying alone because you lacked trust was the ultimate tragedy. He leaps forward, signaling Ina, determined to prove that his old friend was right. He hitches a ride on his own chain. Ina can't believe his incredible agility. Just how good is his mana control? Meanwhile, the beast prepares its counterattack. He charges in, but at the last second, he vaults high over the monster. The monster tries to swat him like a fly without even turning its head. That raven is definitely calling the shots. No monster moves that efficiently on its own. Ina panics, fearing he'll get crushed, but our hero just smirks and dodges easily. Mana perception active, he follows the glowing threads right back to that pesky raven. He strikes with everything he's got, shattering his own sword in the process. Mission accomplished. The Kobold Lord howls in pure agony and frustration. System alert. The mana connection between the bird and the beast has been severed. He sticks the landing as the boss collapses behind him. Walk it off, champ. Now it's time to see who's really been pulling the strings this whole time. Jay-hyun steps over and sees Hugin looking like a total wreck after that last big strike. He asks what Odin's master plan is and gives the bird a little foot squeeze when it refuses to talk. Jun notices a necklace featuring 3 triangles looking exactly like the design on Chairman Guja's signature ring. He nudges the raven again, asking about the secret link between Guja and Odin, but the monster remains silent. Jun realizes this bird is basically a mindless drone, so there is really no point in keeping it around. He lets the bird fly back to Asgard while Ina suddenly comes rushing in, searching frantically for Jay-hyun. Jay-hyun quickly warns her to stay alert, since a dangerous mana rebound could happen at any second. She freezes up, and the Nornir system alerts Jay-hyun that some corrupted mana is building inside his body. They both clutch their chests in pain, but the system soon purges the corruption because Jay-hyun's mana is so pure. Once he stabilizes, the system notifies him that his maximum mana capacity just increased by a permanent 5%. Jay-hyun is relieved, especially since he just bagged his first target from the special quest called Raven Hunter. He scores 5 stat points, a mysterious blank card, and a very nice level upgrade for his hard work. After catching his breath, Jun realizes that this whole situation could have ended much worse than it actually did. He looks at Ina and sees trouble, especially when the system warns him her life is in serious danger. Our hero rushes to Ina's side, as the system warns she won't make it without immediate medical attention. Ina wakes up sweaty with a massive headache and sees Jay-hyun waiting nearby, so she asks what happened. It looks like he was napping, but he perks right up the moment he hears her call his name. He's surprised she's awake and checks on her while she's stunned to see her health and mana are full. She is super confused because the last thing she remembers is that painful mana rebound hitting her hard. She tells Jay-hyun she is okay and asks how he is, so he just says he fell asleep. She sees the dead Cobalt Lord and asks Jay-hyun why on earth he decided to stay with her. He explains he was just waiting for her to wake up because he has something important to tell her. She asks what it is, and after a short pause, Jun says they need to get their story straight. Ina blushes hard because that phrase can also mean he wants to lock lips with her. How scandalous. Outside the dungeon, Yoo-jung is grilling Sung-woo and Gina about why only 2 of them made it. Instructor John tries her best to keep her calm before she goes and does something totally reckless. She says she gets the worry while Hoyeon wonders how he can help bring their missing friends back safely. Suddenly the door opens, and Jae-hyun and Ina walk right out, leaving the whole group completely stunned. Jae-hyun casually asks if all this fighting is actually because of the 2 of them being gone. Even Jeon is frozen because the inspection guys were absolutely sure these 2 cadets were total goners. That boss was at least B-rank. Yoo-jung bursts into tears and runs toward them with arms wide open. She hugs them tight, sobbing about how the instructors were so sure they were both dead and gone. She says she is just so happy they are okay, which actually coaxes a sweet smile out of Ina. Jae-hyun says he gets it but asks for some space, as even Sung-woo and Gina start tearing up. Jun sees their faces and gives them a sincere thanks for believing in them this whole time. Jae-hyun explains he sent the others for help, so nobody should be pointing fingers at them. Still a grumpy Yoo-jung asks how they could possibly just leave their friends behind in that place. Jun tells her he would have made the same choice, so she really shouldn't be so hard on them. He reminds her that not everyone is as brave as she is, and asks her to stop being angry. That stings a bit, so she grabs Ina, claiming she was only worried about her anyway, not him. In a quick flashback, Ina asks Jae-hyun if he was the one who actually healed her injuries. He says it is complicated, and he would prefer to keep this secret ability totally under wraps. She asks why, but he counters by asking if she wonders why a Cobalt Lord attacked the students. He explains it is all because of Chairman Guja, a real jerk, who treats students like tools. Jae-hyun says Guja's public face is a total lie, and he thinks it is okay for students to die. Ina finally puts 2 and 2 together. That is why Jae-hyun has been hiding his powers. He simply nods, confirming it. After a bit of awkward silence, she brings up their chat from that office visit. Remember those cryptic warnings he dropped. He had basically told her to trust absolutely no one, not the big shot chairman, and definitely not the instructors. So she asks him point blank, how much does he really know about the big boss, Chairman Jinny? She calls him out for knowing the chairman was a villain all along. It is like he already read the script. She demands to know his secret source. When he stays quiet, she practically begs him for some real answers. Jae-hyun is totally stumped because he did not see this coming. Plus, getting her involved is a one-way ticket to Danger Town. He briefly thinks about using his brainwashing skill, but quickly realizes her high magic stats would just laugh in his face. Her iron will is too strong. Besides, mind control is a pretty terrible way to win friends and influence people. He finally offers a polite apology, but makes it clear that his lips are sealed regarding any more secrets. She asks why he is being so mysterious. He explains that knowing the truth would put a target on her back. He gently asks her to just drop the subject for the time being. Back in the present, Instructor Jean gives a deep bow, feeling terrible for not saving them from that dungeon disaster. She is relieved he is in one piece. He tells her not to sweat it since she did not trap them intentionally. As Jae-hyun heads off for some shut-eye, Ina chases him down, still hoping he will spill those secrets. She is worried about future surprises, but he just gives her another polite, "Sorry, I just cannot." He reminds her of her promise before heading out. Suddenly, the Norn system pings him, main quest cleared. It was the first major turning point where rewards vary by your choices. Turns out he is on Route B. This is a total departure from his past life. His prize, a legendary item called Idun's Golden Apple. Later, Chairman Jin lets out a sigh of disappointment. Seoki immediately starts apologizing like his life depends on it. The chairman grants him one pass, but makes it crystal clear that he has zero patience for useless underlings. With a creepy look that could freeze blood, Chairman Jin asks the instructor if he truly understands the situation. Shaking in his boots, Seoki swears he won't fail again. The chairman just gives him a cold, "You better not." He orders Seoki to get Jay-hyun under control at the next event, before his patience completely evaporates. Next morning, our guy hops out of the shower and spots his clothes reminding him of Ina's rough mana rebound. In his original timeline, Kim Yoo-jung did not make it, and An Ho-yeon was a total underachiever. He knows he must step in to change history, but he is pretty sure Ina can handle herself just fine. She is a natural talent, so he decides to keep his distance and watch how he acts around her. Since he is worried about messing up the timeline, he just flops onto the couch and flips on the TV. While catching the news, he realizes he needs to figure out what the chairman and the Aesir are plotting together. That dungeon was just the appetizer. There are definitely way more dangerous main courses coming their way in the future. He needs to power up fast to handle the chaos. Suddenly, a specific news report catches his eye. The anchor is interviewing a specialist about some strange, unconventional dungeons that are not like the usual ones. The invited specialist starts talking about these things called theme dungeons. These are not typical kill-the-boss spots. You have to use a completely different strategy to clear them. The biggest twist, once you are inside a theme dungeon, there is no leaving until you have cleared the whole thing. Our main man remembers these from his first life, and a brilliant plan starts forming in his head. The expert explains that if you want to raid these, you actually have to act like a character within the theme. You have to clear specific goals, almost like some high-stakes roleplay, all for that sweet, rare loot. Rumor has it there is a hidden God's arrangement piece, which is why everyone is so desperate to beat them. Hearing this, Jay-hyun just smirks. This is the golden opportunity he needs to grab that essential item. Meanwhile, Ina is having a nice tea break with Yoo-jung, apologizing for giving her such a big scare. Yoo-jung tells her not to worry, because she is just happy to see both of them safe and sound. She admits Jay-hyun can be a handful and was worried he might have been a jerk to Ina. She just laughs, explaining that being difficult is just how Jay-hyun usually is. Ina goes quiet for a moment, making Yoo-jung snap. She demands to know if Jay-hyun was being a jerk. Ina quickly denies it. She just thinks Jay-hyun puts a whole lot of faith in Yoo-jung lately. Honestly, she'd be so happy if Yoo-jung could lean on her and trust her just as much. Maybe if she were a bit more powerful, he'd actually start to rely on her too. Seeing Ina drift off again, Yoo-jung gets worried. She stands up and suggests finding a tasty treat. Forgetting about Jay-hyun, Yoo-jung stretches and says there's a spot she's been dying to visit. Ina starts to stutter, but Yoo-jung grabs her hand. It's time to turn that frown upside down. Ina is shocked to be dragged along, but a sweet smile soon spreads across her face. Meanwhile, our main man checks out a legendary item, the fabled golden apple of Odin. It was grown by Odin herself, the goddess who keeps the Aesir gods young and immortal forever. Eating it cuts aging by 50% instantly, and boosts natural healing by 50% too. It permanently levels up magic aptitude, but there is a catch: it can't be sold or shared. Jay-hyun knows anti-aging perks are super rare. This thing would easily cost at least $1 million. Since he can't trade it, he shifts focus to calculating all the other sweet loot he'll find. He remembers that an A-rank theme dungeon is about to open at a park in Seoul. That is where the Thunder Steps are legendary speed boots once worn by Thor's own servant, Thialfi. Those boots massively buff dexterity, making them the #1 item for every martial arts raider out there. With high hopes, Jay-hyun takes a big bite and suddenly the whole room glows with light. Surprisingly, it just tastes like a regular apple. But then the system confirms the magic is working. His stamina permanently jumps up by 20 and his mana stat increases by 20 as well. His healing and youthfulness both get a 50% boost, and his magic aptitude skyrockets. Jay-hyun is thrilled with these top-tier buffs. Suddenly, his body feels light as a feather. He grabs his phone to make a quick call, then heads straight for that theme park in Seoul. Seeing it again after regressing the place looks kind of tacky. The attendant asks what ticket he'd like. Instead, Jay-hyun flashes a Lotus Guild card and introduces himself as one of their official raiders. He calmly lets her know that a theme dungeon is literally about to spawn right in this park. Meanwhile, Instructor Jin swings by Jay-hyun's place only to find out our main character is out. The staff mentions he had business to attend to. They politely ask if anything is the matter. Jin says everything is fine, but she's amazed at how fast Jay-hyun bounced back from that incident. For a freshman, he's not just talented. His ability to recover from trauma is seriously impressive. Jin realizes the kid has real grit. She leaves a message for him to come see her later. Stepping outside, Jin pulls out a device to secretly report to a team manager named Song Jae-hyuk. Jae-hyuk picks up and asks for the scoop. She reveals that the J clan was pulling the strings. Jae-hyuk asks if Seoki was running the trial. He figures the guy must be in deep trouble now. He He tells her to keep a close watch on them and report back if anything suspicious happens. Jian agrees, but she adds that she suspects Jay-hyun knows way more than he is letting on. Over at the park, officials are already clearing everyone out. Jay-hyun is shocked by their lightning-fast response. Man, the Lotus Guild has some serious clout. He thinks back to his call with teacher Sangin earlier, since he was so sure she let him use the guild's name as long as he stays safe. Her worry amuses him, but she explains it isn't about doubting his skills or anything. No teacher wants to see their student in danger, especially since dungeons are totally unpredictable. Back in the present, the system pings. The theme dungeon, Neverland in Ruins, has finally appeared. There is a legendary reward for clearing 3 missions in a row. The special quest, Big 3, begins. He must beat these A-rank trials to claim his prize, the legendary Thundersteps of Thialfi. A 24-hour clock starts ticking with no penalty listed. Jay-hyun smirks, everything's going as planned. In a memory, another raider pops up claiming it was obvious the Viking ship was a mission spot. She bragged about being so brilliant she could easily find any attraction like the haunted house or the parade. Meet 16-year-old Seo Ah-hyun, a dungeon raider, who thinks her cognition accelerant skill is just the coolest thing ever. In her mind, there is absolutely nothing her genius brain cannot handle with just a bit of focus. She is beaming with excitement about this theme dungeon, and honestly, she is not complaining one bit. Jay-hyun remembers her well, the self-titled genius with an IQ of 150. Sadly, her constant bragging invited jealousy leading to her death. That is how Thialfi's famous Thunderstep skill went to a stranger. This time around, Jay-hyun decides he is the one who should claim those legendary Thundersteps for himself. Right on cue, the Nornir system invites him to start the Viking mission, the first of the Big 3. He is whisked away to the Viking dungeon where the system hints that this story's ending is about to change. Just as Jay-hyun vanishes, Seo Ah-hyun suddenly pops up right where he was standing moments before. Our main character instantly syncs with a dungeon persona, discovering he has taken on the role of Thialfi. Thialfi is a brave warrior who survived a Viking raid. Suddenly, the first major quest, Thialfi's Grudge, begins. According to the quest lore, the mighty god Thor was actually jealous of Thialfi's incredible speed. To control him, Thor kidnapped his sister Roskva. Now, Jay-hyun must save her to settle this ancient grudge. It is a B-rank mission, with a sweet reward and active skill known as the Commander's Shout. The rules are simple. If Roskva dies or he falls in battle, it is game over. But here's the catch: failure means actual death. Thialfi is known as the fastest man in all 9 realms. He was once a regular human who grew to hate the gods after Vikings destroyed his entire family. Jay-hyun is baffled. This version of the myth is totally different from the stories everyone usually knows. He starts to wonder if this is just another messy clash between the Aesir and the Nornir. Suddenly, a voice calls out his character's name, pleading for him to finally open his eyes. He wakes up with a throbbing headache, realizing he is on a ship he stole to go rescue Roskva. Looking up, he sees the man who woke him as Frederick, a face he recognizes. Frederick is the mastermind behind the ship heist. He looks concerned and asks if our hero is all right. Before he can answer, a massive collision rocks the boat. Pirates are boarding and things are looking pretty dicey. Jay-hyun is still catching his bearings, but it looks like saving his sister will have to wait a moment. He tells Frederick to hold down the fort and boldly leaps onto the enemy ship, ignoring his friend's protests. When our boy sticks the landing on the pirate vessel, the enemy crew is completely caught off guard. One pirate starts laughing, mocking him for jumping straight into a trap instead of hiding like a coward. They hurl insults and death threats his way, but our hero just stands there keeping his cool. He spots a girl tied up on deck and realizes it is that same genius girl, Seo Ah-hyun. He cannot help but wonder what on earth she is doing in a place like this. The system chimes in, identifying her as Thialfi's sister, Roskva. Meanwhile, Ah-hyun is still acting like a total brainiac. She thinks she is the smartest person alive, yet somehow she ended up as a prisoner in this dungeon. Just minutes before the park's emergency sirens wailed, she had innocently headed off to find a bathroom. Now she is crunching the numbers, calculating the tiny decimal percentage of how unlucky she actually is. After a quick pity party, she decides to stop crying and start plotting her big escape. She wipes away her tears desperately, hoping that a professional raid team has already arrived to save her. While searching for help earlier, she spotted Jay-hyun in the park and decided to shadow him. She was curious about him since he did not look like a typical raider, so she followed him closely. Back in the present, Jay-hyun sighs. Why did he have to run into her of all people? It is honestly impressive she got stuck here despite all the loud warnings telling everyone to run away. While he is busy face-palming, the pirates let the arrows fly. Luckily, he pops a mana shield just in time. As arrows bounce off his shield, he wonders why he is always stuck with the weirdest people. He charges a mana-infused punch and flattens them in one go. Talk about looking on the bright side. Sure, CO is a total handful, but she's definitely an asset for this upcoming raid. A massive new foe swings a heavy sword, but our hero smoothly slides away like a pro. Since leaving her behind isn't an option, he decides to put her talents to good use. After dodging the strike, he lands a solid haymaker that sends the big guy tumbling backward. First, he has to handle these pirates, then figure out CO. Here come the reinforcements. Jay-hyun isn't in the mood for games, so he tells them all to attack at once. In no time, everyone's down. He strolls over to CO and tells her the Sleeping Beauty act is over. He asks if she's the one called Rosva. She hisses, realizing her little cover story just blew up. With a smirk, she asks if he's Talfi. He confirms it and leans in for a little chat. Boom! He smashes her bindings with a single punch. He knows exactly what she's plotting right now. He warns her against any funny business, judging by her frantic nodding and hiccups message received. Ding the system confirms the first mission is clear. It's time to head back to the field. Suddenly, they're back at the park, sitting across from each other at a quiet little table. To CO, this guy is a total enigma, a mage who moves like a high-level martial artist. She figures he's her age, but with a prickly personality. Who exactly is this mysterious guy? Breaking the ice, Jay-hyun asks about her skills. CO fumbles her words before finally speaking up. She claims her skill boosts her swordsmanship, hoping to trick him. Middle schoolers have secrets too. She plans to play him for a fool, but Jay-hyun sees right through her little scheme. He despises liars. She doubles down, insisting she only has a weak D-rank sword skill. After a tense pause, Jay-hyun reveals her true power. It's actually called Cognition Accelerant. He explains how it slows down time while speeding up the user's mental processing speed. It's perfect for leaders or anyone who needs to read an opponent's mind during a fight. She's completely stunned. How on earth did he figure out her secret skill so easily? Jay-hyun stands up ready to ditch her, since she's clearly still trying to play him. He turns to leave, but she bursts into tears, begging him to wait for just a second. Please don't leave me, she wails. Without him, she knows she won't survive this place. Jay-hyun asks for a reason to trust her. Desperate, she promises to find a way. That's all he needed to hear. He flashes a grin and suggests they sign a formal contract. She's confused at first, but the reality sinks in as they start drafting the official terms. Rule 1, no harming Jay-hyun. Rule 2, she must follow every single order he gives. Rule 3, he protects her in Neverland. Rule 4, they never speak of this deal. Ever. She clutches her hair in pure frustration. Thanks to his subordination skill, this contract is ironclad. It's a sub-ability of his indoctrination skill, giving him total authority through a simple signature. He knows this is the only way to keep such a handful under control. She finally signs. Instantly, glowing binding chains wrap around her neck and arm. System notification SEO is now subordinated a bond that stays even after the quest ends. Jay-hyun tries to play it cool, saying it's not like he's controlling her actual mind. She snaps back that having a mental leash isn't exactly a walk in the park. He shrugs, telling her she can quit now and try her luck alone in the dungeon. She quickly backtracks, promising her best. Meanwhile, deep in Hell's Temple, a message is delivered. The adversary is working hard, and those outer gods are starting to get really annoyed. If he leaves now, the Acer gods are going to be absolutely furious. He needs Hell to watch over things while he stalls for more time. Back at the park, he picks the haunted house for their first ride, and Seo lets out a terrified shriek. Jae-hyun jokingly asks if she is feeling scared. She scoffs, asking if he truly thinks she is that timid. Who honestly expects a middle schooler to fear such things? Jae-hyun teases her briefly before nodding in friendly agreement. Approaching the entrance, our hero says it is showtime. Wait, she begs for a second to practice deep breathing. The system announces the haunted house mission is now live. They warp inside, tasked with escaping while following 3 rules. With skills locked, Jae-hyun checks on Seo's assigned role. Holding a new camera, she figures she is the videographer. Our guy roleplays a horror streamer hosting his first guest. Out of nowhere, a giant named Alfred offers a greeting. This butler, for Countess Flandre, welcomes them into the estate. The Norn system pings with the official Flandre quest alert. They must film the mansion's secrets and find an exit. It is an A-rank challenge offering a cool illusion skill. If they fail to solve the mystery, it is game over. Alfred politely leads them toward the dining hall for rest. Jae-hyun spots a vase dedicated to a foolishly beautiful girl. Seo finds a lovely portrait of a girl and her dog. Our hero estimates the girl was roughly 12 years old. Alfred claims the Countess cherishes these sweet childhood memories. His creepy facial expression gives Jae-hyun a major case of chills. Seo looks ready to cry as the odd butler leads on. Trailing behind our guy knows he must stay totally focused. Uncovering the truth is up to him and him alone. He teases Seo about her obvious fear, despite her earlier lies. Seo insists she is just jumpy because the decor is weird. Alfred presents a massive feast as they reach the table. He says enjoy, then vanishes like a suspicious ghost. Seo points out that eating this food is a terrible idea. Jay-hyun wants to roam, but Seo demands some intel first. She concentrates and triggers her cognitive acceleration skill for answers. She reveals the owner is likely just a 12-year-old. Those lobby chairs prove the owner's seat is way too high. It suggests she is much tinier than her guests. Plus, all the shelves are built remarkably close to the floor. Only the bottom handles look used. Jay-hyun agrees it fits perfectly. He suggests moving on to investigate the rest of the house. Seo follows, secretly hoping to keep that fancy camera later. Jay-hyun freezes in his tracks, making Seo wonder what happened. He warns her that jokes are over since they are trapped. The hidden secrets of this place are making him very uneasy. Meanwhile, outside this theme dungeon's manifestation, reporters and raiders swarm the area 2 hours later. A reporter breaks the news that a Lotus Guild raider and student Seo Ah-hyun are trapped inside. She's truly worried about whether those two youngsters can pull through this situation safely. Nearby, a veteran raider is throwing a fit since missing this dungeon means goodbye to his promotion. His partner Kyung-hoon happens to be the guy who witnessed Jae-hyun's goblin-slaying spree earlier. Kyung-hoon points out they had zero warning about a random theme dungeon popping up here. The veteran warns that a bad review might even cost Kyung-hoon his recent promotion too. Knowing his own rank up is toast, Sun Bae-nim grumbles while Kyung-hoon offers a very awkward thanks. The veteran insists they'll be the scapegoats, so he tells Kyung-hoon to identify the trapped duo. Kyung-hoon does a total double take when he realizes one of the kids is actually Jay-hyun. He remembers the boy joined Milius Academy and wonders if Lotus already scouted the genius. Seeing his partner's shocked face, the veteran gets nervous and asks if the head count is wrong, but Kyung-hoon just smiles, fully confident that this themed dungeon doesn't stand a chance. Inside the haunted house, Seo is losing it after realizing they're locked in, trembling for a plan. She's terrified they'll be stuck forever, but Jay-hyun calmly insists there is always an exit. With no other choice, she clings to his words and starts searching for a way out. Once he's alone, our main character considers that the mansion's owner is a pretty rude host. Honestly, with his current high level, a flimsy door like this should have crumbled easily. Plus, he knows Seo escaped this place before his regression, so the stamina requirement is low. It's clear to him that there's a hidden trick or a special variable protecting this mansion. Right then, Seo calls him over to check something, and he wonders what caught her eye. She claims the camera is acting weird, though he initially thinks she's just being dramatic. But when he looks, he spots the real Alfred's cold corpse lying right on the table. It clicks that the butler was an imposter, and the system pings 70% secret completion. They realize the camera shows things the eye can't see, making it the ultimate mystery-solving tool. Our boy figures that if their Alfred is fake, this screen shows the past or present. Since this is a mystery-themed dungeon showing the future wouldn't make sense for the players. Seo agrees, concluding the camera is revealing the mansion's dark history through glimpses of the past. If that's true, she realizes this feast definitely wasn't prepared for guests to actually eat. Jay-hyun notices a faint trace of mana, confirming the room is just one big magical illusion. Since illusions are common traps, our boy decides to activate his absolute calculation skill. Strangely enough, the system sends an error message saying the skill failed to activate. Apparently, that skill is banned here, so he has to rely on Seo's observations instead. She mentions that since the camera shows Alfred on the table, a mechanism must be there. If he's sitting where the food should be, she's convinced the escape key is hidden there. That is all the hint Jay-hyun needs to piece together the solution to this mystery. He activates mana detection and focuses on the table, spotting a bright beam from a plate. It's coming from the pudding. Locking magic is almost always anchored to a physical object. To break the spell, you must either destroy the object or erase the magical calculation. He informs Seo that the key they need is definitely buried somewhere inside that pudding. However, Seo is way too spooked to get close because of the gruesome dead body imagery. Jay-hyun taunts her by asking if she's scared, firing her up enough to find the key. She dives into the pudding, and after some searching, the system confirms their successful clear. They've unraveled the second secret and broken the illusion, meaning sweet extra rewards are coming. Meanwhile, the fake Alfred is creeping on them through a magical pearl in another room. He seems genuinely worried that his guests didn't enjoy the lovely meal he prepared. Butler Alfred vows to maintain the highest standards of hospitality for the Countess without fail. He exits with an unsettling laugh while Jay-hyun and Seo enter a well-lit hallway. Oh boy, Seo's camera lens reveals a nightmare of blood and discarded children's toys. They soon spot a door that looks exactly like a fancy guest suite. Jay-hyun wants to explore, but Seo is totally spooked by the gore inside. He reminds her it is either level up or stay in this mansion forever. She chooses freedom, so our hero tells her to stay sharp and look around. He asks for a heads up on clues before searching the room himself. Suddenly he spots a girl in white clothes stained with vivid red blood. Her face is badly damaged and her mouth is literally stitched shut with thread. She points a finger, just as the fake Alfred sneaks up right behind our hero. Jay-hyun wakes up to a blurry figure who turns out to be Seo. His head is spinning from the hit he totally knew was coming all along. He wonders how they got caught and if this is part of the dungeon's script. Seo used a special boost to figure out where the system dropped them. Based on the damp moss, she bets they are in an underground jail cell. This place is bad news, but Jay-hyun spots the locked iron gate. He activates his silence skill and delivers a massive mana-powered punch. The gate folds like cardboard, nearly taking down the entire stone wall. Seo is shocked, so he tells her to stay quiet before the butler returns. She teases his loud wall breaking while he plots their secret escape. Just then, a tiny puppy barks and jumps right into his arms. Why is there a dog here? Seo is worried it is a hidden monster. Jae-hyun thinks he is just a normal cute little guy with 0 mana. He assumes the pup was trapped too, since it is holding a key. Seo is sure it is a trap, but the puppy is not having it. The dog growls her into silence just as a new quest window pops up. Quest alert. They must find Flandier's diary on the 4th floor. It is a B-rank mission that rewards them by unlocking all their skill locks. The catch, do not die and finish within 2 hours or it is game over. Jae-hyun loves that reward and knows that diary holds the mansion's secrets. They sneak to the 3rd floor, but our main character realizes he is lost. The pup hops down and Seo misses having her camera for extra help. She notices Jae-hyun has turned into a statue and starts to panic. She turns around and sees the terrifying girl in white standing there. It is a sad sight with her eyes missing and lips sewn shut. Jae-hyun tries to be friendly, but Seo just wants to run away fast. He ignores the fear and asks the ghost girl why she is still lingering. He wonders if she is stuck here or if she wants to help them. She nods yes, pointing the way to the room they need. He thanks her and promises to help her reach the afterlife later. The puppy returns as Jae-hyun signals Seo that it is time to move. Seo is still worried while the scene shifts back to the busy theme park. The senior hunter asks if the Lotus Guild is really covering the entire bill. He wants to be absolutely sure they are taking responsibility for this dungeon mess. Sunji confirms the plan. He can point the association's blades right at the Lotus Guild. But wait, there's a catch. Guildmaster Yusong wants total silence regarding Min Ji-hyun's personal info. Our senior hero pauses, wondering why a top guild would ever pamper a lowly academy student. Since Sunji is playing coy, the senior agrees it is a win-win situation after all, right? He asks what happens if they fail, but Sunji just laughs it off. The guild knows talent. They wouldn't bet on a loser. Meanwhile, Jay-hyun is busy smashing a living armor inside the dungeon. One hit is all it takes. Poor Seo is stunned, since those are supposed to be C-rank threats. Jay-hyun calls it a shortcut. Suddenly, the system pings they have arrived at Countess Flandier's private room. This place is seriously spooky. Seo bravely tries to investigate the dusty old desk first. Hold on there. Jae-hyun stops her knowing the most obvious spot is usually a giant trap. Let's think outside the box. After a quick search, our protagonist finds something hidden away. Ding-he discovered the personal diary of Countess Flandier, the lady of this haunted manor. The first page is dated May 7th, 1474. Talk about a blast from the past. Flandier writes about her failing health. Her skin is pale, and the doctors are totally stumped. She fears her life will end before she ever tastes true freedom in the outside world. May 10th brings some hope. She is eagerly waiting for her grandparents to bring a new doll. Tragedy strikes on May 12th. A letter arrives saying thieves killed her parents during their travels. The tear-stained page is heartbreaking. She blames herself for asking for that silly little doll. By May 15th, the funeral is over. Suddenly, she is the sole owner of this massive estate. Being the last of her bloodline isn't a gift. It is a lonely, cold prison for her. Skip to July 4th. Flandier catches a young girl trying to steal a flower from the garden. This little thief actually looks just like her favorite doll. Flandier is instantly charmed by her. She decides to offer the girl a home. Finally, she won't have to be alone anymore. On July 20th, the nameless girl gets a new identity. Flandier calls her new best friend Sally. They play together every day. Flandier is overjoyed and prays this happiness lasts for an eternity. September 8th brings a new mystery. Alfred has vanished from the house without saying a single word. Sally claims he went to the next town, but Flandier can't shake this terrible growing anxiety. Alfred returns on the 10th, but he is different. Something cold has taken over his soul. Even Sally is acting suspicious now. It feels like a dark secret is brewing in the shadows. November 9th is a total nightmare. Horrific screams start echoing through the halls of the mansion. The staff are shrieking in agony. It sounds like their very throats are being ripped apart. Is this a dream or reality? The blood-splattered page tells a much more terrifying story. Chill's Sally and Alfred are now banging on her bedroom door, their intentions clearly sinister. She knows they are here to kill her. The system chimes as Jay-hyun finishes the tragic tale. Skill restrictions are gone. Our main character realizes the poor countess was actually murdered by monsters. A shapeshifter stole her life. He realizes a doppelganger has been lurking in this house all along. He looks at Seo in surprise. She is actually a monster that has been mimicking his friend. A whole army of Alfred monsters appears. The system confirms the first big secret has been found. Diary subquest. Completed, our boy just unmasked the true face of the butler and his minions. Mission update. Now that the secrets are out, it is time to make a quick escape. Jay-hyun faces the horde with his cute puppy sidekick. Suddenly, the monster lashes out with deadly limbs. Look out! He grabs the pup and leaps away just as the first strike tears the air. He taunts the beast, saying he was getting bored of its fake, polite little act. The creature cackles. It admits the human is surprisingly sharp for someone about to be eaten. Jay-hyun just shrugs. Solving this wasn't hard at all because he is just naturally this brilliant. Jay-hyun's truth-seeker vision instantly pierces through the monster's pathetic little illusion. Our hero politely suggests that the doppelganger isn't smart. The monster is just incredibly dim-witted. That witty remark really strikes a nerve, leaving the shapeshifter sputtering in pure, unadulterated outrage. In a total temper tantrum, the beast smashes everything, forcing Jay-hyun to make an exit. With the creature hot on his heels, our boy unleashes a lightning chain to shock it. The attack blasts holes through its body while the poor puppy starts feeling quite motion sick. All that zipping around is tough. Turns out this B-rank doppelganger is a very tricky foe. It can mimic any skill, but in a straight fistfight, it's basically just a C-rank pushover. Reforming its gooey body, the monster demands that Jay-hyun hand over his skin for dinner. Jay-hyun doesn't flinch, standing perfectly still even as the monster lunges inches from his face. He suddenly snares it with more lightning, asking how it feels to be the one played. After a lifetime of tricking others, the intense heat finally makes the monster let out a shriek. As it melts into a sad puddle, it confesses that envy for humanity led it to ruin. The heat burns a hole through the floor. With the threat gone, he turns to the dog. He praises her top-tier barking, confirming the dungeon really turned poor Seo into a talented pooch. Heading for the exit, Jay-hyun spots the mysterious spirit of Flyer floating nearby once again. She looks exactly like her beautiful portrait now, offering a warm smile and a friendly wave. Jay-hyun offers a kind smile back as he leaves, and the system confirms his total victory. Since he cleared every secret objective, the system promises some juicy bonus rewards for his work. Back in reality, Jay-hyun and Seo catch their breath while he checks out his new loot. First up is Commander Shouting, a handy skill that boosts ally morale, mana, and total stamina. Next is Illusion for tricking foes. Honestly, our boy isn't exactly thrilled about that first support skill. He isn't much of a team player, but that illusion skill will definitely help in a brawl. Seo pouts immediately, grumbling that he should have mentioned he knew she was the puppy earlier. She was absolutely terrified. But Jay-hyun playfully reminds her that surviving is what counts most. She keeps protesting, but he tells her to quit whining because the next mission is already calling. Seo was really hoping for a nap, so she's shocked when he asks if she's tired. Since she spent the whole time as a dog, she claims she's suffering from major mental exhaustion. Jay-hyun nods politely, but suggests that a little bit of cardio is the perfect exhaustion cure. He activates his subordination skill, and suddenly Seo's legs start marching forward against her will. As they head toward the next objective, she screams that she will never, ever forgive him. Gasping for air after their hike, she asks if this new place is just a long parade. Downing a potion, Jay-hyun confirms her hunch, but warns her to keep her guard up. Suddenly, a cheerful voice booms over the intercom, welcoming everyone to the magical world of Neverland. They spot a massive crowd gathered around a stage where a host named Bruin is performing. Bruin invites everyone to join his grand parade, heading for our duo to give a personal welcome. He cheers for their recent success while Jay-hyun cuts to the chase about the final challenge. Bruin reveals that the final game is just a round of tag pointing toward a gate. All they have to do is outrun the monsters pouring out and reach the finish line alive. Jay-hyun smells a rat, sensing a catch, which only makes Bruin chuckle at his sharp intuition. Bruin explains that this game of tag spawns monsters based on how strong the challengers are. Jay-hyun realizes he's in trouble. His high-level skills will summon some truly terrifying, powerful beasties. It is going to be a total nightmare trying to fight while keeping Seo safe. Bruin runs a quick scan and offers a big congratulations. They've been officially ranked as S-rank. This means the final mission is going to be way more intense than Jay-hyun ever expected. Bruin's jaw drops at those insane ranks. He is totally impressed, though main character Jay-hyun insists it is plain weird. Bruin just wishes them luck, then poof, he transforms into pure fire. The Norn system pings new quest last festival. Now he must outrun Surtur, a terrifying giant fire monster. It is simple: reach the goal or slay the beast. This S+ rank quest is no joke. The prize, Thialfi's thunders. But watch out, getting toasted by Surtur means it is game over for everyone. 3 enemies are coming, plus a secret quest tasks them with taking down Surtur and any looming threats. The reward is still a mystery, though rumors hint at something called unbelievable performance. Sounds pretty epic. 3 enemies. Jay-hyun is totally stunned. He definitely smells something fishy going on with this setup. Right on cue, a second fire monster emerges from the portal Bruin pointed out earlier. Talk about timing. Meet Surtur. He was born to incinerate the world before the very first giant Ymir even existed. His blazing sword is legendary. It is hot enough to turn our entire world into ash in mere hours. Jay-hyun grabs Seo, and Bolt Surtur is already busy turning the whole neighborhood into a giant barbecue. Brimstone rains down everywhere. A tearful Seo panics, wondering how on earth they can outrun such a beast. "I'm working on it," Jay-hyun yells. "Now hush up and keep running if you want to live." As buildings burn, a mysterious cat tells Hel that this fiery mess might actually be her own fault. Should she help? Hel teases her for being cruel, knowing she has zero intention of actually stepping in. Hel tells her to stay back. She is way too curious to see how Jay-hyun survives this spicy challenge. Out on the parade ground, Surtur keeps dropping firebombs while Jay-hyun does his best to stay untoasted. Direct combat is suicide. Jay-hyun plays tag until Seo finally spots the finish line. We are almost there. Jay-hyun rushes forward, telling Seo to hang on just a little bit longer. He pops his haste skill, gets a massive speed boost, and zooms toward the finish line. Plan to distract the boss while Seo grabs the goal. Meanwhile, Surtur grumbles about which idiot summoned him. Fire rains in a frenzy. They barely dodge the flames. Jay-hyun curses and tells Seo to stay focused. "Let's split up," he shouts. "Head straight for that merry-go-round and don't look back." Seo asks if he is the distraction. He jokingly asks if she would rather be the one used as bait. "Just run," he says. While Seo dashes for the goal, Jay-hyun finds himself face-to-face with Surtur. He taunts the monster, calling him a big jerk. Surtur blasts fire, but Jay-hyun dodges like a pro. Hopping onto a tower, he teases Surtur. "How can you catch me when you are moving like a snail?" Surtur goes full rage mode, spitting fire and smashing Jay-hyun's building into tiny pieces with one hit. He dodges again. Seo almost reaches the goal, but Surtur snipes the destination with a huge fireball. Seo freezes, totally confused. Jay-hyun is just as baffled. What on earth is happening right now? The system confirms the goal is toast. The main quest is officially impossible now. Only the hidden quest remains. Surtur laughs, calling him a fool. "You really thought you were a match for me. How cute." Jay-hyun realizes there is only one way home, taking Surtur down. It is time to stand his ground. When the next fireball flies, Jay-hyun does not even flinch. He blocks it with total effortless ease. Surtur is actually impressed. Not many puny humans have survived his legendary fire attacks before. The giant reaches for his blade, swinging it at Jay-hyun to see if he can block actual steel. Jay-hyun stands firm for the block. Nearby, Seo realizes they are both about to become toast very soon. Thinking fast, she pops her cognition accelerant skill to find a way to save their hides. As Jay-hyun dodges fire, Seo shouts, "Hey, I finally found a way to take this big guy down." Jay-hyun bolts to meet Seo, leaving a grumpy Surtur shouting, "How dare you run away from me?" Hiding in a nearby building. Sao explains her genius plan. They are going to use the water tank. There is a massive water tank on the outskirts. If they lure Surtur there, he is in big trouble. Use water to douse his flames. Jay-hyun figures they can finally strike his head or heart then. He is confident if they handle the fire, the victory is theirs for the taking. Seo clarifies this giant is just a budget knockoff of the mythological legend. She is convinced that hitting his weak spots will finish him for good. She plans to predict Surtur's route and guide him toward the water tank. Without wasting a second, Jay-hyun sprints toward the tank at full speed. He trusts Seo to count his steps and dodge Surtur's fiery wrath perfectly. When he stops, Surtur calls him weak, but Jay-hyun says he is not running. He reminds the giant he is just a lowly gatekeeper compared to the Aesir. That truth bomb definitely stings Surtur. Jay-hyun teases him, asking if a mighty giant is actually afraid of a human. Furious Surtur strikes with fire only to be met by a massive water burst. Using an illusion skill, Jay-hyun tricked Surtur into attacking the water tank instead. A massive deluge floods the area, instantly dousing the monster's legendary flames. Jay-hyun leaps and drives his mana charge blade straight into the giant's heart. On the ground, and defeated Surtur grumbles about dirty tricks and unfair play. Our hero just shrugs it off since a win is a win. Surtur warns that the original won't be so easy before vanishing into thin air. The system rewards Jay-hyun for clearing the hidden route with an unbelievable performance. He scores Surtur's undying flames while a relieved Seo finally catches her breath. Watching from the shadows, the cat realizes Jay-hyun is much stronger than expected. He is actually quite impressed by the boy's relentless drive to get stronger. Hala calls him a mere vessel, but the cat is not buying her skepticism. They decide it is best to keep his progress secret from the Aesir. The goal is to buff him until he can take down Odin himself. Meanwhile, Jay-hyun receives the S-rank Thialfi's Thundersteps boots fit for a human hero. These boots boost his stats and grant the incredible S-rank Step of Light skill. While admiring his new gear, Jay-hyun notices Seo looking a bit suspicious. Suspecting a scheme, he uses his subordination skill to check her new loot. She scored Roskva's seal, which grants her serious courage and dexterity buffs. Seo grumbles about his bossy skills while Jay-hyun maps out his next move. He is not interested in her items, but that cognition accelerant skill is tempting. He decides to wait on duplicating it, since she is already his subordinate. Bruin pops in to celebrate their victory, just as they prepare to leave. He calls Jay-hyun the great adversary, leaving our main character completely baffled. Before he can ask why Bruin vanishes and the dungeon shield finally shatters, the two survivors emerge and the crowd erupts into cheers. Sunbae Nim rushes forward, eager to discuss things with the two survivors. To everyone's shock, Jay-hyun has vanished, leaving Seo alone like a startled deer. All eyes fall on her as Kyung-hoon arrives to investigate. He suggests an assassin class, but Sunbae Nim insists he is a flashy battle mage. Chae-yoon is highly impressed that he vanished right after such a massive feat. Later, our hero is relieved to see no news about him online. He figures the Lotus Guild did some quick PR work to hide everything. He easily gave everyone the slip using those lightning-fast new Thunderstep boots. He also checks his new fire item, perfect for imbuing his blade with heat. Even after that win, Jay-hyun knows he still has a long way to go. He isn't interested in cheap shots or reaching the top without his companions. He's trading his weak past for a fearsome aura to keep his friends safe. Protecting family is his priority while Chairman Jaw kicks off a secret mission. A spy briefs instructor Jong-yu on Jae-hyun, promising total success. Jian plots to clean house during the upcoming event with wicked excitement. He tosses aside photos of marked targets' faces crossed out with an X. Next morning, Jae-hyun plays it cool, explaining his absence to the girls. Yoo-jung thought she was ghosted, but our main character clears the air. Ina's worried about injuries, though. He assures her he is totally fine. Yoo-jung laughs that his luck is so bad even God is trolling. Soo-hyuk crashes the party, complaining about Jae-hyun's annoying face. He warns against cheap tricks, but Yoo-jung just asks who this weirdo is. Jae-hyun plays dumb, sending Soo-hyuk into a screaming fit of his name. Instructor Yoo demands silence, forcing the loudmouth to back off immediately. Taking the stage, Yoo introduces her magic calculations class to the new cadets. She urges them to work hard, though Jae-hyun notes how young she looks. When Yoo tests their knowledge, Soo-hyuk explains that magic is pure math. He describes Mana manifesting the supernatural, earning a nod, and smirking at Jae. Gloating over his answer, he watches as Yoo distributes the basic calculation textbooks. These books cover everything from dark arts to advanced foundations for the semester. The students soon grumble that their new textbooks are completely blank. Jae-hyun sees the truth, revealing that the blank pages are actually ancient runes. Soo-hyuk is fuming while Yoo is stunned. He bypassed the lock so fast. Usually it takes a week to see the text, but he solved it instantly. Realizing his talent is legendary, she grills him about the cover's rune. Jae-hyun is baffled why this is so easy, wondering about the Norse system. Fate or trickery? He simply reads the title aloud, Odin's Life. Meanwhile, Seo is fuming because Jae-hyun made her walk miles today. She curses the bastard through her sore legs and annoying journalist interviews. She's forced to recount the dungeon raid alone, playing the solo hero role. Our main character used a subordination skill to keep his abilities a secret. Recalling that humiliation makes Seo boil, she's dying to break his command. Suddenly, a wicked idea strikes her as she knows exactly where he is. Later, Jae-hyun dives into the book, finding the theory surprisingly addictive. He learns that mana formulas are fluid-changing based on the caster's intent. Mastering these basics lets him turn low-rank magic into something truly formidable. This fast track to power is interrupted when Yoo-jung collapses from mental effort. She finally read the cover but gets salty because she once taught him. He quips about the student surpassing the master while Ina cracks page 1. Jae-hyun's praise makes Ina turn beet red, hiding her face in the book. He notices Ina's shift in behavior, wondering if it's due to his boundary. That distance was established post-dungeon while Odin's crow watches from the shadows. Bird reports as Jang starts a naming contest. With top-tier potions as the prize, the whole squad gathers to compete. Ina notes the lack of potion shops, but Jang knows survival gear sells. After they sample the brews, he cheerfully notes that they are witnessing a literal game changer. Rewind a bit. Our hero realizes every raider is desperate for that sweet, sweet power boost. Let's be real though, sometimes a fat wallet beats hard work every single time. Being a time traveler gives Jay-hyun the ultimate cheat code for business and big investments. Armed with future spoilers, he sets his sights on making Jang his newest business bestie. He knows Jang is destined to dominate half the global potion market. Talk about a jackpot. Suddenly, Seo crashes the party, scolding Jay-hyun for totally ghosting her on a promise. How did she find him? Oh, right, the system has built-in tracking for masters and subordinates. Yoo-jung worries he is bullying a kid, but Jae-hyun just politely invites Seo to sit. Seo suggests the name Heavenly Demon Potion, but our boy quickly hits the mute button on that. He uses his authority to veto that cringe name. The other suggestions, also a hard pass. He jokes that dungeon monsters have better taste. Eventually, even Yoo-jung starts to lose her cool. She is annoyed he did not ask her. He expects the worst, but decides to listen. She pitches the name Workshop Elixir, reminding our boy of the legendary Philosopher's Stone. That is classy. A mythic cure-all. Jang absolutely loves it, and Jae-hyun gives Yoo-jung a polite thank you. A rare thank you from him, progress. Later in class, Jae-hyun effortlessly nails a tough question. He defines runes as the soul of magic. His perfect answer makes Suyuk feel super salty. Class dismissed. Our boy approaches instructor Yisu to geek out over a tricky book he is reading. She freezes when she sees the cover. It is a high-level 4-star magic text. Talk about advanced. Even teachers find this book tough. She starts wondering if Jae-hyun is even human anymore. Back at the library, Jae-hyun hits a wall. Even Yisu could not help him decode this. Little does he know, the nearby librarian is busy taking secret notes on our studious hero. The librarian scribbles down that a mere student is tackling a complex 4-star magic text. Time for a private lesson. Jae-hyun visits his mentor to unravel the book's complicated secrets. They dive into the basics of creating, destroying, and boosting magic to the next level. These advanced formulas are a real headache even for a genius like our main character. He used to rely on Odin's eye, but now he needs to truly master the logic himself. After his explanation, Seongun admits that even she does not have all the definitive answers. She reminds him that an A-rank raider must master these 4-star concepts through pure grit. Seeing his confusion, she offers a special training method to help him finally grasp magic amplification. She hands him a mysterious cloth. Jae-hyun smiles, knowing this is his ticket to leveling up. Back in the training room, our boy starts duking it out with some digital dungeon monsters. With the teacher's sash on his wrist, an exhausted Jae-hyun fires off a magic arrow. The monsters easily swat his arrows away. Seongun's orders were simple stick to just one skill. He is forced to wear Gleipnir, a B-rank item that is more of a curse than gift. This replica of the chain that bound Fenrir slashes his stats by a whopping 50%. His mentor's advice: focus on one single ability and study the formulas until they are burned in. He asks how this helps with amplification. Her answer: that is for you to figure out, kid. Now Jae-hyun feels like he is moving through molasses thanks to those brutal stat debuffs. It is tougher than he thought. Days later, Yoo-jung spots some heavy-duty dark circles under his eyes. She asks if he's okay. He plays it cool, but she reveals she can literally sense him. She smells his muscle patches from a mile away. She knows he has been grinding all week. Ina looks concerned while Yoo-jung warns him that overworking is a recipe for disaster. He thanks them for the love, but reminds everyone there is a big quiz in 2 days. They have not finished the book yet. Failing means the horror of extra classes for everyone. Hearing that the girls sprint to study, Jae-hyun crushes test level 41. The system says his math skills are getting seriously dangerous. Magic arrow efficiency is up. It officially hits level 2. Jae-hyun realizes amplification is just a fancy term for leveling up. Just mix practice with some theory and boom, instant power upgrade. He's feeling like a top-tier B ranker, maybe even a rookie A rank. They started as business partners, but now it feels like actual school. Meanwhile, instructor Siki heads off for a meeting with the chairman. The boss is grumpy. Siki really needs to fix his messy reputation. That mock dungeon disaster really tanked his career stats, didn't it? Preparations are done. The chairman asks if it's finally foolproof. Siki confirms it's perfect. The chairman gives a classic villainous smirk. In the woods, Jae-hyun calls out a sneaky, mysterious stalker. A strange, crow-like figure drops from the sky like a ninja. Jae-hyun dodges and boots the bird right into a tree. Didn't you hear your buddy went through hell trying to kill me? Suddenly, more creatures drop from the trees for an ambush. Chairman Jin is getting bold attacking right here on school grounds. Jae-hyun fires magic arrows. Take that, you featherheads. But then things get super awkward. The main bird is his dad Siango talk about a family reunion. Furious, Jay-hyun fires lightning. Dad just dances through the sparks. Xiango reaches for his sword. This isn't a friendly father-son chat. Jay-hyun gets nicked. His old man is way too fast to follow. That slash would have turned Jay-hyun into two separate people. Xiango says he's been looking forward to seeing his boy. But man, you've certainly gotten a bit spicy lately, haven't you? Stop calling me son. We aren't exactly family anymore, remember? Xiango calls it a rebellious phase. Jay-hyun just wants real answers. Xiango senses the prophecy power, but thinks there's a limit to it. So has the Aesir resistance reached out to you yet? Jay-hyun is shocked Xiango slashes again, breaking through the defense. The barrier shatters, and Jay-hyun's clothes get a little singed. Is this real A-rank power? Dad admits his kid is getting stronger. How does he know about the Aesir? What's the big secret? Are you here to kill me? Xiango says that's not the plan. But this kid is growing way too fast for comfort. Time to use some divine juice to stunt his growth for good. I'll just take your limbs instead. A massive strike flies out. Suddenly that weird talking cat jumps in and blocks the blow. Xiango asks if the cat is finally ready to challenge Odin. The cat just plays dumb. I have no idea what you're saying. The cat becomes a lady. Beat it. We have business with him. She's way stronger than Dad. Jay-hyun is totally lost right now. Xiango sighs. Do you really have to make things so difficult? Drawing blood. Those drops sprout into creepy monster hands and lunge straight for Xiang-O. Xiang-O holds his ground, but these hands are getting massive and hitting way harder. While trading blows, Xiang-O scoffs. Is Loki really so pathetic he needs a human for a god war? The girl just smirks. Pot calling the kettle black, right. He is a human trying to kill Odin. Talk about awkward family tension. Jay-hyun's so-called father decides it is time to head out for now. Not without a parting threat, he warns her to stay out of his way regarding the Aesir contract. She is not intimidated. One more interruption, and she will happily take his head right off. After marking his neck, she drops a truth bomb. The contract covers gods, not Odin's little crow. Poof, Xiang-O vanishes into thin air. Poor Jay-hyun finally hits the deck looking pretty beat up. The mysterious girl approaches him with a smile. It is nice to finally meet you officially. Meet Hela, the alter ego of Hel. She is his new guide for the 5 trials ahead. Hela is an open book. She tells him to ask anything to help navigate this confusing mess. First question. Who is Xiang-O? Plot twist. He is not his dad. His real name is Hugin. Hugin is one of Odin's crows, a mythical creep that literally feeds on and controls human minds. He even borrowed memory warping powers from another crow named Munin. Talk about a shady family tree. He has been playing the dear old dad role just to spy on the legendary great adversary. Our guy is totally reeling from the news. To make it easier, Hela decides to show him. With a simple touch, she unlocks his real memories. Suddenly, he is back at his childhood home. He sees his father being a total jerk, calling him useless just because he awakened his powers. Ever since his mana kicked in, life was nothing but bruises and cruel words. Truly a nightmare. His mother was his only shield. But the memory shifts, and suddenly he is gasping for air. Something feels off. A deep, nagging feeling tells him he has forgotten something truly precious. Real memories flood in sweets from his actual dad, and hidden smiles resurface at last. They were such a happy, loving family. Reality hits him hard and the tears start falling. Staring at a photo of his real father, he breaks down. How could he have forgotten him? Back in the present, Hela smiles. The memory manipulation has finally cleared from his mind. With eyes red from crying, he asks why. Hela explains it is his fate as the adversary. Not the prophecy thing again. Jay-hyun is seriously over being the main character of a tragedy. He just wants to know why everyone is making his life a living hell with these labels. Time for a history lesson. Hela explains everything started 10,000 years ago with the first Ragnarok. Ragnarok is basically the series finale for the gods, the ultimate end of their long story. The resistance fought a desperate war, but they were crushed by the Aesir gods and the Valkyries. After the dust settled, Odin offered the survivors a deal, a contract they simply could not refuse. It was a formal surrender. The resistance officially admitted defeat in the wake of the great Ragnarok. From that day on, they could not touch the gods. Total obedience to Odin was the rule. The realm suffered for ages until the Sisters of Norn spoke of a change in the stars. When the next extinction looms, the weakest being will rise to destroy Odin and Asgard. And wouldn't you know it, that legendary great enemy is our very own Jay-hyun. So the resistance wants him to kill a god great, but what exactly is Odin's master plan? Hela keeps it simple. Odin wants absolute control over everything, including the human realm of Midgard. Up in Asgard, Odin is feeling grumpy. Why must he watch some lowly human because of destiny? Heimdall agrees completely. To him, Jay-hyun is just a tiny speck compared to their divine power. Still, Odin is not taking chances. He grants Heimdall temporary authority to handle things personally. Heimdall is actually pretty stoked. It has been ages since he had a reason to leave Asgard. Sometime later, our boy hits the gym. He cannot stop thinking about the 9 realms and Hela. It turns out Odin's been quite busy, having already snatched up realms like Vanaheim and Muspelheim. Now he's eyeing a second war. In a flashback, our hero Jay-hyun wonders why Odin hasn't finished him yet. Hela drops a truth bomb. A powerful prophecy is shielding him, something even the big gods can't mess with. But don't get too comfy. That divine protection wears off once the second Ragnarok starts knocking on the door. She warns that the Aesir gods plan to end him then, just like they did in his previous life. Suddenly it clicks for Jay-hyun. His past death was all part of Odin's master plan. Talk about being played. They wiped out his family and twisted his memories, turning his entire existence into a total nightmare. Hela asks the big question, is he ready for some payback and to protect what he holds dear? She reminds him she's the guide for 5 big trials and is ready to get his training started. This training is meant to turn him into a god slayer. The Nornir system even pops up a god murderer quest. To stop Odin's greedy plans, Jay-hyun must claim the power of the rebellious Aesir throne. He's cleared the first hellish trial, but 4 more mystery challenges stand between him and that throne's blessing. Meanwhile, Ho-yoon is pushing his limits until he's super sore, luckily scoring a shiny new S-rank skill. It's definitely taken a toll, though. He can't help but remember that Jay-hyun is still way ahead. He's not strong enough for the Minseal Festival yet, so it's back to the grind for him. Soon a summons calls him to the chairman's office, where Jae-won is busy chatting with a politician. They're plotting to ditch the lower-ranked students so they can dump all their resources into the top elites. Jae-won suggests the congressman handle the cleanup once those pesky students are out of the picture. But the guy's hesitant, worried because things got messy during the mock exams and the higher-ups are watching. Jae-won feels like this guy's beneath him and starts wondering if he should just replace him too. He reveals his master plan. They're going to force open an artificial gate during the upcoming guild experience. That definitely catches the congressman's attention. Suddenly, he's all in on the scheme. He promises to send national funds to the school, and right on cue, Ho-yoon is called in. Ho-yoon is still spooked by that creepy demiplane experience and wonders what the chairman wants this time. He suspects the chairman was the one who messed with his head and caused that whole dungeon mess. Stepping up to the door, he reminds himself to stay cool since he can't take this guy alone. Back in class, our hero thinks back to Hela's warning that Odin is likely onto them already. If Odin knows he's teamed up with the resistance, Ragnarok might happen much sooner than anyone expected. Instructor Yi-sol wraps up her lesson and tells everyone to wake up, even Ina, for a big announcement. The guild experience starts in 3 days, and she promises it'll be a fantastic opportunity for everyone. They'll get to hunt monsters alongside pro-guilds, including one special group personally handpicked by Chairman Jae-won. Jae-hyun isn't thrilled about the chairman's pick, remembering the crummy E-rank guild from his past life. Back then, he just sat on a dusty couch, but now his stats let him go anywhere. He's got his sights set on the Neptune Guild, the absolute best in Korea, before he regressed. However, Yi-sol pulls out a priority list for students the top guilds are actually begging to have. She announces that the prestigious Lotus Guild has specifically requested Jae-hyun, Ina, and Yu-jung. Meanwhile, Lee Seo-la is headed to Neptune. Yu-jung is absolutely losing it with excitement over Lotus. Jae-hyun realizes why his teacher wanted those names. Poor Yu-jung is practically crying tears of joy. She's so hyped to meet the guild master, she nearly squeezes Ina to death until an emergency text arrives. The crew meets up at Jang's workshop, where Ho-yoon spills the tea on the chairman's dark plans. Jae-won plans to use the guild event to weed out the lower-ranked students to force awakenings. Jang sighs that the chairman's greed gets worse every year, but now he's literally playing with lives. Our hero realizes this experience is going to be far more dangerous than he first imagined. Ho-yoon declares that they're the only ones in the loop and the only ones who can stop it. It's time to band together and stop this tragedy before things go south for good. Jae-hyun, on the flip side, worries that jumping the gun might just get them all killed. Even though helping others is super noble, a polite yet awkward silence hangs over the table. Yu-jung chimes in, asking why they're stalling when their fellow students' lives are totally on the line. Jong and Ah nod in agreement, and it honestly warms Jae-hyun's heart to see everyone on the same page. He truly believes that their passion for protecting people is what makes them real-deal raiders. Suddenly, the system pings with a new quest called the Second Turning Point Time to wreck Chairman Jin's greedy plans. He has to rescue the students in a tough A+ rank mission, and the prize is a mysterious blank card. It also includes a sealed magic text, and the system warns that those picky Aesir are watching his every move. Finally, Jae-hyun suggests they cook up a clever plan to take down Chairman Jin for good. A bit later, Instructor Yu is totally floored when Jay-hyun casually mentions he's mastered a 4-star magic text. She can't believe her eyes and starts getting a little spooked, realizing just how dangerous this student actually is. She knows the big boss wants to use him like a pawn, but she doubts Jay-hyun is that easy to manipulate. Then our guy playfully points out she looks pretty stressed after sharing all that teacher-student wisdom with him. So he politely asks if she's planning to go run and snitch to that big meanie, Chairman Jin, again. When she asks how on earth he knows that, he decides it's time to use his handy brainwashing skill. He tells her he's got a little favor to ask. The skill works like a charm, proving our boy is leveling up fast. His master plan is to take control from the inside, so he asks Yu for the tea on Jin's shady schemes. He wants the scoop on the Guild Experience event, and 3 days later, Yu Jung is practically vibrating with excitement. She gets to tour the fancy Lotus Guild building where the friendly manager Sunjae arrives to greet the students. He tells them he'll be their official guide for the day and starts showing them all the cool spots. They reach a room where the guild master is waiting, and soon they're all sitting down for a polite tea party. Yu Young is so starstruck by the fancy decor that she can barely even lift her head to look around. She eventually gathers her courage to ask for an autograph, and the kind Si-yeon happily signs it for her. She tells Yu Jung that fans like her are a huge motivation, then notices that Jay-hyun sure has a lot of friends. Hwan asks if they've met before, and she proudly informs them that Jay-hyun is actually her star student. Yu Jung basically loses her mind. The guildmaster explains she's heard all about their adventures from Jay-hyun. She invited them specifically because of him explaining that Lotus is already hip to Chairman Jin's sketchy corruption. But they haven't been able to make a move yet because of the massive amount of power the chairman holds. Most of Jin's skills are a total mystery, and Si-yeon admits even she doesn't know what he's truly capable of. Meanwhile, over at a different guild, a student named Seong-chan is busy thinking his classmates are just a bunch of fools. He thinks they're all beneath him now, especially since the big chairman personally handpicked him for this. He's finally feeling like a legendary raider in the making when a girl suddenly stops him in his tracks. She asks if he thinks the place is creepy too, pointing out that a real guild should have way more gear and facilities. Instead, this place looks like it's been rotting for years, just like some spooky abandoned building. When he looks around and spots all the dust and cobwebs, he starts getting a really bad feeling about their situation. The man leading them announces they've arrived, but when he turns around, his face starts doing something really gross. His disguise literally melts away to reveal Instructor Seoki, who's annoyed his transformation skill ran out so quickly. Realizing the gig is up, he decides to start the plan early and activates a glowing bright pink magic circle. He waves a cheerful goodbye while the students panic and realize they're totally stuck to the floor. Meanwhile, our main crew uses the mana map from Sion to track down some super weird supernatural vibes. But when they see a crumbly old building, they start wondering if they accidentally took a wrong turn somewhere. Behind the scenes, Jay-hyun uses his brainy telepathy to tell manager Sunjae that he's currently tailing the group. When Sunjae asks how he learned such a cool trick, our boy just says he read a couple of magic books. Sunjae is super proud of his growth, while over at the Manhwa Guild, the master senses a really bad mana wave nearby. She remembers Jay-hyun warning her that the guild Jin is using for his evil master plan is called Cain. Seol realizes Cain is Jin's personal guild, which is super weird for a downtown Seoul location. It is practically next door to Lotus, and Jin usually isn't this loud with his schemes. Jae-hyun breaks the news that his secret connections gave him the inside scoop. Back in the present, Seol checks in with Hana about Jin's mysterious new organization. Hana explains that Cain is a ghost guild, basically a front for taxes and shady business. They are totally off the grid, leaving Seol wondering what Jin is actually cooking up. She tells Hana to get the gear ready, just in case, while the students enter Cain. Yu Jung thinks the place looks totally abandoned, but our boy senses that stinky, rotting mana. This vibe is way off, and Jae-hyun considers handling this alone with manager Seon Jae. Stepping inside, they feel the lingering hum of some high-level magic that just popped off. Suddenly, that pink energy flares up again, and our hero yells for everyone to bail immediately. It is too late. A magic circle traps them all before they can even blink. A voice mocks them as fools before dragging them straight to Svartalfheim, land of dark elves. The Nornir system screams a warning that this dungeon is way above his current level. Meanwhile, the Dark Elf boss tells his crew to wake up, because dinner has finally arrived. The kids land in Svartalfheim, and Jae-hyun starts remembering the ancient legends of the realm. In the myths, these Dark Elves had powers that could actually challenge the gods themselves. Luckily, the dungeon nerfed them, but Ho-yeon is still shocked Jin can use teleportation magic. He wonders if Jin is even human, since regular people shouldn't hack the system like this. Things look pretty grim until manager Seon-jae suddenly makes his timely grand entrance. Seon-jae explains that Jay-hyun actually asked him to provide backup if things got messy. Yoo-jung is relieved they aren't toast, but Seon-jae tells her to hold that thought. Even A-rank raiders struggle here, so one wrong move means it is game over. Jay-hyun knows there is no easy guide for this dungeon, at least in this timeline. But he has watched plenty of future walkthroughs and promises everyone will make it back safely. First step, find survivors. Meanwhile, Chairman Jin has a tense meeting with Ho-yeon's father. Mr. An is annoyed, claiming Jin broke his promise to turn his son into a powerhouse. Jin plays it cool, promising that Ho-yeon will dominate at the very next event. An isn't buying the snake's charm, asking how his son lost to a magic student. The chairman reveals that Jay-hyun is a genius with 97% magic aptitude. That massive number shocks Mr. An, a former military officer who knows his stuff. Jin only keeps him around because of those sweet, high-level government connections. Still, this isn't enough for Jin to risk his neck on a losing game. Deep in elf territory, Ina tries to use flash to light up the spooky darkness, but our boy steps in with a level 3 flash that is basically a portable sun. Yoo-jung is floored, so he casually explains he has been grinding his D-rank skills. Ina is totally confused since leveling up skills like that is usually for A-rank pros. Ho-yeon can't believe the gap in skills while Seon-jae watches the kid curiously. He has trained tons of raiders but has never seen a rookie quite like this one. He wonders how high this kid's ceiling is before Jay-hyun suggests a quick rest. Seon-jae agrees since dark elves thrive in shadows and can cancel out light easily. Our hero kills the lights so the team can get used to the pitch-black darkness. The kids start chugging the mana potions that Jay-hyun thoughtfully packed for them. When Ho-yeon guesses the survivors are just past the fork, Jay-hyun goes to work. He activates his mana perception to scan the dungeon and find their missing people. He pinpoints the path to the boss room when suddenly an arrow streaks toward Ina. Like a pro, he snatches it right out of thin air. Our hero triggers his absolute calculation skill as a swarm of dark elves emerges from the shadows. It is time to get serious. Everyone. The team watches in total awe as Jay-hyun snaps the deadly arrow with one hand. Yoo-jung quickly casts a protective mana field, while Ina uses her slow skill to mess with the elves' speed. She pulls out her glowing divine sword and starts cutting through those pointed-eared enemies. Hwan pulls out his extreme martial arts skill, creating a perfect opening for the rest of the squad to strike. On cue, manager Sun-jae leaps forward with his dagger, engaging a dark elf in a fierce face-to-face duel. Jay-hyun joins the party by unleashing his level 5 lightning chains, zapping multiple elves with a crackle of power. According to the secret clear guide, these dark elves rely entirely on weapons and armor, forged from pure magic. His calculation skill can dismantle their gear instantly. He tells the girls to stick to fire magic, and they trust him blindly. As a spear flies toward him, Jay-hyun instructs Hoan to use a taunt to make the enemies predictable. The spear turns to ash against his flames, while Hoan skillfully draws all the monster's attention onto himself. Next, Jay-hyun calls for Sun-jae to eliminate the elves that have been slowed down to a crawl. Sun-jae moves in for the kill, wondering how Jay-hyun knows so many secret weaknesses about these creatures. Activating his level 5 stealth, Sun-jae vanishes completely before slicing through his targets with surgical precision. Our protagonist strikes back with a fire blast, vaporizing an unlucky elf in a single powerful explosion. Yoo-jung releases her flame of eternity, creating a massive fireball that forces the scattered elves to scramble. As the dark elves try to push through, Ina snipes them down with her glowing fire arrows. An elf wonders how humans know their secrets, just as Hoan's blade pierces straight through his chest from behind. The elf is furious at the insult, but as he turns around, Jae-hyun's lightning chain delivers the final shock. The battle ends quickly, and Jae-hyun urges the team forward. We are on a very tight schedule, folks. He senses the mana of other survivors nearby and worries they might not make it if they don't hurry. Back at the academy, Chairman Ja is absolutely fuming at instructor Seoki for failing once again. Seoki tries to explain that an unexpected outsider threw a massive wrench into his carefully laid plans. But the chairman is definitely not in the mood for excuses today. Seoki suggests it's no big deal since civilians dying in gate accidents is actually pretty common. The chairman finds that idea pathetic, and suddenly Seoki starts coughing up blood from the intense pressure. Chairman Ja explains the transfer spell only works on mana users, meaning some pesky rats have infiltrated the area. He warns Seoki that his life is on the line. If even one student makes it out, he is finished. As the chairman ramps up the pressure, Seoki begins bleeding from his eyes and nose. Yikes. Meanwhile, Guildmaster Shongun rushes toward the Cane Guild to investigate a very bad vibe in the air. She suspects an S-rank spell is in play, which means Sun-jae and the kids are in serious trouble. Thankfully, her magic earring hasn't reacted yet, confirming that everyone is still alive for now. She tells Hana to contact the association for backup immediately if she isn't back by tomorrow morning. Speeding off on her bike, Shongun vows to make Ja pay if even a single student gets hurt. Elsewhere, Xiangchan is in rough shape and his friends are doing their best to carry him out. They trip over a rock and the girl breaks down in tears, feeling totally lost in this nightmare. She starts blaming herself for the chaos, feeling like she is nothing but a burden to everyone. A hand suddenly lands on her shoulder, startling her. It's none other than our main man, Jay-hyun. He reassures her that she's done enough and can leave the rest to him before she passes out. After a few potions, Chan wakes up only to learn they are in Svartalfheimer, the Dark Elf realm. When Jay-hyun asks for the story, they explain how they were sucked in at the Cain Guild. They were ambushed and their friends were snatched, though Chan and the girl managed to hide from view. But the mana overdose eventually took them down. Jay-hyun can tell the girl feels like a coward. She wishes she'd fought alongside her friends, but Jay-hyun calls her out on that reckless movie-style arrogance. Memories of his past life's betrayal flicker through his mind like a really bad rerun. He kindly assures Xiangchan and the lady that they are not to blame for this mess. Jae-hyun asks for directions, and the girl points toward the spooky Dark Elf King. The plot thickens. Xiangchan reveals that Instructor C was the one who set them up. Jae-hyun asks the group to hang back, which earns him a very loud protest from Yu-jung. Our boy explains he can literally smell the gross dark mana coming from that direction. He has got to move fast before his buddy's energy levels hit 0%. Yu-jung calls him a total loon, while Ina thinks teamwork is the ultimate dream work. But Hoan actually agrees. He knows they would get stomped in a one-on-one fight. Someone needs to guard the wounded, so Yu-jung grumbles, but finally stays put. Sunji gives a reluctant thumbs up, begging Jae-hyun to run if things get too dicey. Hwan promises to protect the squad with every single muscle in his body. As Jae-hyun heads into the dungeon, the others wonder if he has actually got this. Sunji assures them that their friend is basically a walking human cheat code. Yu-jung wipes her eyes and tells a worried Ina that everything will be just fine. Suddenly, Sunji's ears perk up. It is time to be quiet because bad guys are coming. Before he can even grab his daggers, a laser beam sends him face first into the dirt. The Dark Elves waltz in, calling the humans nothing more than pesky little houseflies. Jae-hyun sprints ahead, praying his friends do not get into trouble while he is gone. He busts open the throne room to find the king, waiting with a nasty surprise. His earring starts burning hot, signaling that the manager is in some serious trouble. The doors slam shut, locking him in for a mandatory brawl with the king's soldiers. Our hero is torn. Does he stay to fight or run back to save the group? Remembering Hoan's promise, he decides to trust his team and focus on the king. The Dark Elf King starts trash-talking, asking what one puny human can really do. Jae-hyun summons a wall of flames, politely promising that they are all about to fry. Back at the entrance, Sunji is looking pretty rough next to a very scary sword. Hwan rushes over, realizing the manager has been hit with some super nasty poison. These elves definitely did their homework, targeting the assassin's biggest weakness with surgical precision. The lead elf decides to play with his food now that the strongest human is down. It was a total ambush. Ina hopes the guildmaster sees the emergency signal soon. She remembers the Ivaldi earring. Jae-hyun has it as like a high-tech distress flare. While they wait for backup, Jae-hyun is busy turning the palace into a giant barbecue. He becomes a human torch, slicing through dark elf guards like they are made of butter. Noticing blood on their faces, he tells them to spit out whatever they just ate. Our boy remembers Hoan's face, that "I have officially lost my mind" look of pure determination. He has seen that look before on friends who ended up as ghosts in his past life. He should not trust those eyes, but meanwhile, Yu-jung and Ina prepare some serious magic. The elf captain laughs, calling their desperate struggle a rather pathetic attempt at survival. He tells them they are on the dinner menu and orders his soldiers to attack. The elf moves like lightning, but Hoan shuts him down with a massive shield bash. Using his martial arts polar extreme skill, Hoan delivers a counter slash that sends him back. The lead elf wipes his chin, admitting these humans actually have a bit of spirit. Hwan realizes these are not your average backyard elves. These guys are the real deal. The leader finally introduces himself as Kel, the royal captain, with some very fancy blood. Everyone is completely stunned, a royal dark elf. That means his power level totally eclipses a standard A rank. Back with Hoyan, he remembers the day he met Jae-hyun. He can still see Jae-hyun protecting him. It brings back the joy of being a raider. To Hoyan, Jae-hyun's fearless heart is the hero he aspires to be. He refuses to fall here. He is determined to close the gap and stand beside Jae-hyun no matter the cost. To everyone's utter disbelief, Hoyan tosses his shield aside and marches straight toward the beast with a smile. This is his true path. After all, a real raider carries more than just one heart within them. He taps into his 3 chi centers, forcing them open to release every ounce of his hidden potential. Kel reels back as Hoyun's mana explodes. Just standing near that overwhelming pressure actually causes Kel physical pain. Swallowed by the glowing energy, Kel demands to know how a human can do this. Hoyun just keeps his cool silence. Instead, he triggers the unity of body and sword skill. The strain is so intense he begins coughing up blood. Ina begs him to quit. Even the system chimes in warning that this S-rank level is way too advanced. His blood flow reverses, he is told to stop, or he will face certain death in exactly 6 minutes and 36 seconds. Sensing a chance, Kel orders his men to seize Hoyun alive even if they have to take a few limbs first. Hoyun stands his ground, refusing to quit. He has finally unlocked a legendary S-rank skill through sheer grit and willpower. This unity of body and sword technique is incredible, but the physical toll on his body is absolutely massive. It is the pinnacle of mastery where the blade and the warrior become a single unstoppable force of nature. When the guards charge, Hoyun swats them away like flies and sets his sights directly on Kel himself. Their blades collide. Hoyun realizes he is still outmatched since his new power hasn't quite stabilized yet. It is a bit shaky. Stalling for time is his only option now. He keeps up the pressure, refusing to give Kel an opening. Kel laughs, calling Hoyun's struggle cute. He can clearly see the hero's body is literally falling apart at the seams. Hoyun won't budge. He has a promise to keep. He tells Kel that a monster could never understand human loyalty. He lunges forward, but the nimble dark elf dodges, trying to land a sneaky blow from the side instead. Kel misses. Hoyun's sharpened senses are off the charts, allowing him to react and leap clear of the counterattack. Kel snarls, calling him a pest, but Hoyun lunges back and nearly knocks the dark elf right off his feet. Suddenly, Hoyun's physical form starts failing. The system screams at him to deactivate the skill before it is too late. His muscles are tearing and his veins are twisting in agony. Seeing his chance, Kel moves in for the kill. Even while gasping for air and coughing, Hoyun miraculously blocks the strike. His body is at its absolute breaking point. He pushes on for one final gambit. He unleashes a massive mana blast that literally rips the floor wide open. A dark elf falls, but Hoyun's heart sinks. The cowardly Kel used his own soldier as a living shield. The dying soldier gasps for his captain, but Kel just scoffs, telling him he was at least somewhat useful. How rude. Hoyun hits the ground, coughing up blood. With his last bit of strength, he calls Kel a total coward. Before the words even land, Kel lunges forward and plunges his blade right through our poor hero. Nearby, Yujong is in tears. She watches the nightmare unfold and screams out Hoyun's name in pure heartbreak. Over in the palace, Jay-hyun is wrecking house with flaming chains. Still, he cannot quite reach the trapped students yet. He remembers promising Hoyun he would take down the king in 10 minutes. Worry starts to creep into his mind. An elf charges with a spear, but Jay-hyun waits for the perfect moment to give him a fiery facelift. High above, the dark elf king just chuckles, finding this whole chaotic scene rather amusing. He calls Jay-hyun a fool. Does he really think one human can survive against an entire army? Jay-hyun just shrugs and asks, "Why not?" The king sneers, calling him an arrogant, useless little human. Jay-hyun remembers being called useless his whole life. Honestly, he is totally overhearing that same old insult. Suddenly, the elves start gasping for air. Jay-hyun begins to glow with an intense burning heat as enemies collapse. The king is baffled. Why aren't they moving? Little does he know Jay-hyun is revving up his chains of inferno. As they charge, Jay-hyun's chains whip out, thanking the king for being such a helpful test subject for his move. Hundreds of elves are caught in the blaze. The king is absolutely fuming now, cursing Jay-hyun under his breath. He snarls a deadly promise. Jay-hyun is definitely not leaving this palace alive after that stunt. Jay-hyun just strolls up, asking with a polite smile if the guy's actually being serious right now. This king is absolutely certain no human should be this monstrously strong, and he finally accepts that victory is impossible. He tries to act tough, warning Jay-hyun that the other 7 kings will hunt him down for this. Even a win here won't save our hero from their legendary fury, while the king continues his little monologue. Jay-hyun activates his step of light, zooming forward like a flash and delivering a massive punch to the face. That punch comes with a spicy surprise, a fiery explosion that sends the king flying backward through the air. Our boy simply shrugs, telling him to let those kings come find him if they're really that upset about it. Sadly, things are grim elsewhere as Kel stabs Hoyun. Ina can only watch in horror, feeling completely and utterly useless. The weight of her own weakness crushes her spirit as she fears losing another precious friend today. Now only scraps remain. Kel looms over her, grabbing her throat and preparing to make her his next meal. Yoo-jung screams out, but Ina just weeps in the villain's grip, desperately telling herself she can't give up. Suddenly, a wave of brilliant mana floods the area as Guildmaster Shongun arrives, politely asking if they were hurt. She suggests he think very carefully before speaking because his life depends on the answer. Her aura is terrifying. Poor Hoyan, barely holding on while bleeding out, is just relieved that reinforcements finally showed up to save the day. Shongun repeats her question, her massive power making Kel break into a cold sweat as the pressure mounts. Just by sensing her mana, Kel realizes instantly that he stands absolutely zero chance against this powerful lady. He decides to use the kids as shields instead, boldly boasting that this bloody mess is his greatest masterpiece. Shongun just sighs and triggers her sacrifice skill, instantly showering everyone in a wave of miraculous healing energy. She uses her own life force to power it. Kel is stunned by such high-speed healing magic. Shongun politely mentions she hates it when people touch her friends before blasting him into the next week. The blast sends him reeling as the pure energy begins to dissolve his body into nothingness. Yoo-jung is totally amazed, realizing that wasn't even a skill, just a direct shot of incredibly dense mana. Seongun quickly rushes to Hoyan's side to stabilize his vitals before his clock runs out. However, the poor guy is in rough shape. As she attempts to heal him, her system sends a warning. His wounds are deep and will take ages to fully mend. It seems he completely overexerted his young body. By pushing past his limits, he has severely damaged his internal meridians and his entire nervous system. If she'd arrived a moment later, his mana days would be over. Thankfully, she manages to patch him up. But the system warns her that her own life power has permanently dropped by 2%. This skill really takes its toll, and she knows she'd be long gone if it weren't for Jay-hyun. When Yoo-jung asks about their friend, Shongun kindly explains he'll be fine but will sleep for a while. The students breathe a sigh of relief, so Seongun asks where their fearless leader has run off to. They hesitantly admit he entered the boss room alone, but she just smiles and says he'll be totally fine. Yoo-jung is still worried, but Shongun promises that our hero isn't the type to go down so easily. She knows the boss is no match for him. Meanwhile, Jay tells the king to bring his friends next. Of course, that's only if the king survives this. The dark elf curses as blood drips from his face. He can't believe he's losing to a human, so he decides to tuck tail and run to warn others. As he tries to flee, he's shocked when Jay-hyun suddenly appears right in front of him. Using his lightning chains, our boy binds him tight and smashes his arrogant face into the dirt. Furious, the king vows to drag Jay-hyun down to the depths of Helheim with him. He unleashes a legendary secret technique known only to dark elf royalty called Frozen Earth. He waits for Jay to tremble, but our hero just smiles and thanks him for the amazing gift. Jay activates his blank card, delighted that the king decided to use such a useful skill right now. He quickly copies Frozen Earth and uses absolute calculation to shatter the king's ultimate attack into pieces. The king watches in disbelief as his move crumbles. Jay grabs him, reminding him to stay in his lane. After burning the king to a crisp, the system announces his victory over Kanan and grants a new title. Jay-hyun scores some legendary loot. He grabs the King of Dark Elves essence and a cool new pauldron. Level up. Clearing Quest 2 nets him a blank card, a sealed text, and the awesome embodiment of magical artifact skill. He hurries to the captured students. Luckily, one is still clinging to life. Talk about a close call. Seeing the fallen students hurts, but he acts fast. He triggers his sacrifice skill to save the lone survivor. Seo-yoon lends a hand, adding her power to his. She sighs, mentioning that the healer's life is actually pretty tough. Turns out healers are happiest when nobody gets hurt, and second, happiest when they pull someone back from the brink. Back in the city, Chairman Jin is absolutely fuming. His master plan just went up in smoke. He growls that even if they escape the dungeon, their end will be slow and painful. Yikes, what a grudge. Suddenly, Smash Jay-hyun shatters the car window and grabs the chairman right by the neck. Surprise. Grinning like a madman, Jay-hyun lets him have it. You really are a piece of work, aren't you? Rewind to 1 hour ago. The survivors from the Dark Elf realm finally emerge at the Kane Guild entrance. Jay-hyun offers his thanks. Seo-yoon teases that if he is that grateful, he should just join her guild later. Yoo-jung is totally starstruck, but Jay-hyun just rolls his eyes, telling her to read the room for once. How cringy. Ouch. She kicks his shin as a thanks for worrying them. No more talking for you today, Mr. Jay-hyun winces. How does that hurt so much? Her strength stat should not be that high. Hana pulls up in the company van, panicked. Master, I could not reach you for hours. I rushed right over. Seo-yoon gives a quick apology. Sorry about that, Hana. I will give you the full scoop in a bit. For now, she tells Hana to get the kids and the injured back to the guild safely. Seo-yoon stays behind with Jay-hyun. They have got business to handle. Hana drags manager Sung-jae along for the ride. Jay-hyun spots something shocking. Sung-jae's arm is badly torn, just as he is about to speak up. Zip it. Sung-jae sends a telepathic plea. Don't tell my sister, she will totally lose it if she finds out. These two are classic siblings. Hana almost drives off without him making poor Sung-jae dive into the moving car. Once they are gone, the duo ambushes Seok-gi, who was lurking nearby. Gotcha, you sneaky little watcher. He is stunned. How are you alive, and why is a big shot like Seo-yoon hanging around here? Seeing no way out, he panics and activates a high-level magic tool the chairman gave him for emergencies. He blinks right behind her for a sneak attack, but she dodges it like she is just taking a stroll. She yawns. A short-range teleport. That is the best you have got. It barely moves you a few yards. She demands to know who is pulling the strings. Seok-gi just sneers, claiming all mages are beneath him. What an ego. He clicks a mana suppression device. Seo-yoon just sighs. Oh, you poor thing. That is really a shame for you. Listening in, Chairman Jin decides Seok-gi is officially useless. Time to cut the dead weight. Right there on the street, Seo-yoon starts gathering massive mana. Wait, isn't that device supposed to stop her? She smiles coldly. Did you honestly think a little toy like that could actually stop me? Jay-hyun puts the pieces together. That is why he could not detect the magic seal before the suppression device hid everything. Keep your secrets, Seo-yoon tells him. I already know Chairman Jin is the one behind this mess anyway. She explains those devices break if you overwhelm them with raw power. And guess what? You are not leaving alive. The air crackles with a flick of her wrist. She summons bolts of lightning that tear right through him. Boom. Jay-hyun recognizes that move. It is the A-rank spell Lightning Call. Its power depends entirely on how beastly the caster is. Looking at her, he realizes she is on a completely different level. Her power is just in another dimension. Later, Ina heads home thinking back to how Jay-hyun caught that deadly spear just to save her. What a hero. He actually calculated the spell in reverse mid-fight. Ina realizes she has still got a lot of training to do. She vows to thank him properly later. Meanwhile, a swarm of reporters descends on Mills Academy hungry for a scoop. They are all screaming for Chairman Jin. Instructor Yeju breaks the news the Academy's reputation is officially in the gutter. Word is spreading that the chairman himself created that ghost guild to ditch the students. The scandal is huge. Jin is losing his mind, but Yeju remains cold as ice, telling him the phones will not stop ringing everywhere. She asks him calmly, So, Chairman, how exactly do you plan to fix this mess? Visibly annoyed, the chairman orders a total lockdown on the academy and shuts down all media interview requests immediately. Once she leaves, Jay-hyun realizes there is a mole inside Mills, since his private plans have somehow leaked out. Realizing Saki is likely gone, our hero decides it is finally time for a little bit of payback. The chairman makes a quick call offering a blank check to anyone who can make this media mess disappear. Days later, Jay-hyun playfully bumps into Ho-yeon in the hall and gives him a cheerful compliment on his fitness. Ho-yeon is happy to see him, saying he only feels this good thanks to the main character and the guildmaster. After a brief pause, Jay-hyun kindly asks why he almost pushed himself over the edge. As Ho-yeon struggles for words, Jay-hyun warmly reminds him to just keep pushing forward with that same grit. He tells him to follow his heart now and worry about the reasons much later on. Before heading off, our boy reminds him to stay safe because the rest of the crew really worries about him. Strangely enough, the simple idea of doing what he actually wants gives Ho-yeon a huge burst of energy. Later, our hero checks his stats and admires his new A-rank title, The One Who Slid the Dark Elf King. This title boosts his mana and damage against dark monsters, but it also makes every dark elf absolutely hate him. It basically paints a target on his back. Excitedly, he equips it and puts aside the Dark Elf King essence. He gives the loot to Yong, who loves new materials, and learns a cool skill called Realization of Magical Artifact. This skill crafts battle armor out of thin air using mana. Jay-hyun is super impressed and equips it immediately. Jay-hyun quickly realizes this skill's true value isn't its rank, but how incredibly useful it is in a pinch. Since C-rank armor costs tens of millions of won on the black market, he can basically print money now. Suddenly, his dagger Mistlane begins to glow until the system announces that all of its hidden effects are finally unlocked. Having met all the requirements, he earns a legendary passive skill called Genius of Armor Making. Now every piece of gear he makes gets an automatic rank up. Jay-hyun is absolutely thrilled by this awesome news. He finally gets why Mistlane was held back before. He just hadn't checked all the boxes until now. With all these amazing new perks, he decides it is high time to start some serious training. By the next morning, the students are all buzzing with nervous energy for the Mills Academy midterms. These exams are so brutally competitive that everyone calls them the grave of students. The tests cover theory and practice, including potion crafting, and dungeon raids that are broadcast live nationwide. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung wakes Jay-hyun up with playful threats, and he sheepishly admits that reading always puts him to sleep. A panicked Yoo-jung reminds him the midterms are only days away and warns him not to fail his classes. Nearby, poor Ina is also struggling with her books. Ho-yeon sighs, realizing they both totally suck at theory. Ina tried to help them study, but they eventually just give up and accept their fate of retaking the tests. But Yoo-jung tells them to stop being silly and starts explaining the next set of subjects to them. A few days later, after finishing a test, some students gossip about the difficulty and point out the elite students. Seeing Ina, Yoo-jung, and Jay-hyun chatting, the others assume these geniuses probably finished the test with eyes closed. When Yoo-jung asks about the exam, Ina just blanks out, leading Jay-hyun and Yoo-jung to tease her mercilessly. They joke that books are their worst enemies, sending Ina into a chasing frenzy while Soo-hyuk watches from afar. He vows to Min-soo that he'll finally beat that arrogant jerk, but Min-soo just thinks he's being moody again. Later at the workshop, Yoo-jung's potion literally explodes in her face, and Jay-hyun can't help but poke fun. He brags that his own potion is way better and looks to Yong for a bit of professional backup. But Yong bluntly tells them both that they are going to fail because they have zero talent for alchemy. Their hearts shatter into tiny pieces. Our boy realizes he needs some serious extra credit to avoid a failing grade. He asks Yong if there is a way to save their grades, and Yong suggests using a very special item. They need moonlight fireflies, rare monsters from pristine areas that hardly ever show up on the black market. If they can make a powder from their shells, they can supercharge their potions and actually pass the class. Shortly after, Jay-hyun and Yoo-jung head over to have a chat with Kwon So-yul. She happens to be one of the seniors they totally crushed during the freshman hunt. Greeting her warmly, he's met with a look of pure shock and a, "What are you doing here?" Our hero asks for a little help, but she basically tells him to get lost. He asks if she'll really pass up a golden opportunity, but she thinks he's broke. Jay-hyun drops 30 million won in cash. Yoo-jung is floored, and Soy is suddenly all smiles. Next stop, Mount Deogyu. They head out to the mountains, bringing our favorite alchemist along. Backtracking an hour, Soy had decided the job was actually worth the effort. She clarifies that her inspection skill requires actual physical traces to work its magic. When she asks for a plan, Jay-hyun promises he's bringing a top-tier alchemist for backup. Jae-sung steps up, but she isn't buying his talent. Jay-hyun wonders if they've met before. Turns out they were teammates as freshmen. She had no clue he was an alchemy nerd. To her, he was just a clumsy martial arts student who couldn't catch a break. Deep in the woods, Soy notices Jae-sang looks much happier now, which really surprises him. These moonlight fireflies might look pretty, but make no mistake, they are nature's monsters. Jae-sung finds a prime spot, though. Soy is a bit worried about the limited visibility. Still, Yoo-jung notices that the spooky darkness doesn't seem to bother Jae-sung at all. Jae-hyun lets it slip that Jae-sung actually loves bugs, totally grossing out poor Yoo-jung. After a quick search, they find a trail. Soy wastes no time and starts the hunt. Activating her inspection skill, she locks onto the fireflies. The team follows the path. The woods get pretty eerie, and they realize they've strayed far from the main trail. Even so, Soy is confident. Her skill is leading them exactly where they need to go. They push through the brush and find a hidden waterfall teeming with magical fireflies. Jae-sang confirms those are monsters. They're way bigger and scarier than your average backyard bugs. To stop them from escaping, Jae-sang cranks up his gravity skill to pin them down. But these monster bugs are tough and start resisting the heavy pull. Soy tells Jay-hyun to turn up the heat, but he can't adjust the skill's power yet. Afraid of losing them, our boy generates a mana room to trap them all inside. Soy is absolutely stunned. Creating a mana room like that, he's a total beast. Jae-sung loves the clever trick, but Yoo-jung looks like she's about to faint from disgust. Jae-hyun drags her in anyway. Soon the whole crew is busy rounding up the glowing monsters. As they work, Soy wonders if any other student could pull off a feat like this. Not even seniors could manage it. They head back to the workshop to brew again. Success. At last. The potions are stable, and miraculously nobody gets blown up this time. Jae-sang is beaming with pride, promising a purity level of at least 70%. While our duo celebrates, Jae-sung gets nervous. Jae-hyun's potion only hit 50% purity. Yoo-jung's is even lower at 47%. Is that enough to pass the big test? After the exam, Ho-yeon starts teasing them, joking that their potion looked like monster bait. Despite having the best ingredients, Yoo-jung still ends up landing in 42nd place. Jae-hyun takes 31st, Ho-yeon hits 29th, and Ina sweeps the board in first place. Jae-hyun keeps his chin up, though. There are still plenty of exams left to go. The catch: practical exams are a nightmare, combining every single lesson they've learned so far. To make things even harder, the team selection process is about to get very complicated. It's test day. Yoo-jung is stressed because her cost is 14, making team building a puzzle. These costs are calculated based on everyone's current grades and performance. Teams of 4 can't exceed 50 points. Jay-hyun is sitting at a pricey 17. Ina is valued at 15, while Yoo-jung comes in at a solid 14. In his past life, Jay-hyun was a 6-cost player. He joined a great team, but the results were absolute trash. He thinks the draft system is a joke, where high ranks pick low ranks just to exploit their cheap costs. Cheap fillers are easy to carry. Suddenly, our hero is approached by a familiar face from his past life. This same jerk used to mock his rank, but now he's acting like a fanboy for the Academy's genius student. He asks if Jay is the same legend who took first in the hunt and dominated that fake dungeon too. Back then, this guy was a total bully who told Jay to know his place during their exams. Now he's all smiles, calling himself Chu Hansung. But Jay-hyun gives him the polite cold shoulder. Regardless, Hansung begs to team up, claiming he is the ultimate high-skill, low-cost bargain for any squad. He offers to balance out Jay's massive 20-cost rating, making it much easier to find other teammates. But Jay-hyun knows he is just a two-faced coward who kicks the weak and kisses up to power. He tells Hansung it's a hard pass and politely suggests he go find someone else to bother. Flustered, Hansung tries his sales pitch again, bragging about his low-cost efficiency and high skill. But our hero shuts him down, saying he can solo the test and Hansung's just too weak anyway. Jay moves to greet his real friends, while a salty Hansung watches them with pure contempt. Warriors Gina and Sungwoo agree to join. Hansung recognizes them as the teammates he once abandoned. Jay is just glad they agreed, while Hansung practically fumes with rage before storming away from them right now. He's sure Jay will regret this. Later, the new dream team meets up at a local cafe to talk. Suddenly, Gina asks Jay if he's sure about them since they weren't very helpful in the mock dungeon. Sungwoo adds that they were left for dead during the Kane incident because they lacked the skill. Our hero simply declares that he has absolutely no intention of losing this time. Jay knows their costs are low only because they ran away, making them the ultimate hidden gems. They are the real MVPs, not Hansung. The two finally agree and wonder who the last member is. Our hero says she will be here soon. Right on cue, Yoo-jung walks through the cafe door. They remember Instructor Jian holding Yoo-jung back from destroying them for leaving Jay behind in the dungeon. She doesn't hold back, immediately asking Jay why he'd want to team up with these two runners. Meanwhile, Chairman Jian reads how Mills Academy is losing its title as the top school in Korea. He is facing a total PR nightmare and angrily smashes his computer because of those pesky reporters. The media is betraying the mighty giant. He is certain the Lotus Guild is responsible for this mess. He decides to lay low for a while, even if he has to take a few financial losses. He must wait for the media to calm down before returning to his original plan for his heir. At the cafe, Yoo-jung stares down the two warriors, but eventually agrees to let the issue go. Our hero simply declares that he wants them to believe in him. He explains that running was actually their best tactical option, and Yoo-jung has to accept his logic. She finally asks for the real reason he wants them, since he can easily solo the whole test. Truthfully, he chose them because they all hate Jian, and he knows they will keep a secret. He admits his real plan is to take down Jian during the event, leaving them in total shock. On exam day, the students gather as instructor Park Ha-jin steps forward to take charge of the group. Our hero notes that Ha-jin is just another one of Jian's puppets brought in to replace Seoki. Ha-jin explains the exam will be live-streamed to the nation to show off the students' legendary skills. He wishes them luck as they are transported straight into a dangerous place called the Pocket Plane. The area is a literal lava pit. Team D's mission is to survive and clear all the stages. They must bring back the boss's core. The first floor mission is to slay monsters and find stairs. The stairs lead to floor 2. It's sweltering, and Jay informs them they are officially in a dungeon. This fiery realm is modeled after Muspelheim, so he suggests they map the dungeon to gather vital information. He also wants to grab some sweet items for himself. Yoo-jung mentions that their first big task is to track down some frost grass. Without it, this intense heat will drain their stamina and put everyone in danger. Sungwoo is seriously impressed, cheering them on for being such dungeon-crawling pros. Our hero humbly explains that staying alive is just Dungeon Exploration 101. Seconds later, Jay-hyun pings his mana detection skill to track down that chilly herb. They hit the jackpot. Jay-hyun suggests they harvest every last bit of frostgrass. Since Sungwoo knows his way around alchemy, he is officially in charge of processing. Ping a notification warns them that the live stream viewers are about to tune in. It is showtime. They need to keep the entire nation entertained while surviving this place. Jay-hyun is not a fan of the spotlight, but he sees a tactical advantage here. Heads up. 4 C-rank monsters are closing in, so everyone get into formation B. Lava slimes are incoming. Sungwoo steps up and uses his provoke skill like a champ. Keep your distance. Everyone. These hot-headed slimes tend to go boom when they are defeated. They ready their weapons and hold their breath as the fiery blobs roll closer and closer. Yoo-jung is getting nervous, but Jay-hyun tells her to wait for the perfect moment. Just as things get spicy, their streaming channel goes live and the audience floods in. Fans are buzzing about the top-ranked freshman, sensing the hype. Jay-hyun gives the signal. Yoo-jung lets an arrow fly. Her water shoot skill blasts a clean hole through a slime. While Gina holds the line, Jay-hyun realizes this is the perfect time for his new skill. He gives the camera a polite smile before activating his next major skill. He is playing it cool for now, saving the real fireworks for the grand finale. Down comes the frost. He activates his ice rain skill, turning the battlefield into a freezer. The chat is exploding. Viewers cannot believe a total rookie can pull off a move like that. Everyone thinks it is a glitch, since that is an A-rank skill, but our boy is certain. He plans to use these clueless viewers to take down Ja. Meanwhile, the manager is watching. Sunbaenim is stunned watching Jay-hyun spam high-tier skills like they are absolutely nothing. Word on the street is, Jay-hyun has a grudge against Jin and Lotus is supporting him. If he plays his cards right, this kid could be the key to exposing Ja's secrets. The ice rain wipes the floor with the slimes. Yoo-jung is honestly used to his craziness. Even with the ice, it is still sweltering. Gina passes out some potions to keep them hydrated. Time to find some shade. Sungwoo spots a nearby area where the energy feels much cooler. They decide to set up camp there. Meanwhile, Anna is busy sniping monsters with holy arrows. Hoyeon rips through another foe, making Anna wonder if this dungeon is a bit too simple. Hoyeon agrees they seem weak, while the rest of the team just stares in utter disbelief. They realize one tiny slip-up could have been fatal, yet they are fighting slimes like pros. Back at camp, Jay-hyun sets up the tent while they wait for Sungwoo's alchemy. It is going to be an hour-long wait, so Jay-hyun starts teasing Yoo-jung. She gets all flustered while they bicker, and Gina can't help but giggle at their chemistry. Yoo-jung denies everything. Soon after, Jay-hyun gathers the guys to discuss his secret plan. Yoo-jung wonders if the plan will actually work, but our boy gives her a confident nod. It is the perfect moment to cause some chaos. He starts messing with the magical connection. He cuts the audio restrictions, leaving viewers wondering why he is suddenly all alone with Yoo-jung. While the chat panics about the missing teammates, Jay-hyun calmly lets them know everyone is okay. The viewers are shocked. They should not be able to hear him, but he hacked the system. With a polite greeting to his fans, he announces that the real show is finally starting. Giant's about to pop a vein watching Jae-hyun's flashy performance. Chairman Ja is stunned. How did a student hack the pocket plane? Especially one built by elite mages and the Academy's finest instructors. Instructor Hajun's ready to bring the hammer down right now. But the chairman's stuck since no rules cover this genius interference. Still leaking school secrets is an express ticket to being expelled. Suddenly, the chairman catches Jay-hyun roasting him live on camera. Our hero drops truth bombs about the chairman's shady past deeds. Ja is baffled as Jay-hyun quotes his own strong survive motto. After a villainous laugh, Ja orders Hajun to expel him post-exams. He even wants 2 A-rank heavies to handle Jay-hyun later. As Jay-hyun leaves, he warns viewers that the old man's lying. With perfect grades, expelling him would be a total PR nightmare. Now the fans are smelling something fishy at the Academy's office. Flashback Jay-hyun tweaks the plane's code so the world watches. Yoo-jung worries about retaliation, but our boy stays totally chill. We have the public's eye, and hacking isn't technically a crime. Back to now. Ready for a real dungeon raid stream, everyone. The chat's exploding, even if Yoo-jung's a bit camera shy. Next stop, a literal waterfall of burning hot, flowing lava. Let's find the hidden piece tucked in this fiery secret zone. The viewers are hyped. Yoo-jung kicks things off with haste. Jae-hyun stacks wind and gravity. Time for a regressor-style raid. Over at Mills Academy, they're already plotting to recruit our boy. To get him on the phone, we need him on our team. They'll give him whatever he wants for a total power play. Landing Jae-hyun is a win, even if it bothers Chairman Jae. Jae-hyun grabs Yoo-jung and sprints straight toward the magma. She's screaming for her life, but he isn't slowing down once. The chat's going wild. Is this a suicide jump or pro move? Boom. They land on a secret invisible bridge near the heat. Told you. Now hold on tight and keep those spells perfect. Our boy's impressed by whoever found this spot in his past. Ja thought he hid this national treasure where no student could. Navigating the invisible path, they finally reach solid, safe ground. Is that the shiny prize we're looking for? Yoo-jung asks. Marbles. But not just any marbles. The keys to the entire dungeon. Chairman Ja is sweating buckets now. How does he know secrets? Found it through mapping, Jae-hyun tells the camera with humor. He casts ice rain, turning the molten sea into frozen glass. Does anyone in the chat recognize this legendary shiny loot? The comments section is a sea of question marks and confusion. Drumroll please. It's fire essence, our legendary main character reveals. This little item is the ultimate cheat code for this raid. The internet watches in awe as our duo claims their prize. The system window reveals this fire essence is a rank B item temporarily boosting flame resistance to insane levels. But remember, it only works the very first time you use it. Usually schools build these midterms to feel like real dungeons using hidden rewards to keep students hungry. Still, it is suspicious that this prize was hidden where no regular student could ever find it. The chat is losing it because fire essence is pricey, meaning Mills Academy is spending $10 million per team. With the first prize in his pocket, our hero moves on to the next item on his list. He is already grinning, imagining the hilarious expression on Chairman Jaw's face at this very moment. He cannot wait to see the old man's reaction when he reveals the rest of his special gift. When night falls at the shelter, poor Yu-jung cannot stop whining about how bitter the potion is. Our boy just shrugs, telling her she has to eat it to clear this dungeon easily. Yu-jung finally downs it and immediately passes out. Jung panics, asking if he just poisoned their teammate. Once things settle, Jay-hyun explains they are nearly done with stage 1 and need the stairs. Back at the Academy Command Center, Instructor Jean stops by to see how Instructor Hajun is holding up. He playfully reminds her he is in charge, asking if she lacks faith in his professional abilities. After a brief silence, she admits he might actually fail, which definitely wipes the smirk off his face. Since Seoki left, Jian was supposed to run this round, but Hajun managed to wiggle into power. Hajun gives her a sarcastic apology for moving up the ladder faster than her despite being co-workers. Jian just shrugs him off calmly, stating that she does not care about his petty office politics. He tries to poke at her again, insisting she must be at least a little bit jealous. She gives him zero response, which leaves him feeling completely ignored and frustrated. Hajun consoles himself with the chairman's favor, convinced Jean is no longer the star she once was. Before walking out, Jean warns him to check his climbing rope. It might be totally rotten. Hajun finds her words cringy and arrogant, knowing she is just bitter about his ties to the chairman. He is positive the chairman will bounce back because these tiny obstacles are nothing to him. Meanwhile, Team D reaches the second floor and gets a quest to hunt elite monsters for treasure. Elsewhere, Heimdall is busy with a casual massacre when Hugin asks about the great adversary. Heimdall just scoffs, calling the adversary a mere human who will not take long to eliminate. He is mostly just annoyed that after this, he will be stuck guarding the Bifrost Gate again. He tells Hugin to mind his own business, reminding the thing of evil not to interfere. Hugin thinks both gods and humans are fools, his mind wandering to Munin Odin's other legendary crow. Lost in thought, he whispers to the absent Munin that nothing has truly changed in their world. Back on the second floor, Gina notes that the heat is way more intense than the previous level. Yu-jung worries the quest looks harder while Jay-hyun navigates perfectly despite feeling a bit off. Just an hour earlier, the squad had crawled through a tiny hidden cave to reach this floor. Sung-woo is confused, wondering why there are no clear paths and why the entrance was buried. Yu-jung explains that finding the way is usually a nightmare, wondering how Jae-hyun did it effortlessly. She suspects he has been here before, but then she spots a bug and screams, scaring everyone. After she dives into Gina's arms, Jae-hyun calmly bags the bug, saying it might be useful later. Before they press on, he tells the team there is some vital preparation they need to finish. He offers them the fire essence jokingly, telling them not to be dramatic while he is being nice. With a truly terrifying expression, he commands them to eat, and they are too scared to refuse. It turns out there are 3 floors total, and the big boss is waiting at the very end. On that final floor, Jae-hyun plans to give Chairman Jae yet another massive headache to deal with. Before the hunt begins, our hero tells viewers he knows where the loot is making them hyped. He only dropped that spoiler to grab their attention, but his real goal is something else entirely. Jay-hyun reveals our big prize, the legendary salamander, hidden deep within this dungeon. These beasts hoard shiny trinkets just like crows, stashing plenty of loot inside their nests. The chat is buzzing. Turns out these fire lizards can actually purify corrupted gear and items. Fans wonder how he knows so much, but he just credits some good old-fashioned studying. Next is a major find, the Baumung replica from the 1200s German legends. It is a legendary dragon-slaying blade-packing power that rivals Thor's own thunderous steps. This heavy hitter originally belonged to a famous German raider known as Balak. Gina asks for a weak spot, and Jae-hyun points to their soft, squishy bellies. Pro tip, the best way to take them down is hitting that stomach with ice magic. As they descend, things get toasty. Thank goodness they have that handy fire essence. Jae-hyun plays it cool, acting like he is searching so nobody suspects his future knowledge. He suddenly stops the team, claiming to sense a mysterious mana flow near some swords. Yu-jung is skeptical, since the place is littered with heaps of unregistered junk blades. But for our pro, hiding a treasure among common scrap is the oldest trick in the book. Jay-hyun tried to hide it, but Jay-hyun just pops his detection skill to bypass the nonsense. After a quick scan, he finally spots the prize and yanks it from the stone. Ping the system confirms he has successfully secured a copy of the tainted Balmung. This rank of beauty was once the prize blade of the dragon slayer Siegfried. It boosts strength by 70 and grants a legendary S rank dragon slaying passive skill. It wrecks draconic enemies, though its true power is currently locked by a nasty corruption. The audience is baffled by his luck, yet they are starting to trust his mysterious intuition. The team pushes forward as Yoo-jung begins tracking their fiery target's trail. Jay-hyun tells them to chill. The beast is most vulnerable right after its big meal. This king salamander only dines at night. Is stalling for time really a wise idea? These things have sharp noses, so Jay-hyun suggests a clever way to mask their scent. He pulls out that gross bug again, sending poor Yoo-jung into another hilarious panic attack. He tells her she is the MVP, meet the bomb centipede. It sprays liquid when threatened. The stench is so bad it will bring tears to your eyes, perfect for our hunt. Right on cue, the beast arrives. Yoo-jung prepares herself, reminding him of their little deal. To calm her down, he promised her a legendary staff that their teacher absolutely cherished. Honestly, he is just giving her a random stick. She is totally going to kill him. The chat is hyped. Jay-hyun reassures them that Yoo-jung is a total pro with wind magic. She whips up a breeze to carry that funky bug smell straight into the nest. Everyone is impressed. Managing mana with that much precision is no easy feat for anyone. People actually start pitying the monster as the stench makes its giant eyes well up. Jay-hyun tells the crew to stay sharp and only strike when he gives the word. He launches a level 2 ice spear, slamming the crying monster right to the floor. As the beast exhales fire, Jay-hyun tosses the tainted Balmung right into its open maw. Yoo-jung calls him a total psycho, while the chat loses their minds over this move. Back at base, Jae-han's jaw hits the floor as he watches the screen in disbelief. There is no way a rookie should know this. He specifically left it out of the lessons. The monster starts gagging up the blade and Jay-hyun gives the signal to charge in. The warriors raise their shields to block the impact while our hero snatches the blade. The sword is glowing with a new light and the viewers are absolutely losing it. Look at that. The status screen reveals the tainted Balmung has been completely purified. The chat is absolutely blowing up over those insane sword stats. He politely explains that a salamander's core has the power to purify any item. Fans are stunned. How does a new student like Jay-hyun have so much experience? A mage wielding a sword. The comment section is flooded with confused questions. Everyone expects him to share the loot with the warriors, but he keeps it. Our anonymous senior streamer finally reveals the truth. Jay-hyun is a battle mage. Jay-hyun steps up activating agile steps and flexible movements to get in the zone. With a wind boost added, he lunges toward the monster with incredible speed. He slices off an arm like butter, then summons a sharp ice edge spike. Sungwoo points out the opening that missing arm left the monster's belly totally exposed. Jay-hyun strikes the weak spot, leaving the viewers completely speechless for a moment. While they process that CO grumbles about the annoying task Jay-hyun gave her, she just leaked his identity and his legendary achievements from the Neverland dungeon. Remember, Jay-hyun originally hid his identity during that whole Neverland incident to stay anonymous. This article is meant to shut down the haters who claimed his skills were fake. Back on floor 2, Jay-hyun surprises the team by finding the legendary Ring of Transcendence. This rank B equipment boosts mana to make every magic spell pack a serious punch. It grants the overdrive skill, but without the Rock of Transcendence, it is quite unstable. The rank drops slightly, but the rank A overdrive skill is still a mana boosting beast. It boosts power 1.5 times for 5 minutes, but then drains mana completely. That power-up only lasts 5 minutes, and since there is only one ring, Jay-hyun suggests rock, paper, scissors, but the team insists he keep the reward himself. Yoo-jung just wants a free meal later. Jay-hyun happily accepts the ring as his prize. They warp to the next floor, but the system warns their safety barrier will vanish. A magic barrier holds firm for now, even as the boss monster bashes it relentlessly. The monster's roar is terrifying. Gina nervously asks Jay-hyun if he actually has a plan. He casually tells her he doesn't need a plan because he is handling the solo. The chat is worried. Is ditching the party formation to solo a boss a good idea? The test changes every year, but it is usually a dangerous rank C or B monster. 70% of students fail here. Then the barrier drops and the beast is unleashed. A lava golem appears. Our hero charges with a mana punch, despite Gina's frantic warnings. While the others panic, Yoo-jung stays cool, trusting that Jay-hyun won't lose this fight. Jay-hyun trades blows with the Titan and manages to knock the golem's hand back. The golem swings its other fist, but our boy quickly throws up a magic barrier. He lands gracefully using level 4 wind boost and ice edge to freeze the legs. He activates mana detection and dances through the golem's heavy punches with total ease. He knows golems are tough, but he remembers there is a clever trick to winning. He uses bind to chain the beast down, then summons a massive shower of ice. His ice rain hits every joint, cooling the molten golem until it is stiff. With the golem stuck, our boy excitedly fires a water ball at the frozen joints. The limbs shatter instantly. The system chimes in to announce their glorious victory. The chat asks if that was really a boss, while the teammates watch in shock. Yoo-jung calls him a crazy jerk, realizing he has already outclassed her in skill. They snag the golem's core, but Jay-hyun knows he still needs to stop Ji-eun. He tells the fans that was too easy and rejects the exit for the hidden boss. The chat is blowing up as Jay-hyun guides the group toward a massive surge of magical energy. He looks back only to find his friends frozen in place, definitely not wanting to step inside. No one is dying today, even if it stings a bit. He cheers as a hidden door alert appears. A new quest triggers take down the secret floor boss and find a way back to reality. Your average student would never sniff out this secret entrance, let alone stumble upon it by pure luck. This is exactly why Jay-hyun set this trap, and the viewers are losing it over his discovery. While everyone else struggles on floor 2, our guy already knows how to call out the big boss. He plays it cool by looking around until Eugene spots a very familiar-looking stone altar nearby. After a moment, Eugene notices the carvings look just like the patterns on that golem core they found. Jay-hyun drops the core into the slot, and suddenly a brilliant white light washes over the room. "Step back, everyone," he shouts, as the legendary red drake begins to materialize above the altar. The goal is simple: stay alive, slay the beast, and claim that drake heart for some epic rewards. The chat goes wild. Even veteran hunters find drakes terrifying, yet here is a group of freshmen. People start complaining about the insane difficulty level, which is exactly the reaction Jay-hyun was hoping for. There is just one tiny problem: his perfect calculations do not account for the drake's raw physical power. Still, he is confident he can solo this, while Chairman Jun watches the feed in total disbelief. His dream of a quiet midterm season to avoid the press just went up in smoke. It finally clicks for the chairman. Jay-hyun has been pulling the strings of this entire pocket dimension. Instructor Ha-jun shakes his head, insisting there is no way a mere student could pull that off. When the chairman doubles down, Ha-jun immediately starts flattering him, hoping for a fast-track promotion. The chairman admits he is actually relieved it is Jay-hyun, since things usually work out with him. Clearing this dungeon could save the academy's reputation, but the chairman worries about the drake's sudden fury. He thinks the boy is just being reckless, but his heart sinks when he sees Eugene is injured. Eugene is coughing up blood. The students panic as they realize the safety system has completely failed. They need to leave right now, so Jay-hyun puts on his best shocked face for the cameras. The audience is terrified. Safety zones are supposed to prevent injuries, but the students are actually getting hurt. With the health bars flickering out of existence, fans are genuinely scared that someone might actually die. This chaos makes the chairman explode with anger, calling Jay-hyun a total troublemaker under his breath. Jay-hyun smiles inwardly, wondering how it feels for the chairman to be the one getting played. The comments section turns toxic, with people accusing the chairman of running a dangerously sloppy academy. Fans start protesting, tired of seeing the school push these young kids to the absolute edge. Jay-hyun is actually impressed. He did not expect his teammate to be such a talented little actress. She jokes about switching majors to drama, and he just begs her not to make him laugh. Since he has to look devastated for the cameras, he heads off alone to finish the drake. He knows he could end this fight in a heartbeat, but where is the fun in that? The beast swipes at him with massive claws, but he casually leaps back to stay out of reach. He activates his Mana Eye skill and unsheathes the legendary purified Balmung sword from his inventory. The viewers see that gleaming blade and start cheering, hoping Jay-hyun can pull off a miracle. He triggers the Dragon Slayer skill on his Balmung replica, boosting his attack power by 300%. He unleashes a powerful double slash while the drake tries to crush Sung-woo with its heavy tail. Sung-woo holds his ground and blocks the hit, giving our hero time to remember his next moves. Remembering the drake's weak spot is its heel, he circles around for a sneaky finishing attack. To wrap things up, he kicks into overdrive, making all his skills 1.5 times more lethal. Seconds later, he activates Frozen Earth, turning the entire cavern into a beautiful icy tomb for the drake. The audience is speechless. No one has ever seen an A-rank skill pack that much of a punch. While everyone wonders if Jay-hyun is secretly S-rank, our hero shatters that frozen drake with total ease. After the win, Jay-hyun hides a cheeky grin while leaning on his blade, hoping Sian loves her gift. Over at the chairman's office, the phones are ringing off the hook, with board members blaming him. He tries to explain his side, but it quickly hits him that absolutely nobody is buying his story. This is a first for him. He asks instructor Hajun about the media, who says he contacted everyone. Every reporter they know turned them down because the academy's reputation is now officially in the gutter. When Hajun suggests they were framed, Ji-yoon loses his cool and blasts him with a sudden magic attack. Hajun flies across the room. Ji-yoon is convinced that Jay-hyun couldn't pull this off without serious outside help. Just as he's wondering who is behind it, an employee rushes in with a bombshell Lotus Guild document. It details heavy disciplinary actions against the academy and calls for the chairman to be thrown in prison. It turns out Sian herself drafted this report regarding the disaster that happened during the midterm exams. She called it a reckless move that put students in mortal danger, exactly like that previous guild experience. The report points out how he constantly leaves his students dangling over the edge of death. Plus, he has been caught red-handed, bribing high-ranking politicians to line his own pockets with cash. For breaking 17 different raider laws, Guildmaster Sian orders his immediate arrest right then and there. Fuming Ji-yoon shouts that the Lotus Guild has zero authority to meddle in the school's private business. He claims only the National Association can intervene, but then he sees 4 major guilds have signed off. 29 other guilds and even the association management are all in total agreement with this move. Ji-yoon is stunned into silence as raiders burst in. Meanwhile, our students finally exit the pocket plane. A crowd of reporters is waiting outside, eager to grill Team D about what really happened in there. Jay-hyun is relieved his teacher handled things so smoothly. Then a reporter asks if he knew something. They wonder if he predicted the arrest, because of that sassy comment he made about the chairman earlier. Jay-hyun plays it cool, saying his non-disclosure agreement prevents him from spilling all the Academy's secrets. But he does mention this was their third brush with death, and he just wants everyone to stay safe. When they keep digging, he politely ducks out, saying Yoo-jung needs some urgent medical attention first. He helps Yoo-jung onto a Lotus Guild bus, which was actually a clever setup to hide her health. Meanwhile, the police lead Ji-yoon out of the academy as angry citizens start pelting him with raw eggs. As the eggs fly, the crowd starts chanting for the disgraced chairman to step down immediately. Once they are safe inside the ambulance, Yoo-jung bursts out laughing and calls Jay-hyun a terrible actor. When he asks if he was really that bad, she starts teasingly mimicking him, which amuses Sian. Sian asked what he was thinking with this wild plan, since he would be in trouble if it failed. Our boy simply smiles and says that while his safety matters, saving lives is always his top priority. Yoo-jung teases him, saying that is way too noble for him and asking if he is feeling okay. He tells her to hush. After a good laugh, Sian mentions a big press conference in 3 days. That is when they will finish Ji-yoon for good. Meanwhile, over at the National Raider Association headquarters, Sunbae-nim is celebrating Ji-yoon's downfall, remembering a mysterious phone call he got to get things ready beforehand. The person promised they would take care of the rest of the process on their end, and they even offered to set up that special spot he had been asking for. 3 days later, at the big press conference, Sian sees Jay-hyun and asks if he is nervous. Jay-hyun admits he is not a fan of crowds. Soon, the 3 of them step onto the podium. Reporters are buzzing, knowing this is their golden chance to write a massive story about Min Jae-hyun. This deal with the Lotus Guild is basically global news. Finally, Sian opens the floor for questions. The first reporter asks if Ji-yoon really tried to eliminate students and then pass it off as accidents. Sian confirms it is true, stating they have already gathered a mountain of evidence against his actions. Our hero smiles, knowing they had to use brainwashing on instructor Yu to get those secret files. Jin is trapped. Seong-an lists his crimes, including those secret funds funneled into Mill's academy. Reporters dig for names of other corrupt partners, but Seong-an says investigations are currently underway. One reporter asks if Jay-hyun is her mentee, and she happily confirms the talented boy's status. Jay-hyun politely adds that his incredible growth is all thanks to her wise and patient guidance. Someone wonders if he was a secret genius, since there are no previous news reports about him. He humbly explains he dislikes the spotlight. Then they ask when he joined the Lotus Guild. Suddenly, a flood of personal questions about his training family and dating life pours in. Jay-hyun stays cool and quiet, refusing to let the media circus distract him from his path. Knowing the fame is just beginning, Seong-an kindly asks the press to give him some space. He needs rest after the shock. Days later, everyone gathers to welcome the new temporary chairman. Yoo-jung admits she would have been super grumpy if any of her dear friends had gotten hurt. Suddenly, Jay-hyun reminds the group to stay sharp. This level-up journey is far from over yet. They realize their enemy won't go down easy. It is time to grind and get ridiculously strong. Ho-yoon and Ina agree. They felt weak during the guild trip and want to level up fast. Jae-hyun smiles at their spirit but plans to handle the heavy lifting himself to keep them safe. Fighting gods is his burden alone. Just then, instructor Kim Ji-yeon steps up to the podium. Jay-hyun reveals she is the new director. Yoo-jung is shocked because she looks way too young. Then Jay-hyun drops a bombshell. Instructor Ji-yeon is actually a secret agent from the Raider Association. Earlier at headquarters, the big boss told Jay-hyun and Seong-an that Ji-yeon would be the director. In the present, director Ji-yeon takes charge and politely promises to do her best for everyone. Later, the gang hits the town. Jay-hyun watches Yoo-jung's wild karaoke and wonders what is happening. Our boy thought he would get a nap, but Yoo-jung had literally pounded on his door earlier. When he opened up, she reminded him of their cheerful promise to sing together after exams. Apparently, they booked the best spot in town and playfully dragged poor Jay-hyun along with them. Since he is already there, Jay-hyun decides to take the stage and show off his skills. It is a disaster. The others cringe while a regular customer begs to ban such terrible singing. Ina giggles that he is finally acting human, while Ho-yoon jokes that geniuses cannot be perfect. Our boy scores a measly 10 points. Laughing, he hands the microphone to Ina for her turn. Their hands touch, and Ina blushes as the mic slips. Jae-hyun quickly catches it for her. Ina's face turns bright red. When Jae-hyun asks if she is sick, she says she is fine. She asks them not to expect much, but Yoo-jung laughs that anyone is better than Jae-hyun. Offended, our boy claims his singing is average, but Yoo-jung knows he is just being silly. As things quiet down, Jae-hyun wonders how she will sound and prepares to clap regardless. But then she sings, and she is amazing. Meanwhile, Heimdall wanders the streets and spots Hela. She steps out from the shadows with a friendly hello, asking how his little vacation is going. Heimdall scoffs at the rebel gods, but Hela retorts that Odin's crimes are far worse than theirs. Heimdall mocks her for believing in that silly prophecy about a hero who will free them. When she says you never know, he laughs that a mere mortal could never defeat gods. He tries to walk past, but Hela blocks his path, explaining she cannot let him proceed. If he meets the prophesied hero, it is over. Annoyed, Heimdall asks if she wants to die. She reminds him that his godly powers are weak on Earth, giving her the upper hand here. However, Heimdall growls that she should prepare for her own end if she tries to kill him. He insists that humans are pathetic, but Hela refuses to budge as he tries to step forward. She will not let him find the adversary. Heimdall's temper flares as he threatens her life. She mocks his limited earthly powers, but Heimdall warns her that fighting him is a fatal mistake. She's ready to step up. After all, her current mission is just buying everyone a breather. Ina's a natural singer. Once she's finished, she shyly asks the group how she sounded. Everyone is floored. Yoo-jung asks how she's so good, while Hoyeon jokes about her hiding it. When Jae-hyun asks if she took choir, she says she never had lessons. Yoo-jung is stunned. She's self-taught, while Ina is just happy they liked her voice. She thanks them warmly, noting this is only the second time she's ever sung for others. Later in Seoul, Jae-hyun hands his mom a gift. It turns out to be allowance checks. She's amazed at his growth. Instead of just playing, he's actually looking out for her. Reading the check, she's shocked by the amount. He just smiles and says it's all for her. Jae-hyun finally achieved his dream, hugging his mom and telling her that he finally succeeded. He was too busy in his past life, but regression has changed everything for him. His goal is protecting his friends and family, then taking down Odin to end the misery. He vows to protect his second chance. He tells his mom she can finally live comfortably. She hugs him tightly, acknowledging his hard work. He starts tearing up until a knock sounds. While they're hugging, Ina drops by to say hi, but she brought Yoo-jung along too. Jae-hyun asks what's up. She's there to invite him to a big family barbecue tonight. He remembers her parents are back. She explains her mom insisted on inviting him over tonight. He jokes she's a burden, but she insists her parents are dying to see him again. He agrees, and as Yoo-jung leaves, Ina spots some damp marks on his shirt sleeve. She asks if he was crying. Surprised, he claims his clothes just got wet doing dishes. They share an awkward moment before he heads over to Yoo-jung's place that evening. The house is massive, clearly rich. He runs into Ina and wonders why she's staying there. He asks if she was dragged there too. Ina admits she had nowhere else to go. Jae-hyun quickly apologizes, remembering that Ina doesn't have any family left right now. Soon, Yoo-jung arrives with her dad, Mr. Kim. Her parents are thrilled to see him. They catch up warmly. He remembers how kind they were after he lost his mom before. Suddenly, Mr. Kim grabs him in a headlock, joking about how much he has grown. Jae-hyun wonders if toughness is genetic. Once released, Mr. Kim asks if Yoo-jung bullies him. He recalls how she used to beat him up until he'd run to them crying. Yoo-jung reappears, telling her dad to quit fooling around and help with the food. He goes to help, teasing her about how she'll ever land a boyfriend like that. He asks Jae-hyun to volunteer as her boyfriend, making all the ladies go silent. Jae-hyun is stunned, so Mr. Kim starts listing his daughter's best traits. Yoo-jung loses her cool and pinches him, telling him to stop being silly and work. The poor man scurries off, and Jae-hyun joins in. Soon the meal is served. He praises the cooking, while Yoo-jung wishes the whole gang could be there together. Over dinner, Mr. Kim thanks Jay-hyun for helping his daughter pass her midterms. He claims it was nothing feeling guilty about the act, but Mrs. Kim is just happy. She's surprised he chose magic class, teasingly asking if it was just to stay near Yoo-jung. That comment makes Ina freeze, but Jay-hyun quickly clarifies that isn't the case. Mrs. Kim calls him handsome, wishing Yoo-jung would bring home a boyfriend just like him. A blushing Yoo-jung tells her mom to hush and eat before her dinner gets cold. Noticing Ina stopped eating, he asks if she's okay, but she says it's nothing. Meanwhile, Hoyeon's father is berating him for wasting time saving students out of pity. Mr. An calls his own son a total fool. He shudders, knowing 1 second later meant handcuffs too. He snaps at Hoan to zip it, calling his son a total disappointment. He barked that his only mission was to hit the top rank and grind every other raider into the dirt. He demands the total downfall of Jay-hyun, but Hoan finally finds his spine and tells his old man to drop it. Hoan sees the truth now. His dad is obsessed with climbing over bodies just to reach the top tier. He stands firm, telling his father that this is his own life adventure, not some scripted game for his dad to play. His father tries to grab him in a huff, but Hoan expertly parries the hand away with a sharp slap. Our hero turns his back and walks out, leaving his father's angry shouting behind in the dust. No more cheap tricks. Hoan decides to level up the right way through honest grinding and pure skill. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung's folks are out on a cozy movie date, and Jay-hyun thinks it is sweet. They are so lovey-dovey. Just as our guy moves to head home, Yoo-jung pouts and asks if the party is really over already. He points out it is literally midnight, but she insists they keep the good vibes rolling just a bit longer. Jay-hyun hesitates, worried her father might actually spawn behind him in a boss-level rage if he stays. He explains that hanging out late while the parents are away is a major red flag in the dating guidebook. Yoo-jung promises no trouble, even dragging Ina into the mix to back up her good behavior claim. He eventually caves and stays, but then Ina drops a bombshell question: are you two actually a couple? Their faces turn bright red as they shout, "No way," making Ina laugh at how perfectly in sync they are. Yoo-jung insists they are just besties with zero romance, and Jay-hyun finally makes his exit before things get weirder. On his way home, Hella suddenly pops up with some intense news. It is time for the second trial to begin immediately. She warns him that Odin is making moves, and sure enough, the big boss is currently huddling with the Aesir gods. Odin is fuming because Heimdall is ghosting him, but Thor tells his dad he is worrying too much over a mere human. To a god, a human is just a tiny bug, and Frigg chimed in to say there was absolutely nothing to fear. She tells the king of gods to relax because a mortal could never stand against his divine might. But Odin knows better. Humans have this pesky habit of learning and growing until they actually become a problem. For now, the prophecy creates a 10-year shield around their enemy that even a god's strike cannot penetrate. Still, Odin hates the idea of this guy spending that decade grinding levels until he becomes a real threat. Frigg notices the prophetic shield is flickering, suggesting they might get to strike much sooner than 10 years. Odin warns that every move must be perfect, especially since fate has never actually promised the gods a win. Back on Earth, Jay-hyun gets the grim update from Hela. His divine protection is officially running out of juice. He is confused because in his past life he stayed safe until age 27 without any divine issues. Hela explains that rewinding his entire life consumed a massive chunk of that prophetic battery power. Breaking the laws of time is a huge deal, and it is a miracle the energy lasted even this long. Hela suspects a mysterious benefactor paid a massive price to make this second chance a reality for him. Jay-hyun is stunned to find his next opponent is Heimdall, the legendary god, who can literally see the future. He worries about the clock, but Hela gives a confident wink, revealing she has already trapped the god in a timeout. Meanwhile, the great Heimdall is fuming, unable to believe he is being held captive in such a lowly place. He bellows in rage, warning Hela that no petty cage can hold a god of his stature for long. Hela admits it took a lot of mana, but it bought them the precious time they need to prepare. Just as Jay-hyun asks about the location for his next big challenge, the universe provides an answer. Breaking news flashes across the screen about the 11th Great Ruins raid, failing spectacularly yet again. Hope soared when the European legend Balak joined the party, but even his hype could not save the mission. They tripped at the very first hurdle, called the proof of qualification, and now the whole world is losing hope. Hela points toward Iceland, the heart of myth, where the massive secrets of the Great Ruins are hidden away. These ruins were specifically designed as a training ground for the ultimate hero to take down Odin. Again. Jay-hyun catches the slip and asks what she means by again, leaving even Hela looking a bit confused. It turns out he is the only person on the planet who can even attempt the trial to unlock those ruins. Balak glares at the screen watching news of yet another failed raid. He smashes a glass in fury, baffled by this impenetrable fortress of a ruin. Calling Camilla over, he demands to know if the mages are actually working. She tells him to relax and quit being such a grumpy speed demon. Even she's itching to enter the Great Ruin, but that first trial is a nightmare. The gate demands proof of worthiness, so our hero packs for the airport. Heading to Iceland, he gets Director Kim to craft a clever alibi for his friends. He spent a fortune on mana stones, maxing his artifacts to level 30 just in time. Boarding the plane. Jay-hyun knows Balak won't let anyone trespass on his turf. He's ready to face an S-rank raider wielding the legendary dragon slayer, Sword Balong. Hidden in his coat, Hela wonders if Loki really picked a winner this time. She watches him closely as these mysterious burial grounds keep baffling the entire world. Once cleared, these spots revealed themselves as treasure troves of ancient artifacts. With loot better than any dungeon, every nation is fighting for a piece of the pie. Mid-flight. Hela points to his bracelet and reveals Miss Lane's true secret history. This was no accident. The Giants hid this artifact specifically for him to find. Jay-hyun remembers the mysterious lights that guided him. It all makes sense now. Hela explains that these grand ruins were the handiwork of ancient mighty giants, built 10,000 years ago by Hrungnir, Thor's rival, as a gift for a hero. It's a training ground for the humans destined to face Odin's terrifying army. Jay-hyun nods. The giants' wisdom explains all those tricky puzzles and riddles. They stood tall against the Aesir gods until their tragic final downfall. But Jay-hyun is prepared, having snagged a rare A-rank reinforcement item before leaving. Using the shadow mineral, he prepares to buff the armor he took from Nightshade. With a flash of power, his shadow armor evolves into a rank A masterpiece. Miss Lane triggers, transforming it into S-rank Armor of Abyss through divine craftsmanship. Forged in the Ginnungagap Abyss, this gear grants high-level stealth to its wearer. Its shadow synchronization skill perfectly blends the user into the darkness around them. He gains incredible evasion, even gaining a guaranteed deflect against incoming strikes. It's weak against light, but perfect for their arrival in chilly Iceland. They check into an exclusive hotel where only the Awakened can stay for 50,000 won. In the lobby, Jay-hyun brushes past the legendary Balak and his partner, Camilla. Balak senses something off and suddenly commands our hero to halt right there. Camilla tries to hold him back, but the stubborn leader confronts Jay-hyun directly. He starts interrogating the kid, but Jay-hyun keeps his cool and says nothing. Camilla apologizes for his rudeness and quickly shoves the young man toward the elevator. She whispers that Balak's terrible attitude is exactly why his wife left him. Waving goodbye, she warns Balak not to trash their association's reputation in public. She thinks he's just venting because of the raid, but Balak knows better. That kid moved like a ghost, not a single sound from his footsteps. Back at the academy, Jay-hyun's friends are absolutely floored by the news. Yoo-jun wonders if Jay-hyun is out causing another amusement park-sized disaster. Hwan jokes along, but Ina steps in to defend their friend's honor. At the ruins, guards spot a mysterious figure emerging from the cold mist. "State your name and business," they shout. Clad in his secret armor, Jay-hyun politely asks if he can just walk in since he's way too lazy for all this drama. Right as they try to raise the alarm, Jay-hyun shuts them up and fires off his handy brainwashing skill. He says sorry for acting like a total villain, but hey, these ruins were basically built just for him. Back in Seoul, Hela mentioned that entering the Great Ruins required the Norn system and a few other small things. Specifically, he needs strength and agility stats over 150, which is basically elite S-rank territory. Hela hopes he is S-rank, but when he says no, she is shocked since he crushed Surtur's clone. Just as she begins brainstorming ways for him to power up to S-rank, Jay-hyun reveals his secret weapon, an A-rank cursed key he snagged during that intense Flandier mission. With a quick detection check, he realizes it is Loki's special key capable of unlocking absolutely any door. It feels a bit too convenient, almost like some mastermind planned for him to have this exact key. He pops the key in and it opens. He readies his blank card, sensing it will be useful. He could copy Seo or Saul's skills, but our hero thinks there might be a better prize ahead. Plus, stealing skills from his buddies might look a little sketchy, and he wants to stay under the radar. Strolling down the hall, he meets a massive giant who asks if he is the legendary Great Adversary. This big guy is Smir, the loyal guardian of the ruins following his father's ancient orders. Hela hops down and Smir recognizes her. She explains her job is guiding the Great Adversary through 5 trials. Unfortunately, the prophetic protection surrounding our hero is starting to fade away fast. That means he needs to tackle his big trial right this second. Before she can even finish, Smir gives her a big fat nope on that request. Why? Because Smir thinks using a magic key to open the door is basically cheating. He claims Jay-hyun's stats are too low, so he should go grind more levels and return later. Hela argues that time is up and those pesky Aesir gods will attack once the prophecy breaks. But Smear is stubborn about the rules, believing his home Jotunheim is already nothing but ash and soot. With no home to return to, the giant wonders why any of this even matters anymore. While Hela senses Smear's sadness, Jay-hyun is just getting annoyed. "What kind of nonsense is this?" he snaps. He asks Smear if he's joking, reminding him that he isn't running some kind of hero charity here. Our main character isn't just a tool to be used and tossed aside when the job is done. He's only playing along because these guys are actually useful to him for a change. He charges up his level 5 lightning chain and tells the big guy to kindly step aside. Outside, the guards assure Balak that absolutely nobody has snuck past their watch today. Balak isn't buying it. He felt a weird surge of power when those ancient ruins clicked open. He thinks he can stroll right in, but the door tells him he's still not qualified. Ouch. Late that night, Camilla gets a frantic call from Balak about an intruder breaking into the ruins. Inside, Smear gets super angry, calls Jay-hyun a fool, and towers over him for a showdown. Smear roars, asking how a puny human dares to defy him, unleashing a massive wave of energy. Jay-hyun just sighs, asking if he has any better lines because that one is getting really old. If he backs down now, he'll just end up dead later when he faces off against Heimdall. It is either die here or die there, so he might as well take his chances now. He's not going to live with regrets like in his past life, so he's holding his ground. Smear decides playtime is over and launches a massive arrow straight at our hero's head. Instead of dodging, Jay-hyun uses his absolute calculation skill to shatter the arrow into tiny bits. He then uses a wind boost to fly straight at Smear, aiming right for the giant's heart. Smear is baffled. Is this human really going to try and take him down? What drives him? Jay-hyun feels that familiar crushing pressure, just like when he faced off against Hugin. Even though his opponent seems unbeatable right now, our hero has zero intention of backing down. Soon he uses his frozen earth skill and turns the floor into solid ice. Smear sees the move, baffled that our hero learned a secret dark elf skill. He smashes the ice with one punch, reminding Jay-hyun he is still quite weak. Jay-hyun looks worried, then smirks, asking Smear if he's just falling for his lead. Our boy fires off his level 5 fire and air blast, mixing heat with ice. This creates a smoke screen for his level 3 stealth, while Smear mocks the trick. When the fog lifts, Smear realizes the boy has vanished and cannot find him. Suddenly, Jay-hyun leaps out and swings his sword right at the giant's thick neck. Meanwhile, Guildmaster Ji-yoon tells Soyeon she is here to recruit our talented main man. Soyeon finds the talk boring, but Ji-yoon offers a price that might be worth it. Soyeon says he isn't for sale, so Ji-yoon brings out a legendary Nidhogg's Fang. Soyeon is shocked by the S-class item, wondering if she wants him that badly. Soyeon smiles, asking if she plans to tempt Jay-hyun directly if they say no. Based on Ji-yoon's smirk, it is very clear that is exactly what she intends. Soyeon suggests just asking him, but Ji-yoon prefers to handle things like a gentleman. Ji-yoon offers a handshake and waits, but Soyeon leaves her hanging as she exits. Back at the fight, Jay-hyun slashes the neck, but Smear is not hurt at all. Smear